the vow.
Welcome to the best night of the week, the Religion Chaos panel on the subject of spiritual beings, demons, angels, ghosts, goblins, perhaps, I don't know, djins, any type of spiritual being you could possibly think of. We want Christians, we want atheists, we want people that think that they are the Lord divine themselves. We want people that are named Witty Noggins, okay? We want people named Topanga and Egg. We want everybody here, okay? Got a sick list of prompts. And for those of you that missed yesterday, that's actually probably a good thing. That was kind of a low key. That was a bit of a djin session, okay? And now it's deleted from the internet as it should be. If you clipped it, shame on you. Don't repost it, okay? A lot of chicanery happened. We got Big Soda in the back. Big Soda, get on up here. Don't be shy. He's just always so bashful. There you are, Big Soda. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you doing?
Going great. How's your day been?
Pretty good.
Are you ready for it to get better?
Oh, a little better. I don't want it to get djin better.
Well, yeah. We don't want another repeat. A djin panel is good maybe once a month or so. Okay, young Christian, if you weren't there, I mean, you were there for some of it, young Christian. You were there for some of it, but maybe not for the most degeneracy. Hard to say. Yeah, maybe I don't know how much young Christian was there for all of that. Probably good for his young mind. For the sake of young Christian's young mind, probably good that he missed it. But yeah, I got the prompts ready. Okay, I picked out some keynote prompts. Hoping. Oh yeah, and I'm supposed to say two things, two orders of housekeeping. So first of all, you too, viewer who is watching, can join by just clicking the little link at the top. It's pinned, and it's also in the description of the video, assuming I did things right. The second thing, can someone in the chat test out if you type an exclamation point followed by rules? Because I'm trying to get the little Nightbot thing to work, and it's supposed to join automatically, and I want to see if it's here. So if someone can type an exclamation point followed by rules and see if it summons Nightbot. Okay, young Christian has done it. Oh, I did. It does work. Okay, so we have Nightbot. Welcome, Nightbot. New addition to the channel, okay? New addition. So now we have and the one thing I want to point out from Nightbot, yeah, we're trying to take Ag's job but you can type commands. So I guess I can type commands too. I guess wanted to see if it work. So we have this thing. We have now, let's see if this works. Come on, Nightbot. This is not what I called it.
What are you doing?
There we go.
Placing ads.
We have a menu now, okay? A menu. So force us to go back to playing the video. That's a very helpful thing. $5. Whatever nonsense we're talking about. If you want to see the video that we're watching to, doesn't apply to today, but most days it does. $5. Choose a prompt for us to talk about related, please. If we're doing a themed panel, that's the K2 caveat, because otherwise K2 will just make us talk about why Confluence doesn't have a car. Mute a panelist, $1 per minute. $2 per minute to, it's not on screen, you can see it on YouTube. $2 to mute me or Marilyn for a minute. So you have to pay more to mute me or Marilyn, okay? And then also, it's getting cut off. It's also supposed to say that $20 and Ensign will do 20 sit-ups, but there's an asterisk and it's supposed to say not guaranteed. Not guaranteed, okay? That one's not guaranteed. But apparently it has to be shorter, so I'll have to correct that. But that's the going menu right now, okay? Oh, and it's a kick a panelist $100. Okay, so just because K2 did that before with Ryan, it's like, hey, if anyone's annoying you that much that you want to drop a penny on them, it's an option. You can't do it to me. You got to pay me maybe like $200 to kick myself forever from the panel for the day. Okay, but yeah, so a little menu going on, trying to figure out a way to have my audience contribute and also a way for me to make some money. Okay, so now you guys can interact with the show. It is, yes, I was thinking about this tax thing on tips, but I pay tax in Canada, and Canada already charges tax on tips, unfortunately. So yeah, if I was in the States, that would qualitatively change things, but being in Canada, I pay tax on tips anyway. So all the money I get from Super Chats, I have to pay tax on anyway, so it doesn't even make a difference. But yeah, so Futoy, is this you? Yes, it is you, I think. Futoy, type in the chat so I can tell it's you. Pretty sure it's you. Pretty sure Futoy's in my back chat. But just either Discord me or type. Yeah, that is Futoy. And this is a good way. If you become a member, you can be authenticated. Futoy's name is green, so I always know it's him, right? So there's no spoofing possible. Just another reason to become a member of the Confluence community. Okay. How's it going, Futoy?
Goddamn clickbait titles, luring me in.
Yeah, well, this one's a for real one, Okay, I get it, the Andrew Wilson. Okay, yesterday we went through only 7 minutes of the video. That could be seen as unintentional clickbait. But this one, we will be talking about angels. We will be talking about demons. We will be talking about, I don't know, ghosts, ghouls.
Wait, time out. We're talking about spirits?
Spirits, not spritz. No spritzing.
It says spirits.
Where does it say that?
It says angels.
Oh my god, it does say spritz. Oh my god.
Wait, can we not talk about spritz?
I'm gonna have to drop down if we're talking about spritz. That
sounds I think that's TOS. I think that's a slur. I don't even think I could say that. I don't think we can say that or talk about the spritz. I think the spritz control the media, man. I don't think we're allowed to talk about them. Okay, ninja title change. That's funny. I did not notice that. But anyone else want to join up? I mean, we can get started with 3 and you guys can join up as you want. But, young Christian, this is I feel like this is a topic that you would have some thoughts on, some thoughts. Okay. Golden Rule TV, good to see you. Grackle, people pay taxes to live in Canada. Yeah, look, the Canadian government should be paying us to live in Canada if you think about it, But unfortunately, other way around. And I wish that no tax on tips applied, because then I wouldn't have to worry about any of the money I'm getting. But, unfortunately.
Canada's pretty beautiful country.
It's like, visually in certain parts, in certain select locations, it can be beautiful. I agree.
You avoid the downtown areas.
Downtown Vancouver. Tourist trap.
Yeah. I used to live in a place called Gastown, Vancouver, which is like, it itself is a nice area, but you go like 2 blocks to, I think, the east. 2 blocks to the east, and now you're in the shit. Now you're in the real shit, where there's like people just passed out everywhere and like tents set up constantly. It's just like it's gotten bad.
I have a lot of family in Canada.
Do you?
Yeah.
Sorry to hear about that.
No,
I'll pray for your family.
they were sitting in an Irish bar many years ago, and they saw a beer mat that said "Drink Canada Dry," so they took up the challenge.
And
See,
they've
that's
never been back.
See, I get that joke because I'm Canadian. Big Soda. I don't know if he even would get it. Canada Dry is a beer, a Canadian beer, a very bad one, but a Canadian beer nonetheless.
Called
I thought that was ginger ale.
Canada Dry. It's called.
It's awful. It's awful.
I have family in BC, British Columbia, a place called Chilliwack. Have you heard?
Oh yeah.
I was there in Chilliwack, and I was in my uncle's backyard, and you could hear the natives drumming away and chanting and everything.
They do that. Yeah.
that for me, that was like, wow, mind blowing. Like,
you leave them alone with the drum for too long, they'll start a drum circle, start the chants up. I mean, it just happens. It just happens.
As an American, I'll do well with drum circles.
I was trying to get a spirit quest going, but yeah.
Yeah, well, we do. I mean, yeah, we have a large Aboriginal population in Canada. They're very similar, and not trying to say this in like a racist way, but it's kind of a similar situation to like black people in America. Am I allowed to say that? Where it's like there's just racial tension. That's all I mean by that. There's just racial tension, because in Canada there's no racial tension between black people and white people. But there is racial tension between the white people and Aboriginal people. And in America, it seems like the same kind of thing, but with different race.
Wouldn't it be more similar to the Native Americans, right?
Well, so Native American. Well, do you mean in the U.S. a Native? Like, what I'm trying to say is like, if I was to go to a downtown, it's not like if I go to downtown Milwaukee in the sketchy parts, let's say. It's like they're black neighborhoods where it's like you're just going to see black people, right? But if you go to like a poor neighborhood in like where I live, you won't see black people. You might see like a couple. You're just going to see like a bunch of indigenous people.
Right.
So that's what I mean.
That's like it's in America. You're saying because black people live in poor areas.
Yeah, well, just statistically, and similar like crime rates. Again, I'm just giving the boots on the ground stats, of like small percent of the population commit a disproportionate amount of the crime. Not saying anything. Not even saying that's bad. Sometimes maybe crime is good. Look, I'm not.
Crime is good.
I mean, who knows? I'm not trying to get myself canceled. Okay.
You've been watching Nick Fuentes too much.
Oh, this Nightbot is cocked. Okay, at least it is doing it told me I could have like a max of like 500 characters, but it's like cutting off like a bunch of, so apparently I can't have these long messages. It's supposed to chime in every 15 minutes to like give the little commands and stuff of what people could type, and but half the commands are cut off. That's okay. That's a problem for a new day. It's a work in progress. Yeah, I mean, it's not going well. It's not going well. It's not going well, Ag. The AI is not as smart as Ag yet. Okay, he's kind of got a cute profile pic though. If you think about it, like look at that little guy. It's like a little white robot. Which is, if he was a different color, that would be cool. I feel like people are going to tie us back to what I was saying before about the racial. Yeah. He could be a black robot. He could be an Aboriginal robot. That's fine. I don't think he would do more crime just because he was a different color of robot. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, that's
I think
not
just to be clear. Words depending on the color of the robot.
That might be possible. That might be possible. Especially, with this, you might not get any words. They might take all the words away. I mean, it's hard to say.
What's the best color of power? What color is best for power?
I don't like particularly giving colors to power. Really any shade of color, followed by a word. Although I have people say what favorite Power Ranger they like, and I feel like that's a thing that you could say.
Definitely the White Ranger.
Something. Yeah, I think he is the most powerful.
Yeah, he has a lot of power.
And if I was to guess, I would say he probably commits the most crimes in the Power Ranger universe.
Well, careful compliments. You do know what character was under the White Ranger, don't you?
A black guy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm not. There's no race realism here.
Attaboy.
I
That's a good
understand.
joke.
I'm also all saying this with
What
the
did he
shirt on, which
steal?
is maybe a bad look if you can see the shirt. So gotta
Did
be
he
gotta
steal
be a
the
little
white
careful.
uniform? Soda.
You say what?
Did he steal the white uniform?
No, he didn't steal
I'm
it.
joking.
He appropriated it.
Yeah, DEI Ranger. Okay.
They're like, this is all we have left.
I'm joking.
The Black Ranger was already taken.
Yeah. Well, you can't put a black guy in a black ranger. That just looks improprietous. It's just untoward. Good to see you, Anson. Anson was exceptional at the gym today. He did 3 more sit-ups. And again, he's going to splice it together. And eventually he's going to return when he has all of the things at once, all the push-ups. We have somebody from yesterday, which I'm assuming it is them, but I will just throw them a quick Discord to make sure that it is them. Once I know, there's a way that I can know and know. Okay, it is. Good to see you, Mel. How's it going?
Nobody put up your Discord link last time, so I still ain't in your Discord.
Yeah,
I don't have a Discord server, but you can add me on Discord if we're not already. It's the same as my username.
That's the
But I
problem.
will be making a server, yeah. So it's not like you're
okay.
really. I've just told everyone not to tell Futoy about the Discord. Really, all of us are in there all the
I
time.
hate Discord anyway. I hate the user interface of Discord. It just really bugs me.
Oh yeah, you were the one that was saying. Were you the one that was saying that, or was it Futoy? Someone was saying that Facebook Messenger was better. Was that you, Futoy?
No, that wasn't me. No.
Who said that? Who said that? Somebody was arguing that Facebook Messenger is a better Discord replacement. I can't remember who that was
Eddie.
now.
No, I can see how handy
It was Eddie. It was Eddie. Oh, it's just crazy,
Discord
crazy
is
times.
useful. I just hate the way it's laid out, and things are difficult to find. And
I agree.
The channels get confusing.
As someone who was, when I first joined, I was a bit boomer coded or unk coded, as the kids say. And yeah, it's it took me a little while to get, but once you get used to it, it's so convenient. The group chats, everything's sectioned into channels and stuff. So I want to set mine up. There's a few moderation concerns I have, and so I'm trying to think about that in my mind, because I want it to be open to everyone. So I can just have a link with Nightbot that he can, just auto tell people about it. But I don't want people posting NSFW or NS for life stuff in it. So I don't know if maybe I could just, anyone who I don't know, I could just probably block and just say they could just type in text. And then once I kind of get to know them, I could just allow them to post videos and photos and stuff.
I think you can do that automatically. So I think you don't have to physically do that. You can set the settings that a new person has to reach a certain time limit or posting like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking because they have roles and stuff. So I think with roles, I could just be these people have roles that they can type post video. Because I trust Big Soda to post a video, but a random guy, I don't want to go on my own Discord and just see some nonsense that I'm oh fuck, you know what I mean? I don't want
inappropriate stuff.
Yeah, I don't have the emotional bandwidth and also be trying to moderate if anyone can join it and just post anything,
Yeah. A lot of channels do that as well with what do you call them? GIFs, whatever.
Yeah.
You can't even post them. You can't even do that. All you can do is type, and that's a good idea.
That's what I think I would like, because why not? Yeah, until I get to know you, then it's you can just type, and then once you're trusted, then you can, Yeah, I should really make Anson the main mod.
Oh my god!
Anson is modded on this channel. Just this is Anson alt, so he's not modded on this, but
Find at least one mod with experience. Also, I do the same thing. I have a channel that's just invite only. And it's basically about send it to people when you meet them and put it in the side. And then if it's say there's 4 people here, right? If I give it to you in the side chat, I have you in DM, so it doesn't matter. But if I give you the link to my server in the side chat and these 2 join, and I'm I don't really know them like that, then I can just remove them. It's that simple.
But Malini, were you flexing there? I have you in my DMs.
Mel does have me.
I just
said he
I have slid into those DMs. Okay,
these motherfuckers
those Furby DMs.
First. but no. And then like once you get mods, especially the mod with experience you can trust, the good way to get it to pop off publicly is to keep like a lively VC. Be in your VCs a lot, talk to people, you know, and then it'll start to like sustain itself, and then your server will actually pop off.
Yeah, once you
See, that's what
figure
I'm
it all
thinking.
out-
I have to talk to Ag, and if Ag has any, I know Ag does have a Discord server, put the Polaris thing, but I don't know how much Ag has experience with that.
Put like an hour every day into doing, like, I don't do this, so I'm being a hypocrite, but if you put like an hour into every day into like, okay, today I'm going to work on making some permissions for people, or today I'm going to work on making some more channels, etc. Like, you know, it becomes routine eventually, and it doesn't need to be like a huge time sink if you've got good mods.
Yeah, and I know, like I have a private Discord server that I've just used to just like talk to like people I've met in like video game communities. But then because it's a closed server, it's a lot easier. It feels like there's less complications because less things are going. Because all people that like I would already know and stuff, you know. So I at least know how to like set up channels and like do all that stuff. But yeah, it's the more just like keeping bad actors from not being bad actors is something that I'm less sure about.
Like,
okay. So make
Like
a
Hanson.
very strict like rule set, and it sounds like you want like a 3 strikes and you're out kind of thing with it, or escalating type of consequence type deal.
With some stuff, a 1 strike, you're out.
Yeah.
You know,
Sure.
just depends what it is.
don't worry,
Because
Confluence. I'll just ban everyone that don't agree with us.
Yeah, it'll just become an echo chamber, the Confluence echo chamber.
Well, a lot of servers work that you can't even get a role until you agree to the rules.
Yeah, and I'm less concerned about the text thing because I'm like, there's nothing really in text that okay, I'll just ban it. But I feel like the videos and stuff opens yourself up to like a lot more chicanery when people could just because like what the worst thing they say something bad on text and I ban them, like no skin off my back. But yeah, there's
Someone said I'm underage in text, I'd ban them.
If they're overage, I'm banning them. If they're underage,
true.
I'm
Well,
banning them.
And underage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, in either
Talk
case,
about
really.
age, you're getting banned.
There's
Yeah, it's just
actually,
the
like,
word age
it's
itself.
almost more sus to have an 18 only server. Like as soon as you turn 19, you're also like out. Like that's almost like skirting the line a little too close there.
Wait, that would be sus as hell. Like not 18 plus, just 18 only. Yeah, that'd be super sus.
Con, how old is your channel? Your YouTube channel?
I think it's like okay, so the channel itself, I think it's like 14 years old, but I wasn't using it to make content. I've only been doing YouTube for like I think 2 years. The channel itself is just really old because I just post nonsense, as like a teen and stuff.
That's
probably where you went wrong. You see, I'm trying to figure out why you have so little subscribers. You should have way more, because your channel's good, the lives are good.
Don't you have like 6K?
No, I'm 1.6K.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking the numbers
I
backwards.
can't understand it.
No, like honestly, having above 1K, like you're above like the hardest hump, which is getting to 1K.
Yeah, getting monetized was like a hard challenge.
Yeah,
but like I said, the 14 years, like that wasn't me trying to do. That was me posting like stuff that like I made with friends, or like a parkour video when I was like 15. There wasn't any eye tour. It was only in the past like 2 years where I was like, you know what? I think I want to make like YouTube content. That was like, I just used a pre-existing channel that I had.
I think that's what messed you up, you see, because like for the algorithm, right, it's helping you. It's searching for your audience, but then it looks at your channel and it probably looks at the whole 14 years and go, well, I don't know what fucking audience this guy is
going at your for. Channel like this is a very messed up individual.
You probably would have been better making a new channel. Do you know that?
I might have. I'm not sure because so this is this is probably boring, but I'll say it quick. I made so I originally was, after I had this YouTube channel, I was in something called the Mario Kaizo 64 community. Okay, so if anyone knows about like modding video games and stuff, it's like Mario 64, but it's like modded to be like. Yeah, so okay, you know what Kaizo is. Yeah, so it's like the Mario 64 version of Kaizo. And I was like deep into that community, and you have to post like proof to like get on the leaderboards. So I posted on YouTube. Some of those videos ended up like taking off and like getting subs and stuff. So that's why I was like, oh, I might as well use this channel. It had like 300 subs at the time. So I was like, well, that's better than 0. Yeah, probably because
And your
now.
childhood, but
Well, that is what probably a lot of things if you think about it.
no, nothing
That's-
personal.
But
But
That's one of the things that went
But yeah,
wrong.
because
I
then
guess.
at a certain, I think it's gotten better now. But yeah, for a hot minute, it was kind of like, because yeah, obviously the people that are there to see Mario content don't want to hear me talk about like politics or religion.
Right,
So now
yeah.
they're kind of fucking me in the algo. I
Yes.
think I've crossed that hump because a lot of those people have left, have like unsubscribed because obviously I'm not posting the Mario content anymore, you know. And then so I think it's like writing itself. But I've tested it out. I made one time for one of my new videos. Like I haven't made a video in a hot minute now because I've been doing this streaming stuff for a couple months. But I made a new account and posted a new video on it, and it got like 2 views, like literally 2. And so I was like, okay, so there is some advantage I'm gaining by having, I think, the sub count that I'm having, and at least it seems better because when on the new account, yeah, it was nothing. It was like literally 2, and one of them was probably me. So I mean, it's probably like one other guy that saw it.
Like you're probably not doing great on your socials, like in total, like Facebook group, Facebook page. I mean,
I don't do any of that shit. I just do YouTube.
You probably should. You know, that's unless you're happy where you are. If you're happy doing this at this audience and that's it, you don't care if you grow or not. Well, then
I care if I grow, but if that means doing Facebook, no, absolutely not. I mean, I have a line. Okay.
Well, all you have to do is take your lives, change them into videos, and put them on all your socials. And that brings people. Put it on X, put it on Facebook, put it on wherever, everywhere, and that will bring some more.
That's
people,
not what Confluence needs. If he's had a YouTube channel this long, what the algorithm's struggling with is where do I place you in other people's feeds?
Right. Yeah.
Because it's momentum based. So the best thing you can do at this point is focus on a very specific form of genre and keep doing that like you've done 2 in a row. So if you think you can do every day without burnout, then that's good. But the more steady
I've been doing every day for the past like 2 months or something now. Yeah.
Okay, nice.
I took like Christmas off.
That's crazy.
Yeah. The key thing is that the more steady this is, the more momentum you can gain.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's why I try to go live. Yeah, every day, 6 p.m. Sometimes a bit late, but yeah, I rarely take days off, and that for the same reason. Yeah, to try to be consistent and try to, you know. I mean, it's growing. It's growing. There's new subs. You know, I used to when I started streaming, I think I was at like 1,300 or something. Now I'm at like 1,600. So it's like it's going up. It's going up.
What Futoy is talking about is it's good advice. I think it's better in like a stage kind of thing where like when you're like, because you're doing this every day, so that way you don't burn yourself out. Then you bring this to something like X, or I prefer Blue Sky, but or
you would, Mel. You fucking would.
Opening up a
Discord community. Well, I mean, X is pretty cringe. Just look at Grok and it's not safe for children type.
Look, the community that Brandon is posting, my Discord is very safe for children. Okay.
Very safe. The safest.
Can't you stream multiple platforms at the same time?
You can. I've thought about that. I don't know. Maybe if at a certain point, but then in the chats, you're trying to combine the chats and like, you know, I'm just like, well, fuck it.
Well, what I concern myself with is getting eyes on your channel because your channel's good, right? Your lives are great, right? Okay,
well,
thank you. A bit wild sometimes, and people talking over each other can be crazy, but that's just normal. But to get eyes on your channel and people coming to view it is going to help definitely.
Another good thing, like 300 something views a live stream though, which is, I mean, not all of them are, I guess, long form watchers, but I mean, 300 is not bad.
Another good thing you can do is upload, like break up these streams. If you can get an editor, that's probably the best thing for your kind of workflow type thing, and break up these streams into individual videos that you can upload.
You know what? Yeah.
Well,
shorts, Confluence shorts. You take good arguments and you make them into shorts.
Shorts are dead. YouTube ran shorts into the ground because they tried too hard to compete with TikTok. Shorts are dead. But if I don't know about that. But hear me out. You're not wrong, Futoy. Things that are short are still good. You can still make content out of that, right? So every panel is like you've had. Like yesterday's panel was gold. I know you. Sorry to leak DMs a bit, but you DM'd me making sure that nothing bothered me. But no, that was a fun time all around.
You're gonna make me seem all soy, Mal. What the fuck?
DMing people now, Confluence.
But no, that was one of the more fun panels I've been on this year. Oh wait, it's only February, but it's like you're doing fine. Consistency will probably be the key when you're starting out. Most people struggle with consistency, and then after like 6 months, then you'll see what your metrics are actually doing with this.
Yeah,
that's
are
true.
messed up. They are messed up though. Keep that in mind. So
The thing is, I'm also trying to do two things at once, which is why I haven't been turning lives into videos, because I started on YouTube 2 years ago making videos. So if anyone, and y'all should check out my videos, okay? Some of them are pretty fire, okay? Some of them are pretty fire. And then recently, I only started streaming like 2-3 months ago or something. And I don't want those things. Like, I don't know if I really want to like take a stream clip and then make it into, because the videos are like scripted. They're like it's just a different style. Like it's, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm not sure.
It's
there's
literally
loads of different approaches. I mean, you could make these into videos, right? Your lives, turn them into a video and make them members only, right? So the people who want to go back and look over what happened, you know what I mean, or what not.
I don't know if that feels like gatekeepy. You know, I don't. It feels gatekeepy.
Well, you get a few, you get a few members, right?
Like it's literally like the only thing.
Saying my video content is better than my live. Anson, have you watched some of my video content? I'm gonna start blushing. Anson, watching my videos.
Okay, so if you make good videos, that's like I'm not trying to detract from that, but it's unbelievably simple to turn these into videos, right? You have your intro, you have your outro, and then in between is just a clip from the panel with any dead air cut out or any sort of like things that wouldn't be related. Again, you can pay an editor very low amounts of money at this point to do stuff like that, and they could probably do it.
I'm wondering if that would. I'm wondering maybe I should. It's probably worth a shot. Like I wonder. Yeah, from yesterday there was some crazy moments. The problem is their crazy moments are happening in like an 8-hour period of time. So, like the way I know how to
background noise, by the way. But if you're worried about quality over quantity, it's 50-50 with YouTube. YouTube doesn't actually give a shit about quality over quantity. They give a shit about how many videos they can put out and that people will watch. And if you're going to do these panels, the best way to milk them is the quantity aspect. You can also do quality, right? You can make your scripted videos and stuff. But if you're just doing these panels and doing the live streams, you're not milking the full potential.
Yeah, you know the way people like to rubberneck, right? When they say a car crash, everybody wants to look at the car crash. That's how you should view shorts. Is you put the car crashes as your shorts, and everybody wants to rubberneck that car crash, and then it may bring them to your channel.
That's a good point for sure.
Yeah, that's true. Like, maybe even taking just some of the. I mean, I think Lutch, indeed Jesus, has told me to do this before, that he said I should be, when something insane happens on panel, that I should be like writing down a timestamp. So then I can go back and then like easily like clip it, which I probably should do. But I wish there was like different tabs on YouTube, because it's like if I'm putting a bunch of high effort into like scripting a video and like everything is scripted and I'm really trying to like it takes a lot of time. I don't want that mixed in, I guess, with then just like, a random fight between Mel and Anson. It's like, you know what I mean? It just feels like they're different like genres of like stuff. You know what I mean? One is like an in the moment, like rage out, and there's no way YouTube has one video tab, you know?
Separate that, right? Like you want to think about how the algorithm sees it. So the key things are your video titles. So putting things into a series or a playlist, that's another key thing. Also, what the descriptions and keywords. Keywords make a big difference for separating content as far as YouTube is concerned.
Oh, by the way, AI is great for doing all that. By the way,
I get tags from AI. I do that. Although YouTube says they don't really matter, but I know the keywords in the title matter a lot, and in the thumbnail and stuff for sure. Yeah. But I don't like that when someone clicks on my video tab, if they're just going to see a bunch of like, everything's going to be all mixed between like high effort content and then like,
Why?
Or separate the playlist.
But people have to go out of their, most people, like when I click on a channel, I don't like go to their playlist, rarely. Like usually I'll just click on a channel, I'll see like their most recent videos, right? And if it's all like, you know, I don't know.
So as a content creator, you need a creative solution. I would say for like the panels and stuff, don't worry about thumbnails. So that way, every time someone's clicking on one of these videos, they can tell right away from the thumbnail if they've seen any of your content before that it's going to be another panel type thing. And then for your high effort content, that requires a high effort thumbnail, you know, maybe commissioning some art or something. And then people will be like, oh yeah. And longer runtime, especially like if we're talking about breaking this into clips, most video essays and stuff that people see are longer runtime. I don't know what kind of content you made though, so I'm not trying to tell you how to do that. But you can separate these things, right? You can make, and then another key thing is like giving a name to your series. So people can just search the series or find that playlist and then watch all the videos pertaining to that.
You know what? It is a lot of work for one person, but if you start your Discord, we can all help you with different parts of it. Like definitely, people will have great ideas. You know, to put them in.
I need like a clipper. You know, someone to like be clipping the content. You know, like I need like an Asmongold situation. You know, where it's like he just makes the streams, and then someone else is just like clipping things that they think are interesting, and then you know, bada boom, bada bing, then you're good to go. Oh, fuck it button. Now that you're here, okay. Test in the chat, okay. So I was thinking about the fuck it button problem, the eternal fuck it button problem, about how he's always shadow banned unless someone switches to live chat. So if anyone is in chat, can you see, if you're in top chat, can you see fuck it button's messages? Because I've added him in the back end as a trusted user. And I'm hoping that means that when his messages get posted, that they actually get seen by people without them having to manually switch over to live chat. So if anyone can go to top chat and fuck it button, post something and see if anyone can see it and let me know.
I can't.
And I also did that for Marilyn too, because Marilyn sometimes does some wild stuff and is low key probably also shadow banned.
Yeah, I can't see fuck bucket in
top chat.
Yeah, no. Can't see him.
Oh, dang. Really? Like you can't see it? Like, he said, hi, you fancy people. You can't see that like 4 messages ago. Right below an egg said lol.
Nope. No.
Okay, Futoi, switch to live chat. Then can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it in live chat.
Oh, okay. Apparently, though, I don't know what is the point of making someone a trusted member then? I thought that's what would do something, but apparently not. I tried.
At least
okay.
So this is the stuff that isn't necessarily good to clip. You do have a video title. Many people have clicked on this hoping to hear that discussion, right? So, like, I'm not saying you can't drift into other topics. I'm not being.
Oh, this is the edging phase, Mel. Okay, this is the edging phase. We're about to dive in. Okay.
Yeah, you want to pull yourself back for the people who are here for
$100 K2. You can type in ! menu now that I have Nightbot, which is not an ag replacement. Actually, it cuts off, so you can't really see it. But you know, there's a muting, $1 a minute to mute a panelist, $2 to mute me or Marilyn, because obviously Marilyn is going to get charged a little bit more for you to mute her. And $100 to kick a panelist, $5 to change the prompt. You know. How much to permaban, Mel? A permaban is like probably $1,000. Probably $1,000. Not gonna lie to you. Okay.
That really cool guy.
And can we technically caveat
that really cool guy, isn't it?
Year thing? Like technically, it's 365 days. Because I could get like really big out of nowhere, right? And that would actually be fucking you over.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, someone asked me once. I can't remember who it was. How much to ban? I don't know if it was Young Christian. And it's like, or no, Anson, I think it was someone asked how much to ban Anson. It's like, Anson's been here so long. It's like, there's probably realistically there's some amount of money, but it would it'd be shitty to like permaban someone forever. Like forever. That would feel really shitty.
Money.
I feel like a year is reasonable.
Yeah, I feel like a year makes sense. A year makes sense. That's a long time.
Somebody for a year for money.
For $1,000? $1,000 $1,000
I'm in for it. If this person puts $1,000 down, I will leave myself.
You're opening yourself up to be controlled by people with a few.
I'm opening myself up to get $1,000 if someone hates somebody enough.
Here's the eternal dilemma, right? Like, yes, we are individuals on here, but we also have audiences, and we need to be at least partially captured by them to keep them engaged.
See, Ryan understood. I don't think he took it in good strides when K2 donated $100 to kick Ryan. Like Ryan took it on the chin. He's like, "Hey, I understand, $100."
Coder and
And it was,
I
it was
were, like,
only
the
a
top-
day. It was only a day ban.
Coder and I were like the
back
top money makers for the Raging Tomato when we were on there at the same time.
I once saw something with fucking Cal, and like Raging Tomato got like $700 off of Cal. Like someone like paid $100 to like ban Cal, then like $200 to bring her back, then like 200 more bucks to ban, and 200 again to bring her. It was like we're just watching this. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? This is just nonsense.
I don't like her. I don't like her at all.
You know, like Cal.
She
I don't know if her name's Cal. That Raging Tomato person.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a different person. That's Sarah.
Considering
I don't like
how our fallout happened, I don't even think I need to say how I feel about her.
I didn't even know you guys had a Fallout. Okay, wait, you talk about that, and then I'm gonna grab a Zin, and then when we come back, it's time for the debate panel. Oh, not the debate panel, the chaos panel. But I can still hear you, Mel. So tell me what your Fallout was, and tell everyone else too.
By the way, if you keep doing that, you don't get to crowdfund for mouth cancer.
But there's no cancer in Zin. It's not a tobacco product. What are you talking about?
Oh. Okay, well, I'm not. I guess I'm not informed. I just worry.
Yeah, they're nicotine pouches. They are highly addictive, to be clear, but you know they don't actually. They're no health consequences.
A lot of carcinogens in them.
I thought it was chewing tobacco, so I was clearly wrong about
No,
that.
I used to use that back in the day.
Oh, that's gross. Oh my god.
Oh, wait, okay. Actually, before I get my Zins, let me check if this is the real Keelan, and this is the let me check. Okay, facial recognition activated. Well, with these people, if I know them, I can do a little secret thing. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hey, Tabernacle. Hey, Alex. Good to see you.
Hey,
damn, I miss Alexandra.
I mean, I can change if you like.
No, it's fine. You're already here.
Yeah, pay Confluence enough, and I can be whoever you want me to be.
$2 gender change.
That's weird.
$2 gender change.
There's a bot now.
There's a what?
A night bot.
Yeah, don't trust him.
So it's talking shit about you behind your back. So that
does the $2 gender change apply to Mel too, or like what's good?
Well, no, that's.
Is that going to cost a lot more, Mel?
Yeah, how would that work?
I feel like it's already fluid enough.
I don't know, like a D-trans payment.
It's going to cost like $2 million.
Damn.
That's man. You charge a steep price.
2 million pennies, or
Mel, you do know that's not how 3D glasses work, right? You have to be looking at a 3D screen.
I wear them because they look cool.
They do look cool.
K2 with the $2. Not really sure what this means. I don't know if I missed something, but hit him with change to H-Dog Alex Mech H-Dog.
Do you have name changes?
Like you asking for Alex to change his photo to like a robot H-Man, or am I reading this text wrong?
I think he wants to become H-Man robot form.
Name changes.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking.
Just put the whole thing. Alex. Change my name to that whole thing.
K2 says unsubbing, so I must be mishearing this. I don't look K2. I don't know what. I'm not precisely sure what you want.
Me,
oh wait, yeah, he does want Mecha. You do want Mecha Hitler, Mecha H-Man. I mean,
Alex. Now I know your avatar picture there. It's very similar to one of the heroes in Heroes of Might and Magic.
What?
Heroes of Might and Magic, you know that game?
No,
I played that game, but that probably looks like a lot of avatars in a lot of games.
Or what do you mean?
No, it's
a video game.
Oh no, I haven't played it.
It's like an old one from way back in the day. I mean, maybe they're still making them, but
is this the name you were looking for?
Well, Confluence, you got to turn the names on.
Oh, H-Dog Alex Mech H-Dog. Is this what you wanted, K2? Oh yeah, okay. This is a strange request, but a request nonetheless. That has been fulfilled. Okay, before we start, this is how I haven't even laid down the ground rules. Mel, this is your first fucking religion chaos panel, so welcome to you. So what we do here is, first of all, when any new person joins, 10 seconds max, you just state your religious beliefs as succinctly as possible in the 10 seconds. That's what we're all going to do because we're starting out. If someone else joins, just so we have a foundation for what they're going to say through the rest of the conversation. Then there will be a prompt that will be put on screen, okay? And the prompt, then, we will have 30 seconds each, 30 seconds, please less than 30 seconds, to answer the prompt, okay? We go clockwise and snake-wise. So right now, so that would be Confluence, Big Soda, Futoy, Mel, Keelan, and then H-Dog, Alex, Mech H-Dog. And then the snake-wise thing really comes into play when you have more than 6, because then, yeah, it's like a little snake, right? So clockwise, snake-wise. Then once ever, we start with the person to the right of me, and then it ends with me. I say my thing, and then we all spurg at the same time in the same way, and it's chaos. And then we eventually move on to a new prompt. And no, apparently K2 says he wants your profile picture to be robot H-Man. So that's what I think.
Oh,
I still don't think it's a profile picture thing because $2 is again usually a name change.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, that's not even on the... People are ordering stuff that's not even on the menu because now Fuck It Button is requesting that Keelan... Change his name to Mr. Techno to Real Communism. I feel like Keelan would acquiesce to that. I think he would.
So
do you have an image of this? I'm not asking AI to make one. Okay.
It seems like
Same.
statistically speaking,
I could
50% of your
probably find
chatters know how to do a name change.
Yeah, Alex, if you can... Or not Alex. K2, if you can send me a picture of Mecha H-Man and I can send it to Alex, then we can make this happen, okay? Maybe this should be something I add to the menu. Apparently, this is a popular... People are ordering off the menu already, and so if that's what the people want, okay? This is communism land. Whatever the people want, they get.
Pro tip,
They
Grok,
demand name changes.
pro tip, Grok is the only LLM degenerate enough to actually probably generate that. So, you know.
I changed
That is
my
true.
name. I changed my name.
I sent it to you, Confluence.
Oh, there we go. We got the Real Communism. Good job. Oh, Big Soda's got the Mecha H-Man. There we go. That's pretty good. So
Wait,
I'll send this over.
Profile pictures from your end. Can you, Confluence?
I can't change other people's profile pictures. No, yeah, I can't do that. Yeah, I think this might. I don't know. This looks like, I don't know where you got this from, Big Soda. It looks like it's from some type of.
Yeah,
It's from Roblox.
Oh, okay. Very child-friendly game. Mecha H-Man is one of the final bosses. Okay, let's start. So clockwise, snake-wise, 10 seconds. What is your religious views in 10 seconds or less? Just as brief as you can. We'll start with you, Big Soda.
I'm a level 5 Scientologist.
Congratulations on your upgrade.
I just got the paperwork in today. It cost me about $100,000. It wasn't cheap. I'm on my way to level stage 6 or level 6, which I will officially get my own island. And then after that, I plan for level 7. I'll get my own planet.
Whoa, moving on up in the world.
Getting there.
Okay, and Big Soda is actually Protestant, so I'm just gonna. Also, another rule: we're not supposed to crosstalk, but sometimes I'm allowed to crosstalk a little bit if I'm trying to clarify something. Okay, that's otherwise no crosstalk.
Is a rule not to be a filthy liar? Because I feel like I was just lied to.
It's I mean, we are trying to be honest. We're trying to be honest. Big Soda likes to make his little Scientology joke, but then for people who don't know, I like to correct it and just say, okay, he is a Protestant who has Orthodox leanings, is what he says.
But it's close. Protestant Scientology, you know.
I'm just saying you got me for a second, but
now you're sounding like a real Orthodox. Okay, Futoy.
I believe God is omnipresent. God is everywhere and everything. And we are God living as not God to experience living as a human.
Based, red pilled. Okay, we name change. I guess will have to be added to the menu. it is what the people want. So that will that will just have to be a thing. So yeah, Big Soda, Oive Soda, and Confluence 358. This is what the people. It's supply and demand, baby. Okay, so I'm supposed to be Canadian Prattle. Okay, well, I mean that checks out. That checks out. That's kind of valid if you think about it. I don't even know how to change my own name. I'm the one hosting the panel. I don't even know how to change my own name. There's got to be a way here. There's got to be a way. Oh, edit name. There we go. Yeah, I found it. There we go.
Longest 10 seconds of my life.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, your time is up now, Mel. So we're gonna move to Keelan. Okay, Mel, what's your religion?
Well, apparently I have much longer than 10. No, I'm just kidding. God is dead, but just kidding. I guess like my moral principles are do unto others, do to yourself, and leave it better than you found it. And I'm
no, but I asked though. See, this is why I get to clarify. Are you an atheist, agnostic?
Yeah, I'm getting to that. I'm a materialist atheist and an empiricist.
Huh, interesting. Oh, I didn't hit that. I don't know where that came from. Okay. Keelan.
I'm a Jehovah's Witness.
That's worse.
You're a Jose.
That's worse than what you would have really said.
Are you Jose's witness? So
I would have just, I'm agnostic is what I would have just said. I think I'm just going to shorten that now.
An agnostic Jehovah's Witness. I will hold the former statement as canon, okay? As canon.
Honestly, that is it.
And we have the one, the only, the Witty Noggins. Good to see you, Witty. I was hoping you would join.
And now I'm not by myself.
If he used to join and be called Witty Noggins, I want to join and be called Smart Melanie.
Well, I mean, he used to be. I don't know. Now he just joins as not. I don't know if that's his preferred name, but I always call him Witty.
Crosstalk's insane.
Yeah, the crosstalk. Yeah, well, okay, yeah, Alex, and then we go Witty. Okay, so Alex, what is what's your religious beliefs?
Ooh, they can be probably closely summarized as theistic, I guess. I
Crazy.
I don't
wow.
think any religion has it right, but
he said deistic, right?
No, he said theistic.
Okay, perfect.
Theistic.
Perfect. Yeah.
Usually Alex refuses to answer, which I was expecting, but
D as in dog.
I can still lie, yeah.
You did say yeah. D as in dog or Th as in thog?
D as in dog.
Okay. All right. Witty. Wait, I don't know if you or 10 seconds or less. Just what is your religious stance? Just as bare bones as possible.
I believe in Jesus.
Based,
red pilled, goated. Okay. And then I identify as an esoteric Christian. Okay. Usually non-denominational adjacent. Okay. And now, so again, if anyone joins, then yes, then we ask them that brief 10-second question, just so we all have a frame of reference. And now we move on to the first question. Again, we go clockwise, snake-wise, no crosstalk unless it's the host asking a clarifying question because he's like maybe a little curious sometimes. But otherwise, yeah, clockwise and then snake-wise. Okay, so we're going to start it off with just, laying the foundations. Okay, where is that question? Yes, so we're talking about spirits, angels, demons, etc. The preternatural, if you will, the supernatural, the national? Did I say national? Ultra natural, not national. We're talking about the ultra nationalistic people. Okay, no, we're not.
Freudian slip.
Well, yeah, I got my Freudian slippers on. Okay, for real. Okay, so
coming on.
The topics. Okay, see, it's at the bottom. So if you all forget it, you can read it. It's a little scrolling chyron. Okay, I figure out how to do that. I'm very perspicacious like that, but I will read it as well. Do spirits, in brackets, non-physical entities of any kind exist? In what way? Super chat to choose the next related topic. That's always going to be applied, so I'd have to read that, but you can. It has to be related. That caveat is for K2, so no talking about Confluence's car and the lack thereof of that, okay? So yeah, starting with Big Soda, do spirits non-physical entities? That's how it's being defined throughout this whole discussion. Spirit is just something that is a non-physical thing, but not like math, there's only so many words I can put, but you know what I mean, like a mind, you got what I'm saying. Yeah,
I would say yes. I would say my number one example would be the Holy Spirit, and so obviously spirits would exist if I hold this framework to be true.
That's like cheating, but I'll allow it.
Yeah,
that's cheating. I'll allow it. Futoi, do spirits? Wait, spirit, but that's one spirit technically. If you do spirits, it doesn't say does one spirit. Do spirits exist?
So if I just believe in one in spirit,
if
I have to say no.
If I asked, this is an example of the crosstalk that I warned against. But if I said do gods exist? Would you say yes to that? You'd probably say, well, no. What? Well, that's the question is, it doesn't say does at least one spirit. Yeah, do spirits exist?
I would say yes, because then angels would exist. And so for me to say no, that would mean either I believe in just the Holy Spirit existing, or I believe in no spirits existing. So I would count angels as a form of spiritual being. So I would say obviously they exist.
Based
obviously
Redfield.
Capital O.
Good to see you. Rage Page. You came just in time. We just started. There was a lot of behind the scenes talk at the start of this. Futoi, in 30 seconds or less, do spirits exist?
I would say yes, but I don't know in what form or how. But to add to the conversation, I'd say that there's energy going around your brain, right?
What's that?
And if you take away all the biological stuff, you're left with that energy. Right,
my bad.
Your brain, and energy can't be created or destroyed. Right, so if energy can't be created or destroyed, and once your biological form dies, well, that energy continues on because it can't be created or destroyed. It can only transform into something else.
I'll hit you up this weekend.
Mute him.
Witty, I think you're talking to somebody else, I think. Okay. Mel.
Did you guys get to hear it?
I heard it. Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I said I'm a materialist, so no, I don't think that there's any sort of non-material being that can exist. However, I am an empiricist. So if you had a way that this spirit could act on this world or universe in any way, then we could probably test that with a hypothesis and look for evidence. But until then, it seems like things like origin of life, evolution, and consciousness, as Futoi just alluded to, are all things that are becoming increasingly well understood through scientific empiricism.
Okay. Great. Keelan?
This is something I don't really think about that often. I think that mind and material things are separate, though. So I would say I would be open to the possibility of spirits existing. However, I don't know if I could be convinced that spirits can exist who can interact with the physical world if they are not at least partly physical. So I think that's where the sticking point for me would be.
Okay, valid. H-Dog, Alex Mech H-Dog, which it still hasn't changed his profile picture. A little sus.
I haven't seen the picture.
I sent it to you. I hope it. Did I send it to someone else? Oh, I sent it to Ag. Okay. Well, that's better than sending it to a work contact or something. So that's the safest screw up. But 30 seconds or less. Do spirits exist, or what's good?
No.
Is that you have 29 more seconds, or you could secede your time? Cede your time? I don't know.
I cede my time. No.
Bro just speed ran this panel.
Yeah. Okay. The wittiest of all the noggins. Do spirits exist?
Oh yeah, I think so. I agree kind of with Soda in a way. I think there's one Holy Spirit, right? So I think there's one good spirit, and I think the other ones are the fallen angels. So there's a lot of spirits, but one Holy Spirit. And I think a lot of these other ones, though, they do pose and manifest as good things and they come as good spirits, quote unquote. But I think ultimately it's just to deceive people.
Okay, and then we'll end with Confluence. Confluence, what do you think about this question? Well, let me think. So I would say, this is why I go last, so I get to steal everyone else's ideas. So yeah, I agree with Big Soda and Witty Noggins that just on a biblical level, yeah, I would say like angels exist and demons exist and stuff. But then on a different level, when I think of like how these things interact, and I guess this is, I'm stealing a bit off of Keelan here. I think if they interact in the physical world, I'm open that they can physically react. I think that's possible. And I feel like I've had some experiences that lead me to conclude that. I've heard other stuff from other people, but I think the main way they probably interact is through the mind. If they are kind of mental constructs or whatever, I think they do interact. That would be the way they would interact, is in our consciousness. A conscious entity without a body would be interacting with our consciousness. And but what I'm unsure about is if a lot of these things are like actual ontological categories of things, or if they just seem like it. Like it's hard to separate if someone like feels like they have a demon, do they actually have a demon, or is it just some psychological? Yeah, and even like the Jungian, like the collective, subconscious stuff and all that. Like maybe demons are just a product of all the minds working together. I'm not sure. So that's kind of my answer. And now this is the point where we all can start talking at once. Crosstalk ban has been disabled.
I think I like what you said. I agree with that. I think that the battleground is in the mind, right? And so I think the other spirits, the wicked spirits, can they basically like put thoughts in your head. Like I think like where do thoughts come from? Like I know your eyes and your ears like can I guess trickle thoughts in a way. But then you get thoughts that are just out of nowhere, and then I think what they do is they try to deceive you in your mind by getting you to believe things. Which I think we all, at least me, like, I've like noticed things throughout my life. I'm like, I don't know why I think that. You know what I mean? Because every time I do it,
So the first problem I think we run into is, what is the difference between a purely material mind and this supernatural mind that we're talking about? Because I think we're risking a fallacy that's traditionally called God of the gaps, but it basically amounts to filling anything that we don't understand with spiritualism. And so I think a key thing here is like, what would a non-material mind have that we could at least observe in some way that we wouldn't find in an ordinary material mind?
I would say that these assumption of materialism is that we need to be able to observe it for it to like exist, right?
Well, if something doesn't act on the universe in any way, it may as well not exist.
Well, what happens if it acts on the universe, but we can't perceive it?
Because it's avoiding us, or just because we don't have the technology yet?
Sensory capabilities, technology, just
So
generally.
I think you said the right thing there, Soda, because like if you take a three-dimensional object like a ball, right, and you put it on a two-dimensional plane, they're not going to see a ball, right? They can't see a ball because they're two-dimensional. All they'll see is a big dark circle, right, in the two-dimensional plane.
Right, but we would be able to see the dark circle acting in a way that doesn't make sense to us. Like
Right.
the key problem is we've tested a lot of this stuff and we just can't find anything to point to it.
But we are testing the wrong thing, right? We can't do a physical test to find a non-physical. Like if we're defining spirits here as non-physical entities, then there is no physical test you could do to prove a non-physical entity, right?
And
that's one of the problems.
If that's the case, then there's no reason to talk about proof at all at that point.
Well, it kind of moves to a different kind of proof in a way. Like what do we do with all the people that have had experiences? And so, yeah, we're kind of leaving maybe some empiricism behind, but there is a sum total of anecdotes. Like if we talk to even a lot of like Christians, a lot of Christians have some story of like some like demonic encounter that they've had, right? And this seems to span like space and time. Not every Christian, but a lot of different faiths have the same type of stuff. Do we chalk all that up to psychological stuff, that they're all just like making something up, or they're mentally ill? Or is there like enough stuff where we're like, maybe there's something like going on here?
I think it's possible to remark that the mind is capable of great things, especially because a lot of these religions disagree. And my second piece of evidence where you can induce a lot of these experiences with psychedelics. And that's important to understand how it works.
Can I ask a question? So,
Sure.
How does materialism explain the existence of cognition or consciousness?
I mean, that's a very complex explanation. The best way to say it is that our brains are very complex
So
computers.
it was a trick question. The answer is materialism doesn't.
No, it does.
It doesn't.
So, for one thing, if you have memory and you have the ability to recall that memory, that's a really great start to having consciousness. Can we agree there?
Can you explain memory in physical terms for me?
Yeah, it's the ability to store and recall information without losing.
Okay, so
data
what is the
around it.
material that creates memory?
Your
Or the information.
Still doesn't explain what memory is.
It's the ability to recall or to store and recall information without.
What's the information?
Well, for our brains, it seems like it can be mostly anything. If
Experience.
we're
What is
talking
it?
about a computer, we're talking about electrical binary signals.
Yeah,
It's
but
an
like,
experience.
Experiences, right? For humans.
I don't.
Sorry, one
Well-
question at a time.
kind of the point with this is that there are places where physicalism falls apart because there aren't like known physical properties of thought or cognition or consciousness, right?
There are.
No,
Like for
there
one
aren't.
thing, we can use the mirror test to find that some animals are actually probably self-aware.
And that gives you
Mm-mm.
physical stuff that consciousness is made out of.
But
Well,
you're doing
usually-
you're doing a test that's that you're using a physical test, right, to determine like the they're not physical, right? So you're saying, well, if they physically act like this, and then they physically act like this, you know what I'm
I just
saying?
want to point out at the beginning, though, I did say like we risk filling in gaps of our own knowledge with saying, oh, it must be a spirit or something.
Yeah, so my point is that you're
But that's
filling
what you're
gaps
doing,
with
right?
your knowledge with
Yeah.
it must be technology that we haven't invented yet, which is just
Not
a different
really.
type of God.
I'm saying there's 99% of this is understood with empiricism and science and materialism, and therefore I expect the next 1% to be explained.
And I'm not filling in gaps because I don't have another answer. I'm saying that
Sorry,
Um,
why would you expect that materialism would answer the other questions when we have Gödel's incompleteness theorem that's like one system can't answer every question?
Because we don't need a singular system to explain it. We're
Just
capable of
because-
understanding things as a multi-system analysis.
So are you a dualist or a physicalist?
Sorry, what? I coughed. I couldn't hear what you said.
Are you a dualist or a physicalist?
Materialist, but yeah, no, I'm not a dualist.
Hey, Brandon, how's it going?
Okay, so I'm like confused on how we understand consciousness materially. I don't think we do.
I think of it as like a virtual space that we cognitively exist in. It's the same sort of space that allows you to like imagine a cartoon that then you can turn into a real cartoon. In that
circular
space,
reasoning.
the information can be configured in any such way that anything can be represented. That space is internal. There is no external manifestation to that, and that is a very complex result of neurons and that type of stuff. But because we have that virtual space, or you can call it the imagination space, we're able to imagine things like God. We're able to imagine things and have these collective experiences, which partly or probably been fueled by psychedelics or things like diets, famines, the idea that if you have something that's using reasoning, but can't use enough reasoning to understand something, it might resort to something more superstitious, like I press this lever and I get a reward. It actually makes a lot of sense when you understand behavior.
Confluence, I think I'm explaining this wrong. I think you understand what I'm trying to say better than I do.
Okay, let me ask you something. Do you think superstition is something that could be explained as like a natural instinct to humans?
Superstition, could it be explained as a natural instinct? I think the
Yeah.
best you can do is say that it's like a
or paranoia.
side effect of other things in evolution that were beneficial.
Because particularly like the more religious you are, the more that you have like a doctrine and dogma that you believe in, the more that you believe that those other people are wrong.
See, I'm not religious. I'm saying that science and empiricism and materialism is dogmatic.
I don't know. I would change it to not say it's so much a biological evolution, but more of a cultural evolution.
I'm curious about you calling it dogmatic. Would anything that's dogmatic test its assumptions?
Does science test the assumption that everything is physical?
Yes.
Yes.
How does it do
No,
that?
wait, excuse me. Parapsychology is the only branch that does that, and they get shit on all the time, even when it's peer reviewed, even when no one takes it seriously. It's called the pseudoscience.
Non-physical.
They have. I've explained this before. No one takes it seriously. I've said this. Even with like random number generators with people influencing them, it's statistically significant. It's a small amount, but it is statistically significant that people can influence it in a very small way. It's not taken serious by anyone. The Wikipedia page calls it a pseudoscience. And it's like, and that's crazy because again, that the p-value is better than some drugs that we prescribe to people. That's when me and you, Alex, have talked about that before.
Yeah,
It troubles me because it's a legitimate thing that we know is happening, and yet, but no one, because all of the science has to start axiomatically. It just does, and I think Keelan would agree. And that axiom is that the physical world is the only world that exists. And as soon as you go outside that and try to do anything parapsychological, you're seen as a crackpot. It's called pseudoscience, and you just get like blacklisted. Even when you're doing like legit research. And again, I will say there is stuff. I just want to be clear. I'm not like a crazy person like Dr. Emoto mentioned this before. His water experiments, I think those are bullshit. I think he tried his best, but I think there's some skill issues involved there. So I'm not saying like, I'm talking about legitimate, like actual, like peer-reviewed parapsychological journals that actually do good work. They still get blackballed.
But the reason that we can't, the broken clock issue is the same reason that we can't just take some good results and then say like, this must be something we have to then come up with a new axiom from. You're right that it's axiomatic, but the difference between something that's axiomatic and dogmatic is that dogma doesn't test its assumptions. It doesn't test its axioms. Science does, and has gotten more refined at doing that. So how does fall for
what's an example of science testing its axioms? Where do you see that happening?
So like thermodynamics are tested all the time to this day.
Those aren't axiomatic though, right?
The laws of thermodynamics are purely an axiom. Yes.
I think the concept of
I don't. Maybe
taken literally 100% of the time. They're an axiom.
Maybe I'm going to punt to the resident Phil bro here, Brandon. An axiom is something that is like an unprovable like foundation. You can prove the laws of thermodynamics, right?
Yes, but I don't think it's.
Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm in Publix. Can you hear me?
I think you're adding.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you, Brandon.
Okay. Well, now I can't hear. Okay, I might have to jump off, but I mean, it depends on what domain you're talking about. In a general sense, you can think of an axiom as a starting assumption or some sort of starting proposition that you're taking for granted. I might have to jump down. I cannot. Every time I unmute myself, I can't hear you guys.
No,
so if we take that, right, it's a starting assumption, but the laws of thermodynamics are not, right? They're like they're discovered things, right? They're not just
they're starting assumptions.
What's the assumption?
Well, if I do any chemistry, any science to do with physics or anything that would involve the laws of thermodynamics, I usually take for granted that they are true. I don't prove that the laws of thermodynamics are true while doing my adjacent experiment, right?
That's because they've already been proven. That's because they've already been proven to be true. An axiom is something that is not a provable thing.
Doesn't form axioms until we can be highly confident that they are true. That's why you have confidence intervals and p-values, the things you were just complaining about.
I just don't. That's not. Yeah, to me, that's not the definition of an axiom. But maybe Brandon's right that we're talking different domains. But even if we like Google. Like what? Like the definition of an axiom
behind this too. That's what I'm saying. Is like even in the domain of philosophy, this holds true.
An axiom so obvious it doesn't need to be argued. Used as a foundation for reasoning. Example: all men are mortal.
Right. See, so that's right. So the laws of thermodynamics are emphatically not that. They're not like self-evidently true. It's like we have the laws of thermodynamics because we have tested enough stuff that we're like, okay, we think that these are like laws.
They are
They're
to
not
anyone
just like
who's taken a physics course.
exactly, which means they're not axioms.
So actually,
Like what you just confirmed it by you saying you have to take a course to know it's not an axiom.
Do you think an engineer, again, do you think an engineer tests the laws of thermodynamics every time they go to make a bridge?
No, it's because people have tested them before. It doesn't mean an axiom is something that's like an unprovable thing that you're like grounded on.
In the scientific community, they're considered obvious.
It doesn't matter what's obvious. Doesn't mean axiomatic though, right? Like I would say it's obvious. It's obvious that I'm seeing. It's obvious that I'm seeing a Furby on my screen right now. That's not axiomatic that I'm seeing a Furby on my screen, right? That doesn't make any sense.
Box Furby, and as far as trademarks go, this would not qualify as a real Furby. So
okay, I see a Furby adjacent figure on my screen right now.
I think you're
and it's obvious. It's not axiomatic that I'm seeing that, right?
I think you're dwelling in subjectivity. So here is the issue, and science tries to eliminate subjectivity.
What's wrong with subjectivity?
And it fails. It fails at eliminating subjectivity. So all of science is subjectivity.
Subjectivity is the universe.
Yeah, subjectivity is not a dirty word. All of empiricism relies on subjectivity. Literally, all of it. Right?
Axiomatic, foundational, natural logic, unquestioned starting point, dogma, rigid, dismissive, opinionated, unwillingness to question at all. So there's your difference.
Like saying, I think by that definition, science is not dogmatic. It's questioning all the time.
It's completely materialist. It refuses to be anything but materialist. That makes it dogmatic.
Well, that's because it's the only thing that can be tested and proven.
Demonstrate something. As axiomatic as we treat the laws of thermodynamics to be, if you can come up with proof that at the Newtonian level, by the way, Newtonian physics, that the laws of thermodynamics somehow do not apply, then people will have to question that. You will basically overturn all of the scientific community. One way to prove that would be a free energy device, right? Because under the laws of thermodynamics, you can't have a free energy device. Many have tried, but the laws of thermodynamics have held true. So therefore, we believe in them.
The thing is, sorry, go ahead.
Just one point of clarification, right? The reason why science mostly accepts only like physicalist type things is because it's the only things that can be proven through science. Anything else they try to prove, huh?
That's not the reason. It's just because physicalism won out, right? Because people stopped believing.
Can you prove? Yes, because there's no evidence for it.
No, that's I just give examples.
There's no hard evidence for it.
What do you mean by hard evidence?
Saying it's not physical. It's not physical, so it doesn't make sense. That's circular.
Yeah, this is a weird me and Keelan agreement here.
So there is demons or there's no demons.
I guess let me ask a question, right?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out.
There's a saying: a broken clock is right twice a day, right? What about a fully operational clock that's just off by 5 hours? Will it ever be right?
Somewhere.
No.
But broken
somewhere, like in all time zones, then sure, yeah.
Broken just means it's not the hands aren't moving. Like that's the extent of that thought experiment.
I understand.
You're just warping it.
The point is, even something broken can still be a statistical anomaly, meaning show some level of like survivorship that you wouldn't normally expect to see in a completely random type thing. But that doesn't mean that it's actually not broken, right?
Right, but that's why you try to replicate it, right?
Right.
But science literally blackballs all of these journals that are peer-reviewed journals that try to replicate these things. What is that beyond some type of physicalist bias?
First of all,
they're not even open to like thinking that could even be a possibility.
I think you're confusing standards with blackballing. Yes, there is elitism. It's not within the scientific. The issues aren't within the scientific method itself. It's more to do with how academia is treated on the side of getting your research passed and getting grants for and stuff like that.
No,
So
I'm not. That's an issue too, but I'm not complaining about that. I'm saying that like with like the way that science broadly sees stuff like parapsychological research, they deny it. They don't even look at it. They don't care about it. It doesn't matter how many times it's done. It doesn't matter what the p-value is. They don't give a fuck. They on its face, they just reject it because it doesn't align with their axioms, which is physicalism.
Well, then you have to prove that those axioms are something that can't be relied on. So you
would have to prove that physicalism is the axiom it's never been. That's why it's an axiom. That's why we're talking about axioms. Physicalism is not an axiom that has ever been proven. Obviously, physicalism is truly axiomatic.
But the axioms are wrong. Then you have to go back to showing that the axioms themselves can't be relied on.
You can't show an axiom is wrong. You can't like either prove or disprove an axiom.
You should be able to.
Well, then it's not an axiom anymore, though.
No, you're thinking of dogma again.
No, I'm not thinking of dogma. I'm thinking of axioms.
Confluence. If there was any sort of spirit or God or anything, just being broad because the whole panel's here, don't you think there'd at least be some sort of evidence, some sort of mark that it leaves on somewhere in the universe that we should at least be able to find?
Any mark it left wouldn't be good.
Because what's the point of believing in something that can't act on this universe in any way?
I feel like that's a pivot, which is fine. I don't think you're doing it in a bad way.
Jesus.
But just in terms of what we're talking about, we can put a pin in this, but just in terms of what we're talking about, I think the point is that all of these fields, I mean, I'm a psych major, which means that and $2 will get me a cup of coffee. Okay. So it doesn't mean anything, but this is something I noticed in psychology, that it has set axioms depending on what school you go to. They're very different than like other schools. So like if you go to like a school that's like very like secular and is following like behavioralism, that's their axioms, that like that really your brain states, they're all functions of the only thing that we ought to care about is your actual behavior. And that there's nothing. So all the Jungian stuff, the Freudian stuff, the Adler stuff, that all gets kind of left in the dust. But there you can go and get a same degree that's just as valid from like a school that does respect Jung, and you will get a totally different degree. And it's all just depends on what axioms you accept. If you accept possible things, you come to different conclusions about how you should do therapy, how you should do medication, all this stuff, right? And those are axioms that you can prove. You can only prove them to the extent of their utility, right? But you can't prove if it's true or not, right?
Did you have any experience with the hard sciences, with like testing things that are based in like physics or math, basically? Because psychology is soft science.
Sure, yeah. For my first year, I was trying to be a math and physics major. Then after the first year, my first year was just full of math and physics courses. Then after that, I was like, I don't want to do this. And then I went to philosophy, and then I realized I don't want to do that. And I went to psychology and religion with a minor in
you learn the history, though, of like how Da Vinci, people thought he was crazy. The people who thought that the earth rotated around the sun were crazy. And then they found a way to prove that, no, we actually need to pay attention to this. And
yes, that's empiricism in action, but that's not axioms. Nothing what you're saying is axioms.
You don't think a law of thermodynamics is axiomatic? Okay, we got it. We're done with this.
Sorry, guys. The demons were messing with my internet.
The demons don't want us to talk about this. And we have a... Oh, man, I can't believe I'm forced to say this. Oh, it hurts me. It pains me so much. Marilyn is God. It's true. It's true.
It's true. She's got it.
Got it. Marilyn is God.
Hey, Johnson.
Just to, I guess, from the point I was trying to make is science. I mean, there's plenty of scientists who are dogmatic in the idea of physicalism, but that's not what it's supposed to be, and that's not what it is for most of them, right? Like, the reason why they really only rely on physical things is because that's all that we can measure. That's the only things we can measure with any of our tools, with any of our senses, with any of our whatever, in a predictable and reliable, repeatable way. Those are things that science requires to say that something is real. If things give us on again, off again patterns we can't explain why through measurements or tests, then we have to assume that whatever we think is causing it is not the cause. and we put that on the table. We leave it on the table for a while until we develop some new technology and we retest again. But it's if you take apart like the concept of measurement as a constraint on science, it ceases to exist. And that's one of the reasons why things like spiritualism is typically ignored or avoided, is because most claims can't be tested repeatably. And even when they can, there's no cause found.
Well, that shouldn't matter though. If science wasn't so omnicuct, that shouldn't matter.
But
If a phenomenon is occurring, then that should be relevant. It should be something that is taken note of and not just dismissed as if it's made out of whole cloth, right?
Sure, but how do we negotiate causation versus correlation if we just have to assume that something is causal?
That's why we have p-values, brother.
Why? Yeah, but the p-values don't determine cause.
No, they if something is, well, I mean, what would you then? You have to come up with a hypothesis, like.
Sure.
If you're doing, yeah, but you don't need to know like some chicanery is afoot, like the good type of chicanery.
Sure.
Like, like at least if science all I want science to say with the parapsychological stuff I'm talking about is just to say, yeah, something is happening here, right? It's not just like publication bias, or there's so much cope that they try to do, even though the people who say it do like the most publication bias out of anyone else. It's like, I just wish they would say, yeah, something spooky or not what we would expect is happening here, and we're not exactly sure what it is. That's fine. I'm not asking them to be like, oh, okay, well, fucking spirits exist or like ESP exists. I'm not asking that. But I don't like that. It's constantly blackballed. It's constantly dismissed. It's constantly called a pseudoscience.
Like charlatans to create reasons to do all sorts of crazy shit. Like it's not like these things that can't be provable, that can't be measured, that can't be tested, don't cause all sorts of problems when they're introduced into science in any way.
Exactly.
Sure,
you see what you're doing? You're like Fauci pilled right now in a way where it's like you want to conceal truth for like the greater good, right? Like that's what you're saying these scientists are doing. Which is like, that's crazy.
Yes, something you have no true knowledge.
Yeah, but don't say no. Don't say no. If you see a study, be honest about that study and be like, yeah, it's suggesting something that we can't explain. We don't know why we're getting. No, I mean, like I said, if you look up parapsychology, I could pull up right now. The top thing on Wikipedia is calling it a pseudoscience. It's not a pseudoscience under any definition of pseudoscience.
Hold on. Is Wikipedia the scientific community?
Ooh.
It's a no, but Wikipedia.
Headshot.
The point is, if you look at any other field, they don't call it a pseudoscience.
Let me say this, okay?
So a broad amount. I'm just giving Wikipedia as kind of like a low resolution look of how the scientific community broadly sees parapsychological research.
Yeah, that's how society treats it. It's not how science.
It is how scientists. If you don't know that, Alex, you haven't looked into this enough. Not some scientists, the vast majority of scientists.
I think Alex is actually kind of based here.
Hey,
Alex is anti-based. Okay.
Ignore it, okay? Because it makes no difference to me. It can't be measured. It can't be tested. I've been provided. It's like claims of seeing aliens.
Misuse of the term metaphysics. Misuse to Sticker Johnson. Absolute misuse. L to Sticker Johnson. Okay. L to it's like semantic overload, but like in a bad way.
If I understand Alex correctly, it sounds like he's separating science and physicalism, which is kind of based, in my opinion.
Yeah, science should not fall into a physicalistic mindset, but it does for some people because they forget the reason why.
I'm not a retard, Testy. I know the etymology of the word metaphysics. Get on panel, Testy. I'm gonna find a way to like force you. Can I do that in StreamYards? Can I force someone to panel up? I'm gonna see if I can real quick.
You have to pay $100.
He wants to twist your temperature down here.
I want to rip them clean off. Okay.
Just so I understand, are you talking about, Colin, are you talking about like things like psychic abilities and
yes,
And if you're studying this sort of stuff, it's seen by scientists as woo-woo.
Yes, and even when this research is done in peer-reviewed journals with proper methodology that shows p-values that are unexpected, it still gets called a pseudoscience. So I agree with what Keelan is saying.
Confluence, did you see Brandon's comment?
What does p-values that are unexpected mean?
Like in the same way, like
higher than you would expect them to be.
By who?
Results?
Like with a chance, right? Like that's how all p-values work.
He's saying that if you take raw chance or raw chance of predicting that something is something, and somebody has a higher than 50-50 or higher than even 60-40 in terms of their predictions, it should indicate something.
But nobody
most science will just reject it outright as.
But these things haven't had high p-values. And here's another thing, is that again, like if
you want a low p-value, right? You want a low p-value.
Low p-value, high confidence interval. So here's the thing: is that when we go to like actually test these things and isolate all other variables, key thing there, right? Like you can't have controlled and uncontrolled. You can't have controllable variables that are uncontrolled. So, like there's, it's more than just like, oh, does this thing happen or not when we test for it? There's a null hypothesis as well that gives us the opposite side of things, right? So if this isn't true, then this should be true, and then we can test for that too. And all the times in these situations, the null hypothesis pans out to be true. That's how we know. We're not in the type 2 error.
Not in the stuff I'm talking like that. What you're saying is valid, but I'm saying there is research that obviously accounts for these like basic stuff that everyone learns if you're like studying science, right? And it doesn't go in that direction. And to address Brandon's comments, I was asked to do so. Scientists may have metaphysical biases, but IMO science itself is metaphysically neutral. Not true. It's just the study, explanation, prediction of phenomena. The phenomena could be physical / mental, both, etc. This is not the case. I mean, you can't. I mean, even Brandon, for like a low resolution take, right? Science assumes that the world is fundamentally stable. When we're doing some test over a period of time, scientists are assuming that that reality is going to somehow maintain and work according to natural laws, right? That is what we're assuming. If you're doing a Tylenol test, you're probably thinking that you're not assuming that like the person that you're doing the test on is going to be replaced with a clone. You're assuming that there's like some stability that consists over time.
I got to stop you for, do you know why p-value is the real mean squared of the confidence intervals from all the sets of data that you collect? So that way that doesn't happen. So you can't
what doesn't happen?
I had a blank there, but like, I know this for a fact that like, sorry, say what you were saying again, but like, I've learned this. I've learned that you can't fall into this trap with science because
I was saying that science, like even I was saying, and I agree, this is a low res take, but the fact that science sees like basic like cause and effect, and they assume that will continue to happen, that is axiomatic. That is a metaphysical. That's not metaphysically neutral. You can't claim that's and this is weird for Brandon to claim this.
But because
it's not, we're talking about axioms. We're talking about metaphysics at least in this comment. Like not like you and me, we're not talking about this. But what Brandon is talking about is metaphysics.
Until you have data showing that something won't act that way, it's fair to assume otherwise. And if your assumptions pan out to be false in your data, that will affect your p-value because of the real mean square and the fact.
Okay, so okay. First of all, so the science does have metaphysical biases. You're just saying they're justified biases.
No, let me ask you something. Let me ask you
just
something
justified.
I have a serious question, and I already asked this, but don't you think that if anything metaphysical that you allude to has the capability of acting on this world and on this universe, on the reality that we live in, that there would be evidence of it that we could find?
There is evidence. It's called parapsychological research. Okay. It's very small. That's why it's really inconsequential. That's why
all the environmental variables that could give you a different result other than totally random. Guess what? the results are random.
No, yeah. Tell me you haven't looked into it for real. If you haven't, without telling me, okay. If you want to like pull up an AI summary, then yeah, you're gonna get some nonsense. If you actually look into the data, you might be surprised, Mel. You might be surprised.
By a black box, bro.
You called me out, and then you fucking bring me on, and I'm just sitting here.
Sorry, Testy.
No.
I brought you on to cuck you so you could watch Testy. That's why I brought you on.
Whatever you're talking, like I did join late, but like. Yeah, okay, so what I said in chat is, and I don't know why you think it's cucked. Every time etymology serves your purpose, you'll be like, oh yeah, you look at the root of the word. But what is metaphysics? Give me a definition of what metaphysics is.
No, first of all, okay, wait, you said two things there. First of all, I love etymology, but there also is something called the etymological fallacy, and we have to be aware of both of those things. And I've called them out both times. I do the same thing when Christians talk about a fetus, and in Latin, well, it means a young person and whatever. And I call that out. That doesn't mean anything to the argument.
I'll retract that one. I was taking
But I do love etymology, and yeah, metaphysics means beyond physics. That is literally from an etymological point of view, it means that. Definitionally, it can mean a couple different things. Right.
So science, yeah. So science, it can only study physical things. Did you agree with that?
I don't. Possibly.
Alex convinced me otherwise.
There has to be something physical that science can only be able to study it.
Well, no. Yes and no. Like no, I think I would say no, because then I would. Okay. Right. Because I'm thinking about like brains and stuff and mind states. I don't think a mind state. I'm not going to concede that a mind state is physical, right?
So this is actually where science. This is actually where there is a break in a difficult time for science, because things like mind states can't really be accounted for through purely physical measurements.
So
they are aware of that. But we also know for a fact that mind states exist because we see them all the time. We experience them all the time. So it's something that we know we need to discover more to understand. It's not something that
we are discovering these things. I talked about this last time with Neuralink. So you can think of an image of like a flower, and they know what you're thinking of, or there's like certain things that they can detect where they can quote unquote read your mind. So that type of technology is getting closer. I don't think it's not a 1-for-1. It's not like they can, it's not like a video of your conscious state where you can like look at your thoughts or something. But there is an implication, at least, that's sort of like I would say that that science can't really address metaphysical claims. Like it's not what you're asking. It's like it's a different field altogether.
It's not a different field. That's where your use of metaphysics is omnicucked. That's the problem. And also, wait, briefly, I have to grab us in. So 2 orders of housekeeping. One is a request that Mel change your name to High P Value. Mel, if you will acquiesce to that request, I would be very grateful. So High P Value, and also, it's Marilyn.
Hey, goddess.
And
Hi, you guys.
I can still hear all of you.
I'm good and irritated too.
Merlin, I have a question. I have a question, Merlin.
What?
Why did you kill my dog?
Kill your dog. I didn't kill your dog.
You did. You're God. You killed my dog. You let my good dog die.
My good dog died last year too. It's not. It's gonna be okay. Your dog's gonna be just fine.
You know what?
The
You're
dog
right.
is
You're right.
okay. He's safe,
This
and
was
you'll
my
see him
dog.
again real soon.
I want to ask Confluence when he gets back. I want to ask him for a scientific test that is capable of detecting something that is not physical. If he's saying that it can somehow, he's not saying. I know he can hear me, which is even better.
Is Confluence saying that the metaphysical things are
He's saying they are real, but science dismisses them because it's cucked.
I don't think science dismisses them. It's that there's a lack of evidence.
Well, Wikipedia says it's a pseudoscience.
So what is a pseudoscience?
Fake science.
That would the pseudo does mean fake or pretend or something. So it does make sense.
I was going to ask you really quick. So let's say that let's say that despite everything, Neuralink and all this other stuff, we never find a way to actually like replicate the mind through what we see or can image or can test. What would that indicate, do you think?
So
that would be normal and just do it naturally.
I can answer in two ways. I'll try and be direct. I think that god damn it, I just spilled my coffee.
I did that to you with my mind, Steve. Get fucked. You don't believe metaphysics? Fucking did that.
No,
I'm irritated about a few things. Like, do y'all believe truth is a reality? Like it's real, truth is, or even moral objectivity, like not subject, but objectivity of morals and truth.
That's very deep.
Finish this conversation first.
I don't think it makes sense.
No, because it will help. It will help understand what we cannot see.
I would posit that science doesn't deal with in the realm of morality. Like there's despite Sam Harris's attempt, I think and again, this is why I would say that it's asking fundamentally different questions, because when you're dealing with claims of like the metaphysical, there's room for those types of things, but you're never gonna like find morality under a microscope type of thing. Like, so I just I don't know.
Well, that's why I want to answer Testy. He is taking his shots while I'm taking my pee, which is valid, and but I want to respond now. Oh yeah, the p value was actually quite high. The volume was quite large, yes. But I think you can. I don't see why can't you test? And simple examples is like the manipulation of random number generators, stuff like ESP. Right? These are things.
Random number generator, though. You accept that, right?
What? I accept what?
You accept that there's no truly random number generator. That's like a known.
Well, no, that's not a known thing. Using atmospheric noise, for example, right? Or even in like cryptographic context, they use like lava lamps and stuff, and like different and pendulums swing against other pendulums.
Lava lamps are deterministic. You can't use that. But you're right about cosmic radiation. They do use that, but that's really complicated technology, and you have to isolate it from literally every other form of noise because that's deterministic.
Okay, so, Mel, you're being pedantic because the lava lamps are not deterministic in a way that any mind for what we're talking about, which is like something like guessing a number.
Fluid mechanics. It's not that.
You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me, Mel. If you think the human mind is capable of analyzing a series of lava lamps and somehow judging subconsciously a pattern to how they are falling, you think mind is God.
There will be a pattern to a set of numbers that is generated using data points
that humans are picking up on in these trials.
Why does it have to be humans necessarily and not?
Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about humans being able to influence a random number generator, and Mel is saying there's no something about an RNG generator. And it's like,
just take the L on the fact that it's really hard to actually make a true random number generator.
It's hard, but it's completely pedantic for the level of resolution that we're talking on.
Sure. I'll take it at face value.
We're looking at a billion numbers, but we're not for the first billion of a 1,000 lava lamps that you're like using a camera to detect their movement. There's no pattern anyone's picking up. That is absolutely
definitely a pattern.
That's absolutely ridiculous. What you're not listening to what I just said, which is fine. But
for the sake of the conversation, I'll
say it again. For a billion lava lamps, you have a camera on them. This is why they're used in cryptography. That's why a lot of these places don't get hacked, Mel. So if you think you can do it, sound off. You can make billions of dollars. So go do it. Figure out the pattern. No one can. You're arguing like a level of like, well, it's still deterministic, and it's like, sure, it is, but it's a level that no human could possibly ever predict or get.
It's not random then.
I know, but it's random enough that no human could ever possibly. Yes, that's a good way to say it. It's functionally random. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're being a pedant. You're like that's the definition of being a pedant.
So let's say
because we're talking on resolution.
Let me ask you something.
Humans being able to influence something
Your name
random.
Is Confluence. I have a question about Confluence. Don't you think if one thing can generate random numbers and another thing can generate random numbers, pseudo-random, so close to random, perceptively random, that they might have overlap of patterns that occur occasionally.
And you think that's the result of the parapsychological stuff I'm talking about, Mel? Do you truly believe that?
Yeah, the cause, the little bit of deterministic that could easily become amplified by overlap, and this is part of systems theory.
Ladies and gentlemen, the aristocrats, this is what I'm talking about. This is the cope that the atheists will have to go through to dismiss parapsychology.
Can I just say words that are over your head? Were those words above your pay grade? Or
they absolutely that was cope. That was cope. I called you out for pedantry, and at least Testicular Johnson is at least admitting that it's like, yeah, okay, on the level of resolution we're talking about, that stuff doesn't matter.
So we can like move on with whatever, because I did kind of cut you off in the middle of your claim. So yeah, sure. Let's say for the sake of, I think as Mel maybe more cogently or succinctly put it, like perceptively random, or like for our purposes random. Sure.
That's what I think Alex said. Functionally random. Yes.
Sure. Whatever you want. So. I would just say if humans could predict what Mel is talking about, I would think we're God then, for real. Like if we could, that is such a higher claim. Mel is accidentally making a way higher claim that subconsciously in these tests, we are actually figuring out what's happening.
A statistical argument, Confluence. I'm saying that statistically speaking, if you have something that's non-deterministic, at least to some level, and another thing that's non-deterministic, those results will amplify themselves. It's systems theory.
Okay, so can you put this into can you go to the resolution that I'm talking about? That if a human is looking, let's say, at the lava lamp stuff, right, and they're producing, let's say, numbers,
because you're talking about correlation, and correlation is not sufficient. We need causation.
No, you don't. Oh, you don't know how science works. You don't know how science works. That's crazy.
Parapsychology. So, what is your like? Are you saying that science is purposefully? Because all of these things were studied at length, especially during the Cold War, right? Like there are tons of experiments from both the U.S. and Russia where they were trying to find, because they were trying to see if they could do like astral projection to like get secrets from the government, and all of these like telepathic.
First of all, remote viewing. Okay, we gotta be technical here.
Whatever it's called, yeah. Sure. But I'm saying there have been attempts at scientific rigor on these things, and there's as far as I know, a large body of data that can be pulled from. So it's not necessarily that I don't exactly know what you're saying, because they found no evidence. Like, do you believe that these phenomena
they found no evidence?
Is there an example of a real psychic or somebody who can remote view?
I'm saying Project Stargate. I said this to Alex. I don't know if you ever looked through it.
Part of the conversation, so I do apologize if you're retreading.
Let me ask this: would it be
no? This was a few months ago, but yeah, the Project Stargate stuff is all released on the CIA website, and you can say that the studies, maybe they didn't control stuff. That's fine, but no, the studies show like evidence of something parapsychological happening.
So
they could be lying about it. That's fine. They could be lying. There could be like methodological issues. That's all true. But no, to say they didn't find any evidence is absurd if you actually read Project Stargate and the stuff from the CIA's direct website.
Let me just ask something. Don't you think that if people can remote view, which is said to be you're actually being able to look in places that truly exist elsewhere through astral projection, that these people would be able to ascertain knowledge?
Bad definition, but okay. I mean, that's because it's not, you're just conflating like so many terms into one.
Remote viewing is.
Remote viewing is the ability to gain knowledge, right? That's outside of your body in some way.
Well, I'm gaining knowledge outside of my body right now. That's not that's a terrible definition.
That's the worst stuff. That's like every
not
okay. A way more robust definition. I'm going to go with it. Don't you think that
you're not astral projecting? You're not like seeing. That's not how remote viewing works. That's not how it works.
Hey. Well, don't you think we should be able to put, maybe not a number because people can still forget that, but a picture of something inside of a lock sealed box, well away from anybody who we're studying that claims to have this, put it in there, then they can go see what's inside that box, and then have that information with
possibly
results.
And that's what Project Stargate claims. And yeah, like what Angry Amputee could see, brother. Yeah, I mean, they could be lying about it, but there are. If you go through the archives of Project Stargate, it's all been released now. They have claimed to do that. There is papers in Project Stargate where they say they've done that, and they list it all out. Now, I don't know what's happening there. I'm punting to the more modern stuff that's actually like peer reviewed, that shows a lot less. I think the reason it doesn't really raise any like flags is because like it's not that significant. The fact that if you have a person, let's say they go through like a million trials of heads or tails and are trying to influence it, let's say they get it to a point where it's like they get, I don't know, like 6 million heads and 4 million tails or something. Well, that would probably be remarkable, but let's say they didn't even do that. Let's say it's less than that, but it's still like the chance of it happening is like, let's say 1 in 10,000. Then it's like, well, that's not. I'm giving just numbers, just off the dome. I'm not saying these are the numbers. I'm saying let's say it was. That's not necessarily like super useful, is what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that people are like able to. The Project Stargate stuff, the CIA is saying that did happen. Again, you can check the Project Stargate stuff. It's all free for anyone to see on the CIA website. But I'm saying in the parapsychological journals, yeah, the claims are a lot less like useful. I don't know what you'd really do with it. The fact that maybe I could influence a random number generator and maybe I could predict it, better than average. But let's say I predict it over a big enough sample size at 51%. It's hard to find what like the actual use of that would be, right? So it's not a very like useful thing. It's probably not going to get much funding, but I don't think it should be dismissed, is what I'm saying.
So by the way, they did look into how you would get something, and you're right, it's about 51% from the random number generator trials. They looked into how you would get that, and it's exactly the thing I said. You would get exactly 1% on average more quote unquote signal, and that's a generalization here, but more returns from two non-deterministic things that could both ideally generate pseudo-random numbers.
If you get 51% and you can repeatedly show that means something, right? That means something.
It means that they're both pseudo-random and not fully random. That's what I just said. Those two things come together to a 1% increase statistically. That makes sense from a systems analysis.
I think you're being incredibly pedantic because again, at a functional level, none of this would matter. But we also, that's fine. We can go to other things. We can go to things that don't involve.
Right. Instead of using the little stuff, like why don't you bring out the big guns, Con?
Well,
do you guys believe in the Holy Spirit?
I'm not saying that people can cast fireball. Otherwise, I would have fucking burned that Furby alive, like your icon, not you specifically, Mel. Just your image, to be clear. I would have fucking fireballed that shit.
What about the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost? I mean, the topic is
that's a different thing.
Do spirits, non-physical entities of any kind exist, and in what way? Do you believe in the Holy Spirit? The Holy Ghost, or do you not?
Yes, I do.
But for everybody in the panel, should really need to answer it.
Just to be clear,
we already did.
If we go down this topic of conversation, this is essentially a topic change because now we're going to get into like a bunch of like, epistemological stuff that's attached to this. I'm fine with that. I'm just saying if we're done with this particular stream of conversation. I would love to talk about like psychics and all these other types of things where I'm like, these things have attempted to study them, and it's just frustrating because it's not that science, I think, ignores it outright. I do think, like, I'm not saying that like science is perfect. Like, I have issues with what like science is always, or not science, but like universities, their funding is usually trying to like prove something, and what gives like funding is catchy headlines. So if they said like some chemical in celery might cure cancer, like that's a good headline. They're probably going to get more funding. And science is also equally supposed to be disproving things. So we have the replicability crisis or whatever. So they're like, most people don't fund a project to disprove something, right? They're always trying to prove something new. So like, I think that the approach, for me, it's a problem of academia and a problem of the approach that's taken broadly. But in terms of like the topics that are chosen, like if somebody could prove like a psychic ability, or like have some sort of like. I feel like that would be funding for the rest of their fucking life. Like that would be
No, this is the thing. No, but to Saber Johnson, this is the conflation, right? Like, so yes, you have there's like the macro psychic claims, and sure, you have James Randi and you have all these skeptics and stuff, and okay, that's what I'm talking about is the parapsychological stuff, which is again, it's stuff that wouldn't change really much at all. If humans are capable of influencing something on aggregate after millions of trials, let's assume for the sake of argument that they actually can. It's what are you really doing? There's no practicality to that. It's just some weird thing that we don't know what happens, but we know that we're capable of doing like something to do with our mind. We're able to somehow influence some things over millions of trials, right? Let's assume that actually, and our mind is actually doing the cause. It's hard to imagine what the actual use of that would be, is what I'm saying. So I agree. You can't lump it all into one. You can't talk about like psychics and their like insane claims. Like if I did claim to be able to cast a fireball at Mel, then it's fair for you to ask me to do it, right? And if I can't do it, then it's like, okay, well, that's kind of sus. Why aren't you doing it? But the stuff I'm talking about is, again, in the parapsychological journals, which they are there and they can be read through. Not obviously now, but like I'm just saying, if you guys are interested, you guys can check it out and tell me in a different stream why I am so wrong.
Hear me out, Confluence. There's I think I thought of an easy way to explain this, which is, let's say you have an engine, right? And 10 times per second it clicks. It just has this clicky noise. And then you have another engine running 10 times faster. Now, the speed of the engines don't really matter, but the frequency will matter here. And it clicks every 15 seconds. Just numbers don't matter here as much either. They're arbitrary. At some point, those two clicks are going to happen at the same time. And you're going to get a much stronger click from that, right? It's going to seem like a stronger signal. That's where we go from 50%, which is just random, which means there's no predictability, to 51. That's what I mean about the determinism of each system's overlapping at some point and giving you that slight shift in what seems to be orderly direction.
At some point, but Mel, with all due respect, if you think that the examples of the random number generators that we've talked about, that a human is able to pick up, if a human is just either guessing these things, like if we have a series of lava lamps and they end up with all the complexities, they end up being like yes or no, and you think the human mind is either consciously or subconsciously able to detect that in a way that they could get to that 51% over a long enough span to make a p-value that's like, oh, this is like 1 in 1,000, then that's crazy. That's a bigger claim than is what that I'm making.
I'm trying to point out that it's just statistical probability, that anything with a slight amount
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, but that's where the p-values come in. If it's statistically, that's how all science works, right? With all of these stuff.
And the p-values are garbage. I don't know what you're talking about. I looked at the p-values.
I disagree. I don't think they are garbage.
I found a paper that found it with a 0.05% p-value and also was able to isolate the determinism effect that I'm trying to tell you is mathematically unavoidable.
We're talking past each other again. No human mind. If you're making that claim, you are making a more insane claim about how human minds work than I am. If you're saying that humans are capable of figuring this out, like if we're just to be
out though, it's just statistics. It's just going to occur between two pseudo-random, but somewhat deterministic systems.
Okay, there's two things. Maybe this will help clarify. There's two things, right? One thing you could do is try to influence a random number generator, right? And you could then, if you're doing that, you could run a trial where no one is trying to influence at all and do that 1,000 times and see where it lands. And then get people to try to influence it in a certain way, right? And see if there's a change there. That's one type of stat. The other stat is the other way. The other method is the other way, where then you try to guess what that result is. right? And so in the first example, both tests are valid because, again, if humans are either trying or not trying, that shouldn't change anything from what you're saying, right? It's just stats. There should be no variability there. The second one is the human guessing what it is, almost like the Zener card thing, right? A Zener card, if you're guessing, there's 5 of them, you should get it right roughly 20% of the time. If you end up getting 25% of the time over 1,000 trials, that becomes significant at a point. Something is happening there. Maybe there's some chicanery going on, or maybe there's some real thing going on.
But this misunderstands how statistics work, which is
it doesn't.
I lost my point because I was starting to talk about something else. But like, in order to approach 50%, you can't just get 50% from a limited data set. And no data set probably has a high enough resolution to actually get you to that 50% point. It's calculus. You're always going to be approaching 50% the bigger your data set gets. The 51% data statistic that you're citing has to do with you can only get a big enough sample size of people who claim to even have that ability in the first place.
That doesn't.
That's kind of true, though. You would approach.
No, that's literally not true.
The larger amount of data that you have.
No, you got. This is Mel. You keep like punting. You try to claim authority on stats, but you're statistically wrong here. You're both wrong. If you can take like for a fair coin flip. Okay, let's assume we have a fair coin flip. There is an amount of times you can flip that coin if you're trying to get heads, and let's say it's a fair coin, right? Fair coin is going to be 50-50. There's an amount of times you could flip that coin where if it lands on heads 51% of the time, that is nigh a miracle. That is like
I agree. The more you will approach that 50%. And you know what?
You have to flip the coin at least 100 times before you can get 1%, because a 1% deviation from it might be 50 times, but a 1% deviation from 50% can only occur after that many times. The sample size of one. Listen. I don't
disagree.
I'm not done. I know I cut you off, but I'm not done. The sample size of one gives you either 100% or 0% accuracy, and you can only approach 50% from there as your sample size gets bigger.
Yes, and I'm saying if you do that, let's say 1 billion times, and then you end up with it being 51%, and you do it 1 trillion times, and it's still 1 billion. Like if we take this to absurdity, right? If we're stats minded, if you do 1 trillion coin flips, and it's still, well, that's my thing. Let's say it's not. Let's say it's 51. Then something's going on.
I would agree. Yeah, that would be like
non-deterministic systems.
That's the whole point. The whole point is if there is some mind thing that is somehow influencing either you being able to know what the coin is ahead of time or influencing the outcome.
No, all that tells us is that all that tells us is that we can't generate purely random code. Just like I can't have a purely random thought. It's always connected to a different thought or sense.
Okay, so you're not even engaging in my hypothetical. My hypothetical was specifically if you had a fair coin and you flipped it enough times, and it shows up heads 51% of the time, and you do that enough times, then that becomes extreme. Yeah. Yes, that's yes.
I would argue you would see that 1% disappear if it was truly random.
Okay, I'm saying if it didn't, then that would be evidence of something.
Prove it, science boy.
It's a hypothetical.
Science boy.
Do you at least agree, Mel, that the 51%? Because it sounds like you're saying 51% doesn't mean anything. 51%, if you know stats, if you do enough trials, 51% can mean everything. It can mean everything. It just depends on how many trials you're doing.
You haven't approached your limit.
No, it doesn't mean that. Okay, or you know what? And Mel, you have a name change. This was a hot minute ago, but Confluence is spurging out already on the first prompt. Jesus Christ! A testy change. Oh wait, did you? No, this is an old one. I thought
this guy. Yeah, all right, go ahead.
There was a new name change. Never mind. Thought there was a Mel name change. My bad. Oh wait, no, testy John. No, that's for you. Yeah, concept fallacy.
We're doing that now.
Yeah, concept fallacy. This was like a good 15 minutes ago. So
Lux, I mean, I feel like you should ask for more.
Okay, €2. Oh, the euro fancy.
Thank you, Futoy.
And I will change my name to Science Boy, okay?
I thought that was funny. Science boy.
I also kind of see where Mel's coming from, because like I would bite the bullet and be like, okay, in this hypothetical, but you're also kind of saying that, like, if I were correct, then would I not be correct? And it's like because the coin flip is a very easy example, right? Because there's one of two outcomes, and it's easy. It's like an easy one to understand. But like, here's my data set. So I used to work I used to work at Home Depot, and during the fall and the winter, I used to get stuck at the back till, and nobody's doing home renovations during winter. So I could go like a whole 4 or 5 hour shift without talking to a single person. And I would get so fucking bored because I was back there that I literally started flipping a quarter, and I started like, jotting down the result of each one. I did this exact experiment. I flipped that coin hundreds of times, and sure enough, the more I flipped it, the closer it was to 50%. Which is, I know it's like that's the most anecdotal thing you could ever do, but it's just funny because like that is what happens, right?
No, of course that's what happens.
Right.
The
So
question is,
I understand what you're asking. And I would. I know Mel is not, but I'm agreeing with you that yes, if that were the 51%, to me, there is an implication, because that is damn near like a miracle in terms of like the statistical outcome. If you flipped it like 1 billion times and you did 51%, then I'm gonna be like, yeah, that is like a statistical outlier. Like that is probably.
What about somebody who's like anti-lucky?
You're gonna approach that 50%, which I would also tend to agree. So it's like there might be something there. It's not necessarily proof of something, but like in the hypothetical you've constructed, I would be willing to say that yes, then maybe there is something. And I would say, like, also if they're not flipping it themselves, because there are like you can
people can flip something.
Yeah, like you can control it. You start on heads, and you have the technique, like you can influence things consciously. So yeah, if you like say somebody else flips the coin or whatever, so you know it's random in that regard, and it's landing on the floor, it's not in someone's hand, like whatever, you can control for whatever variables that you can't control for. I would agree, but the wall that you're hitting is that this evidence does not exist, and you're saying that like even with this Stargate project, and I'll read into it because I am ignorant of this. This is the first I've heard of it, but I'm seeing here like that they, at least from the review of the Wikipedia, that they discontinued it because kind of what you were saying, like it wasn't really like in terms of the application of it, they weren't really sure, and they're saying that like they couldn't really tell one way or the other.
Yeah, they claim the papers and I mean they're not. I'm not saying even in Stargate they're robust. There's a lot of stuff that they just say insane stuff has happened. Yep. And yeah, like stuff being people looking into boxes, the exact thing I think Mel said, and reading numbers, and I don't know, like because I don't know, we're just seeing papers. I don't know how tight the controls were. If that stuff is true, then yeah, it's crazy. I guess I'm just trying to say that just because something's 51%, we can't dismiss that. It depends on the p-value, right? It depends on the how many sample sizes you're doing, and then what's the likelihood of that happening or not.
So to me, I would say that this research has been done. There has been lots of research on this. Granted, most of it is from the 60s and like 70s when the Russians and the US like had their thing, and now obviously some of this stuff is getting declassified. But like, I would say that it's not that science is like willfully ignoring these things. It's that every time that they are approached and they've tried to study these things, it's just they have not found evidence of it.
That's just not true. That's just not true.
Use science to prove non-physical things, because science only deals in the realm of
if those non-physical things can influence your non-physical mind. I think the mind or the soul or whatever I have, I think I have a part of me.
Observed, it can be documented, it can be studied.
Be evidence.
If it's non-physical, then there's no way for science to address that.
I am non-physical, Testy. I am non-physical. That's what we started with. The axioms of science. They treat everything as physical. I think I am a being that has a body and has a immaterial part to myself.
Science is the study of the physical world.
To be clear, scientists have talked about like dualism for a while. And
what did you say to someone who's anti-lucky? Like they can never.
But you know what? Like
I just don't think that exists.
Science can prove dreams, right? And dreams aren't physical.
Yes, so they can prove, but okay.
What do you mean?
They cannot. They can prove that you are dreaming, right? They can do brain
Right.
scans, and they can see when you enter in like deep REM sleep. They can
Right.
see your eyes moving behind your eyelids. So there are physical signs of this thing, and I will agree that the process itself would be like could be considered like a non-physical thing. And then dreams are experiences. I remember we had like the big argument about it before.
Dreams are real if you think about it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
But only if you
dismissing
think about it.
outright. Personally, I'm not a physicalist. I'm not dismissing outright that like non-physical things can interact. I just think that science has its limitations on that. But I could be wrong. Maybe one day they'll have the brain chip where you can like record your dreams and then review them afterwards in like perfect fidelity. Like maybe something like that would exist. And if it did,
Maybe.
then that would also disprove like that it is a non-physical thing, because now there's a physical like entity that can be represented. So yeah, I don't know. I'm rambling a little bit, but
Do you believe or have ever experienced intuition, like, or strong intuition?
Oh yeah.
yeah, I think we all do, like all the time.
Right. So you get the feeling that something is that hasn't happened yet, and it happens.
Well,
So
that
if you write down, I've done this, by the way, similar to Tessie's, because I used to be a dumpster diver, and I would get intuitions like, oh, I should go look in that dumpster, and I used to write down how often that dumpster would actually have something interesting in it or not. And of course, you remember the ones that do more. And I know it's gross, dumpster diving gross, but you remember the ones that you find better stuff in more than the ones that you don't. So cognitively, I thought I was doing really well. But then I actually ran the numbers, and it was close to 50-50. I think it was like 54 or something like that.
By the way, three of you guys, your avatars isn't working on YouTube.
Oh no, I just don't have a picture attached to this. I should upload something.
All right.
My
But,
avatar?
No,
yeah,
you're
your
the
pick,
that's,
like Marilyn Johnson and communism.
oh,
Yeah,
I see.
I don't know why mine doesn't.
Oh, Maryland's not on the stream, but I see it on StreamYards if I bring up the.
Yeah, on
Yeah, I
StreamYard
see
you
it
can
on
see it,
StreamYard,
but not
but
on
not
YouTube.
on.
Like
I'll just
I
blame.
know, I don't get it.
you just have to reload it. That's all. Just reload it. Just go into
Wait.
the three dots on the bottom screen. Go into edit
On my
avatar.
StreamYard?
Yeah, on your
It's weird
StreamYard.
how that works.
See the
But
three.
it doesn't give me the option to edit my avatar.
Are you
Are
on
you
your?
on a phone or something?
Yeah.
I don't know about phone. I just know about the PC. Whoops.
Well, she's trying it.
Rage quit. Again.
I think when you try to change it on the phone, it can kick. You can like move you out of the.
All right.
StreamYards on phone is weird.
I only
So
brought
by
it
the
up because it looks kind of shitty on YouTube.
By the way, I'm not like cynical, or I'm not like a pessimist where like, you know, I'm like against the idea. I think it'd be really cool if we had like ESP or like even like a quantum connection or whatever. But I just feel like we need to see evidence of it first, because there really is no point in believing in something that can't act on this world or universe at all, or hasn't ever, because that's just using your imagination at that point. Like anything can exist in your imagination. You might as well believe in a cartoon character at that point. That's had more of a real impact on people because at least it's affected people.
But Mel, this is I guess where we started. The cuckoldry of science is that like probably this is a guess. Mel, you probably haven't read a parapsychological journal. You probably haven't, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. So it's like the evidence that you're saying doesn't exist. You're just not looking. You're not looking at the evidence. Maybe you would look at the evidence and you would find flaws in it. What?
Send me something.
Okay, yeah, I will.
I am curious. I do have a curious mind, so I would like to see like what the strongest evidence is for it. And
you didn't address what I said. Sorry, just to address Confluence. You did not address what I said. What I said is that there's no point in putting any more belief value into something that can't act on this universe at all versus a cartoon character that also inspires you to be a better person. Like if God does that for you, that's great. But the whole point of saying God or spirits are real, I think that's taking it too far.
But I guess even this is a bit of a side quest, but I wanna hit the panel with this. This is something that's bugged me when I was studying psychology. So this isn't even parapsychological at all. This is just normal psychology. I think this shows a fundamental issue. So we know what the placebo effect is, right? And you have something, the opposite of it is called like the nocebo effect, right? That's when something is harming you, right? But it's not actually harming you. It's just that you're something in your mind, you're expecting to be harmed and you get harmed, right? So you have placebo and nocebo. And these things can fuck up studies like hardcore, like super hardcore. That's why we have to do double blind tests. And that's why when we are in a situation where we can't, for usually ethics reasons or sometimes practical reasons, that's why it becomes a lot harder to actually like prove things, because now we are just taking a degree of correlation and we're calling it causation because we can't actually do a double blind. So basic examples would be like chemicals during like pregnancy. It's very hard to do a double blind test of like right now. Let's say we don't know anything about smoking.
Hard science is Confluence. Double blinds for more like a soft science thing.
That's not true at all.
You can measure the
insane.
chemistry.
That's the craziest thing you've ever said. With cancer drugs, they do double blind study. As cancer study, do you call it soft science, Mel?
In vivo chemistry through things like biopsies. You know, fetuses do die in the womb, and then we can take them out and see what was going on at the time.
So when they do a cancer drug, because they do double blinds with cancer drugs, are you calling that soft science?
I'm not. I think they were trying to find out if
that's how all cancer drugs are developed.
Backwards. That's not when they do that. They're testing to see if there is a placebo effect, if there is a psychological component.
No, they're trying to eliminate the placebo effect.
Sure. Yes, they do eliminate it, and more for medicine because people can be a confounding variable on the result.
Right. So it's not. So just because you have double blinds, it doesn't mean it's a soft science.
No, but that does go back to soft. That's a psychological variable.
So you think cancer research is a soft science?
Yeah. Well, no. The study of effect of placebo on cancer drugs is
they're not trying to find the placebo. They're trying to find out if the cancer drug works, but placebo gets in the way.
I got a paper on this for one thing. Secondly, when you're studying this stuff and eliminating placebo, you want to understand at least some core principles of soft science, so that way you can eliminate those variables, right?
Why are we using soft science like it's a slur?
First of all, we shouldn't be, but it's also just like it's insanity to say that oncological research on like what is the best cancer drug is a soft science. That's not how anyone ever would use that term ever. But in every cancer trial where they're using drugs, they use double blind tests. Of course they do. That's how all of these drugs work.
If we do research about statics, we don't have to do a double blind when the concrete pillar breaks under the load, because
there's no human mind involved. But you're acting like human mind equals soft science. That's not how those words are used. That's not how anyone has ever used those words.
Because we can't measure the variables in the human brain directly.
So you're 10 toes down, you're dying on a hill that oncological research, when you do it because you do a double blind to find out if a cancer drug works, you're saying that's a soft science.
Research. Hey, you're straw personing me, not the entire.
I am not straw manning you at all.
Research, when you do study for double blind, you're omitting a soft science variable.
This is completely ignoring the point
that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. Now
in clinical settings, but when you're actually studying the mechanisms in vitro, you don't use soft science.
So any human mind involved, this is a special thing to you, Mel, because no scientist has ever said this, that you're just saying that automatically makes it a soft science, as long as the human mind is involved.
No. You're getting categorical errors. That particular study that does that is studying a variable that arises as a result of soft science. The overall thing that's being studied is technically a hard science that you just can't study at the biochemical level.
You're saying the placebo effect is the soft science.
Who cares?
I have several times. I think.
But that's what he means, and that matters, right?
On a nocebo double blind test, the people actually went blind.
That's true.
What is the actual point in saying soft science or hard science? It does seem like it doesn't matter.
There's a difference in
Well,
standards of testing. Like I said, you wouldn't in statics, you wouldn't take a metal coupon and test its tensile strength and then be like, okay, well now we have to test for placebo, right? And it's not just humanities either. You can do plenty of populations and study that you don't have to do placebo or necessarily a soft science. Can you look at demographics? It's when
Okay,
we
so that
get
has
into
nothing to do with the conversation or what Confluence was about to bring up. So Confluence, can you finish the prompt?
psychology is a soft science because you can't necessarily study directly the variables that you want to test.
Confluence is triggered right now by Mel's insane claim that no one would ever say that just because it's a double blind thing, it's somehow a soft science. And I agree with Keelan. It doesn't matter if it is or not. It's just, it's not.
You're doing categorical error again.
I'm repeating what you said. So if I guess if my repetition of what you said directly is a categorical error, then I guess
because this is a straw person. I'm not saying
I'm not straw manning you.
I'm not saying it automatically becomes that. The component of that research, doing double blinds for testing for placebo, is eliminating something that we would study as a soft science. Placebo effect is a soft science.
Okay, so now, first of all, that's not what you said to start. And if you want to nuance it in some retarded like way that doesn't help the conversation move forward at all, that you're allowed to do that. That's fine.
Your pay grade. I think it's maybe a bit above your pay grade. It's fine.
I think it's quite below yours, Mel. I think it's quite, with all due respect, I think it's quite below yours.
You guys know each other well because Mel, Con has admitted that he loves to be triggered. So you're triggering him, but he loves it. Just so you know.
That is true. That is true. I'm ODing on dopamine right now. Okay. I'm dopamine maxing right now.
But what's the potential reward that you're hoping to get?
Then what?
He's just fucked up and he needs it.
The dopamine is an end to itself. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Is it now?
Absolutely. Yeah. Are you crazy?
So I don't assign that category to anything that isn't conscious in its own right. Like it isn't an agent on its own.
Well, that's true. Yeah, a rock probably doesn't have a lot of dopamine if you think about it. So I think I agree with you.
I think it's
so conscious beings have to have dopamine. You know.
I think dopamine is evolution's mean to an end.
Well, yeah, and I've chosen to hijack that means as you know, as an Ubermenschian type of figure, right?
Oh yeah, dude.
For Confluence, a means to an end cannot also be an end in and of itself.
Yeah, it absolutely can. What are you talking about?
The means.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it absolutely can.
You can't treat people as an end to themselves, onto themselves. So a particular philosopher that said that. Some enlightenment asshole. I don't know.
Apparently, I'm enlightened.
No, I agree with that. I don't think you can treat people as an end.
Just wanting to have your cake and eat it too.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't treat people as that, you know.
Yeah, isn't that what Mel said?
Yeah, and
no, she's saying She's saying dopamine. She's saying you can't dopamine. Dopamine is a means to an end, but it could also be the end as well. Depends what your goals are.
The end of what?
And for you being a physicalist, I don't see how you could possibly take issues with that. In fact, I think if you do take issues to that, I would just say that that's kind of...
Matter cannot be
your preference.
Destroyed. Therefore, the dopamine can never be an end in and of itself.
What do you mean?
This is getting a little too autistic. I don't know where we're going here.
Yeah,
we're like 5 levels into the autism. Okay,
I'm steering the train tonight. That's why
we go back.
You were derailing the train, Mal. You were absolutely derailing the train.
This isn't conduction at this point. This is
Confluence. It seemed like you were going to bring up something interesting before all of that bullshit about soft science. So, what were you guys?
I don't even know now. I don't even know. There was something there. Oh wait, no! It came to me. It came to me. Thank you, Keelan. Okay, so this is a bit. This was a side quest. So forget the parapsychological stuff. This is just a problem I have that I think is insanely neglected by science. Okay, so it is a side quest. But so we have placebo, we have nocebo, and we just kind of put those into their own like categories. We're just like, okay, like a placebo. It's a placebo. And we kind of just like the vast majority of science just like stops there. But like we know that the placebo can be so powerful. Like I don't think I have to prove this to anyone. If you've read any literally almost like any like type of paper, right? Placebo is a massive factor. If you don't control for it, it can do wild stuff, right? In cancer research and how fast people recover from accidents and all sorts of cases, right? Placebo obviously massive, right? And so what bugs me is that we almost dismiss it by calling it placebo. Like we'll say, and I mean, I've done this myself, and I am conscious to correct it. I've talked about how, and I'm not trying to bring this topic up, but I've said before that like SSRIs in a lot of clinical trials are found to be no better than placebo. But the important thing is that doesn't mean that it'll do anything. And the reason for that is because placebo is also very powerful. And so saying something is no better than placebo, when we hear it, when most people hear it, they think it means, oh, that drug does nothing. No, it's just the power of placebo is very strong. And so what I want to see from science is an actual, like, placebo should be studied as a field. What precise factors cause placebo to be more powerful or less powerful? Like let's get into the actual nitty gritty of like what are the exact things? How can we, because there's some magical shit going on in a way with how our brain works and what placebo is and how powerful it is. We should be trying to like placebo max, if you will, and you must, to gain like the best outcomes. And like, to my knowledge, I've never seen like science like go into that. Well, like how do we leverage that?
There are limitations because placebo effect can also be extremely unethical. Because I'll just give a quick example of maybe somebody who has cancer, because it's like the most obvious. We were talking about cancer drugs and stuff. But like if you were to give somebody a cancer drug, they may show like physical signs of improvement, right? Like, or sorry, a placebo. You're not giving them the actual cancer drug, and the placebo side could be like their hope of recovery, right? Their state of mind, like it could even be like their religious beliefs and things, but like their attitude, right? Like if people think they're going to get better and think they're going to recover, then the rates, that is the placebo effect, like the rates of people who actually do tend to be higher when you have quote unquote hope, right? However, it can also be extremely unethical to give a cancer patient a placebo drug and just like relying on that effect. So like there is a line that needs to be walked here, right? You can't just like, because in a sense the placebo effect requires some level of deception. So I feel like the ethics side of things is where it gets extremely dicey.
Let me respond to that. With high stakes stuff like cancer, I completely agree with you. Although they still do it, unfortunately, because they kind of have to. Is the problem, right? Like,
yeah. People understand trial, like not experimental, but like people understand trial drugs. It's like, yeah, they're taking their chances. That they're probably already in a state where it couldn't hurt. Yeah, and it is a moral thing to think about. Like it would be really shitty to want an experimental treatment and then find out that you got placebo cocked and now you're not getting like that's
you should probably have a warning on the screen, like you know what I mean. Finding out that you're taking a placebo makes it inactive.
It's an ethical problem. But I guess in lesser cases, like if we look at something like echinacea. So like echinacea, right? From my knowledge, I'm not like deep into the echinacea weeds of it all, but right, like in double blind tests, it doesn't like prevent colds or like make colds last shorter. But that's often claimed in like naturopathic circles. But if you don't double blind it, then to my knowledge, right, it does seem to have an effect, and that effect we would call placebo. So in a low stakes case like that, so not the cancer thing, but just like a common cold, I feel like, why aren't we studying how can we leverage that placebo? What makes it more powerful? What makes it less powerful? What can we, like, that should be a study. Like, it should be like placebology of like, what exactly can we change? Because we know some stuff, like we know like a low level thing of like, well, if someone gives you a drug and they're wearing a lab coat, you respond better to it because now you see him as a doctor, he's an authority figure. You're like, oh, doctor, give me meds. So we should be analyzing all of these things. In fact, they found the color of the meds and how the meds look have made changes, right? But all of this stuff should be put together in its own field to actually like figure out like how can we placebo max, like for real. That's like an actual thing. And so I know it's a side quest, but that's just something I'm really because we say placebo, and when we say placebo, it hits our brain as, oh, that's nothing. Placebo is not nothing. Placebo is like fucking a ton of stuff, and it can be leveraged to like great use. And we should be studying that scientifically and actually like figuring out exactly what makes placebo so powerful and how we can, again, placebo max for the best outcomes and nocebo minimize to get rid of the bad stuff.
So can we?
I'm sorry.
truly,
Before go ahead, mate.
well, can we really predict some of that stuff or not? Because I don't know if it's going to respond differently with different people, right?
Right. The individual matters.
The individual matters, but on at least on like a broad scale, right? This is the reason. This is why I brought up the double blind stuff. There's a reason we do that, because with like an echinacea trial, for example, and again, I mean, this is just an example, so I'm not like knee deep in that specific herb, but there are stuff where it's like, yeah, if you don't separate it, people will have vastly different outcomes. And then we say, oh, it's just placebo. And by saying that, we kind of dismiss it. And I'm saying, no, latch onto what was it? Is it just their belief? Can we make that belief more powerful? Would it cause a higher effect if they believe in it more? Is it something about how it's delivered? Is it something about how your mind thinks of it? There's all these factors that I think we should be like trying to really nail down. We should focus on the placebo itself, dichotomized from everything else, and figure out precisely how to make things more placebo.
It should be studied for sure.
The thing is, I still have an issue with this because, like, I agree with you more kind of in principle, because I will 100%, and there is research on this, that yes, it can be a profound effect, right? Like it is a real phenomenon that happens. But I think at the end of the day, regardless of the stakes, if it is like a lower stakes thing, it still necessarily sort of involves deception of some kind, right? Because you are telling like that is like at the essence of what the placebo effect is that they are going through either physiological or like they're going through physical changes in their body, which can be extremely beneficial, but you're not treating them directly, like with a
right.
I think that's it. It'll always be a little bit questionable in terms of
Confluence, can I explain it a different way?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Let's say you're a fire department, right? And you show up to a fire, put out the fire. Okay, great. The fire's gone, but you haven't gotten rid of the fuel and ignition source. That's the first big issue. Secondly, in terms of hospitality, we already kind of do this by trying to alleviate suffering as much as possible. Suffering is the biggest anti-placebo, non-SIBO, whatever you want to call it out there. But you can't necessarily, like, a lot of people pick up when you're trying to fool them about something, right? They have self-awareness of the situation. So when you try to tell them they're okay when they're not, or that something's going to work and they know it doesn't, you can't do that. And we do want people to be knowledgeable about treatments and what's effective. You can't also lower death rates this way. Most things that cause death are deterministic and not reliant on the brain. There is a little bit about holding on that seems to be apparent in the literature.
There's a lot about holding on. Shit ton about holding on.
Here's the problem. So terminally ill is terminally ill, right? You're never going to get rid of terminal illness this way.
We're all terminally ill, though, if you think about it.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
We
are dying at the slowest possible rate, if you think about it. Yeah.
We're all dying just at different levels, different times.
So typically, if your immune system is strong enough to fend off pathogens, you're probably not terminally ill. Just in general, that's not always true. But what the key thing is, though, is that you can't actually, like, C19 was a good example where that caused harm to people. They lost their the most mild one of those things actually being that they lost their sense of taste and smell for a long period of time. There's immunological problems. There was the long form of it, and those things were just objectively true. You couldn't convince people that they're tasting stuff when they're not. I understand that there was a power, but in the clinical setting, you can't just like put people into an ideological vacuum and have their family members who don't want to lie to them and feel like that's wrong participate in that and stuff like that. Okay. You have them read scripts or whatever.
I get all of what you're saying. But this is where I want to move. Okay, this is where I want to move. And this is anecdotal, but I am very confident this is a thing. Because Ag is saying at face value it involves deception. It can start there, but I don't think it actually does. Like, so for example, when I get sick, I have this thing where I have just decided that grapefruit juice, for whatever reason, maybe something from my childhood, will get my sickness over quicker. It'll boost my immune system. Now, this is anecdotal, of course. It's just me. But I think I am, even though I know, well, there's no science behind that, I have, in some ways, willfully tricked my mind into thinking it will. I am harnessing the placebo effect without deception. I'm living in that deception to do something positive. And we can, and if that sounds like an insane example, we could even look at stuff like depression or anxiety. There's a lot of these like tactics that people will do to be less depressed or less this are relying on a type of placebo where they'll if they just think, oh, if I only do this, I will feel better, right? And the more you think about that, like even think about your favorite music, right? It's like, you know that on a double blind trial with 1,000 people, that exact song isn't going to do anything. But if you have enough emotional connection, you can kind of leverage that to, in a non-deceptive way, you can live in that world where you know it's not objective, you know it's placebo, but you can possibly harness that placebo, so right? I guess that's where I'm kind of going.
So statistically, what you're saying, I think actually does kind of make sense statistically. But where it falls apart for treating an individual, again, the clinical setting, is that different people respond to the same thing differently, right? So you're kind of oversimplifying the placebo effect in the sense that it's not just, I'm sick and I feel sad. And if I'm made happy, then I'm less sick. What happens is people often become depressed or dissociated or avoidant, all sorts of different psychological profiles that people can have. They might stop taking care of themselves. They might stop eating as much or the same things. Or
you see I'm oversimplifying. It's the exact opposite. It's not. You were oversimplifying it by you're only thinking of it in the context of like a doctor giving like a medication or in this way.
Listen, just let me get to my point because I think you're missing the point here. And so since they're not regulating well and taking care of themselves like they normally do because they feel sick, then their quality of life deteriorates. And that can often, quality of life has been shown to be very effective at changing medical outcomes for everybody. The thing that we can't control, right, is how will this person respond to this and how do we respond to that in a generic way? I think you're calling for a generic solution to something that can only be interpersonal.
I think you're missing I think you're entirely missing what I'm saying. Like entirely
you're missing what I'm saying, but that's okay, dude.
I don't think like I agree. I agree with what you're saying, Mel. I'm asking you to think about placebo on a different level, like on your day-to-day life.
I'm asking you already do that. Like we tell our family, we try to keep our families thinking positively when they're on their deathbed, just in case it goes through. Trust me.
I'm saying. So I guess to go back to my example, right, of like me with the grapefruit juice, right? If I have some way, I'm like, even though on one level I know there's nothing backed by science, that grapefruit juice is going to make me, get over a sickness or boost my immune system. But if I can leverage that placebo, then it's like, imagine the potential of that. If we could actually turn that into something where we could actually apply that to our personal lives. And
I think you're trying to take a top-down approach to something that is usually bottom-up. So if you're talking about psychological stuff and stuff that is rooted in psychology, I'd agree with you. But if we're talking about medical stuff and stuff that's rooted in biology, like being sick, for example, that's a virus, that's bacteria. You can't avoid that. That can only have limited returns.
Limited is crazy to say. That's why when I brought up echinacea, that's why you have to double blind it. If you don't, echinacea looks like a miracle drug for boosting your immune system. It looks like a miracle drug. You have to double blind it
there, though. You're misreading what I'm saying because there's no disagreement there.
Okay, but that's a biological thing, right? That's a virus that you're being affected with, and how you respond to it in real talk about how biologically you're going to face that illness is entirely based. Well, not entirely based, but
decouple these outcomes from other factors like someone's behavior and how well they might take care of themselves when they're sick versus not sick.
I know you're talking about like something different. Like I'm not saying to deceptively give. It is entirely different. It's like different levels of planes. Like it's completely different. Because I'm not saying that we should like hand out placebos to people instead of giving them antibiotics if they have like bacterial infection, we should just hand them a placebo. I'm not saying that.
Expect them to work is what I'm saying. People are too varied with internally for that to.
I know, but I'm saying, should this not be something that we study and that we apply in our own personal lives to find out what we have not?
It's probably
we have not
kicked off the science of evolution.
The whole thing. No, all we do with placebo is this is what I'm trying to communicate. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe I'm not saying the right words. Once we know something's placebo, we stop there. We never like go into the study of placebo and like look at like what precise factors influence in your own mind.
Well, it would be a different paper.
Could be better or worse.
Research project and paper. I agree with you.
And I'm asking for that.
That's what he's doing.
Guys,
yes.
Is this a good example, or is this an example of a nocebo, right?
Wait, before you give an example, I just want to respond to what he said directly. I'm sorry, but I do have a more direct response. It's because when you do that, when you start studying as a placebo, you transition from the hard sciences to the soft sciences. So it would be
that's fine. That's fine.
Research group, maybe different school even that does it.
Absolutely. I'm not going to say that.
The question is, why does
placebology? Yeah, why does no one do it? I definitely my hypothetical field of like placebology, definitely soft science. I give you that. But we know placebo can be so powerful. Why are we not? Why are we not when they give it's then you haven't read these studies like and there's medical studies. Again, we're not talking about anything parapsychological.
Not getting rid of the fuel or the ignition source. That's why I said that.
Again, I said this. You agreed with me when I said this. If you look at like a drug like echinacea and you don't double blind it, it looks like a miracle drug. And what's the difference there? That's placebo. So that big effect that we see between a double blind and a not double blind, that difference is placebo. So placebo is a very powerful thing.
At the viral levels that people in their body. We're probably looking at reported levels, and again, a placebo.
Like no actual outcomes. Like how long are you sick for? How long are you not sick for?
Yeah,
right.
You can even change someone's subjective opinion of when they start and stop being sick.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't
empirical measurements that actually say this is when you started being sick and this is when you stopped.
There is. We do. Again, that's why even with cancer drugs, right? Why would we do double blind? Like Mel, you're arguing such insane things. Why do we double blind all of these drugs? Right, we double blind them
in these scenarios
because we know that the placebo can be so powerful. Otherwise, with antidepressants, why would we double blind them? Why would we give some people sugar pills and some people venlafaxine? We would never need to do that. We would just, if it was like such a minor effect, there would be no need to even check for that.
Guys, I was trying to look for a real life example.
Wait. He's asking me directly. I want to respond directly because it's also powerful at masking other results.
Just tell me when I can come in because I have been trying to talk for the last 20 minutes.
He did ask me directly, and it's not just that it just shows positive results. It's also good at getting rid of the other results that show causality.
I don't. What can you relate that to what I asked about like an antidepressant? Like what do you think the reason is?
Wait. Let's say I'm studying a drug, right? This is how most of these studies go. I'm studying a drug and its effectiveness. This is why we do double blinds, because if let's say it's super ineffective, and then those people all report a high effectiveness, then I'm going to think the drug is effective. It gets rid of other signals.
Right. So you're not, but I'm asking you, I'll ask you again if you can engage with my example about the antidepressants. Because that's a case where if I took a placebo and it made me feel better and it made me feel less depressed, then that's the exact outcome we want with an antidepressant, right?
Your body's still fighting the same amount of virus.
It's not a virus, it's a depressant.
With depression? The depression virus?
So let me again reiterate. Let's say I have a completely non-effective medicine, right? Completely non-effective. This medication is completely non-effective. I should be able to see that in the data. But as soon as placebo plays a role, that erases that component of the data and gives me different data. It eliminates other data that you should be able to read from. That's why we can't rely on it. We don't do it.
You're
We don't.
You're still not engaging with what I'm asking.
It's very circular conversation.
So effective. It's because it hides the ineffectiveness of other things.
The ineffectiveness of what? The goal of taking an antidepressant is to reduce the depression.
Can we involve everybody else in the panel, please? It is a panel,
we can. We'll go to.
This is like a two-man fucking panel. Like,
hey, one man and one woman. Okay.
All right.
Go ahead, Futoy.
I was just trying to look.
I can hear everyone. I'm grabbing his in.
Thank you. I was just trying to see if I could come up with any real life examples of a placebo or even a nocebo, and I wanted to ask: could this scenario be a nocebo in a kind of a way? Could it be some sort of connection there? Like if you were blindfolded and you were told just to stand there for 30 seconds, just still for 30 seconds, blindfolded, could you do it?
Sure.
I think most people could do it, right? But
are you referring, can I just clarify, are you referring to like maybe the clinical setting being so sterilized that we get a nocebo effect, which is that things seem non-effective even though they would be?
Maybe. I mean, maybe. No, but no. I'm more talking about an example of the power of the mind having an effect, right? Like a placebo or a nocebo, right? So if you pull off that blindfold and you figure out that you're 100 feet on the air and you're standing on a 2x2 piece of wood platform, right? You're not going to be able to stand still. You're gonna lose balance, right? You're gonna feel like your balance is going. You're gonna start swaying from side to side to find your balance.
Because you're scared.
No, but well, is it scared? I mean,
your inner ear.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't
keep you.
I don't know if I would say that is a nocebo. I mean, that's obviously a psychological thing that's happening.
Yeah,
it's like, anyone have I can walk down a sidewalk and I'm never gonna fear falling off, and I never will. But if that sidewalk was raised 1,000 feet in the air, now I'm gonna be like, oh my god, like it's gonna be totally different.
Are you talking about
classic? Yeah, like if you're high up, you're gonna have a fear response. You're gonna have, so if you had the blindfold on, his example, right? You're not gonna know you're high up in the air. You're gonna be walking normally. Yeah, you're gonna stay still. It's gonna be fine. You take off that thing, now all of a sudden a bunch of shit happens. But I would say a better I'm not sure. I don't think that's a nocebo, although it is definitely an effect that happens. A classic nocebo is, and I think this was mentioned on panel previous day, is cops interacting with fentanyl. That there's been a bunch of cases of this where if they do like a drug raid and they get like fentanyl and it like them just like being in like brief contact, the cops have had like seizures before. But that's not, first of all, a seizure is not something that can happen from fentanyl. It doesn't make sense. And also in the amounts, fentanyl is like, despite being incredibly powerful, it's not so powerful that like if you're just in the same room as it, that you're just gonna like have an overdose. And so in all these cases, it's a nocebo effect. That's what nocebo means. So nocebo is like an anti-placebo. It doesn't mean nothing's happening. A nocebo effect is like a negative effect of something. So you think the fentanyl isn't actually harming you, but your mind has convinced you that fentanyl is harming me right now. I'm going to die. That's a nocebo.
Not about harm versus good. It's that something that should be effective is no longer effective, and it is a thing. I think what you're
it's something that is neutral is bad. In the same way that placebo, something is neutral is good. Nocebo is something that's neutral is having a bad effect.
It's really not about good or bad. It's not about helping versus
it absolutely is. You can look this up. You can look up nocebo. Okay. This is like I think it's a simple Google search.
I think what you're missing, Confluence, is again, let's say someone is sick, and the placebo can also get them to underreport if they're still feeling sick from that pain. And just
I'm not missing that. This is why I keep saying we're talking about different planes. I agree. There's a bunch of. I'm not saying we should give everyone sugar pills. I'm not saying that. I agree. There's dangers. All like everything you're saying. You're on a different. We're just talking on different levels.
Hold on. Can you guys stop for a second? Okay. what Mal, what are you trying to explain here that he's not addressing?
That I think he looks at placebo as something that, like, oh, you get strong effects, therefore we should look into it more. But the reason you're getting strong effects is because people underreport the symptoms that would prove that they're still sick because they just can't recall them as easily under placebo. And that
goes against all the research, Mel. It honestly does.
It suppresses all the other variables that would show negative reinforcement of that applied treatment.
Okay. Mel, these things can be quantified, directly quantified. Directly. It's not just about
wait.
They have.
Nothing I said
they have.
Nothing I said would qualify whether or not they could be quantified.
What I'm saying is that with cancer drugs, 2 cancer drugs, if they're not double blinded, the cancer will metastasize at different rates. That's what I'm saying. Placebo is strong enough that it can do physically measurable effects to you, not just like you feel different, not just like a mind state.
But is that because of the mind, or is that because of stress levels in people?
Don't know, because no one's
yet.
The depression example is actually a better one, right? Because it's like a more like the cancer ones. There are the physical mechanisms, and depression can be like chemical imbalances and all the rest of it. But if the goal is to alleviate depression, then there is something to be said like about the pronouncement of the placebo effect. Probably maybe more so because if you want to go like hard soft, like there's a hard line. Excuse me, voice crack. There's a hard line with like in biological terms, right? With cancer, there are like those biological factors that are kind of the things you're saying, like tumors and shit. Like there are real world things. And with depression, it is more similar to the soft science side of things, where it's like it is more of a mental state. Same with anxiety and these other things. Like you may not be able to ever go in with a brain scan and identify what a depressed brain looks like, right? Like they have tried these types of things. And I know that there's a little bit of like evidence in certain things. They're looking into it. But I think maybe that's maybe more useful where the examples can be highlighted. Would be things for that. And even I don't know if you guys are familiar with I don't know why this came to mind, but cognitive behavioral therapy. We don't I know Confluence would be if he's got his psychology stuff, but we don't have to go super down that rabbit hole. But I think that's also it's not the same thing as a placebo effect, but it is like the stressing is like sort of changing your frame of mind, right?
Just to clarify, what type of CBT are you talking about, Disagree Johnson? Just so we're on the same page.
Calm down. He already said it.
Oh, he already specified? Okay. Just making sure.
Like I'm not as I don't know what types, but like the type I'm familiar with is sort of reframing
behavioral therapy. You said it already.
Oh yeah. Well, I think
he was joking about cock and ball torture being the other kind.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out for
that is a different kind.
Okay, so
I don't know if that helped or if it.
I want to point something out with the depression side. That depends more. Like, yes, that can sometimes be effective. I think in the clinical setting, the reason why you don't see it much is because clinicians do try it in various ways, like positive self-reinforcement, internal dialogue, and all that stuff. But as soon as you get limited returns on that, then you can't keep applying that to that same person. So most people with clinical depression, not just psychological, but clinical depression, don't respond well to that type of treatment. But there is a subset.
That's not true.
Listen.
You're just wrong. You're wrong.
Listen, I'll give you some credit where it's due. There is a subset of people who have depression and they respond well to that type of treatment. Now, typically, we also don't find the mismatches in neurochemistry and stuff like that you tend to associate with major chemistry. That's okay. Some people are just psychologically depressed. And yes, what you do tend to see is a little bit more success with placebo long term.
Okay, there we go. I got like a
holy crap. We
a little bit of but like an olive branch. Yeah. Kind of, I built
a confluence of beliefs here. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm a little triggered about CBT. CBT is in almost every study's ever done against like SSRIs or tricylics. Right, so is better. Well, the vast, not for everybody, but just on a population basis, it is better.
Thank you for stipulating, because I almost got pissed.
This might not be
Wait,
100%. When I had last looked into it, it had to do, and I'm sure I can track down the study if push comes to shove, but it had to do specifically with depression, and it was the difference between like talk therapy versus medication, and it was kind of critiquing the fact that like this idea that things are medication is sort of the first line. People, therapy is expensive, it's out of the wheelhouse for a lot of people, or there's stigma surrounding it, etc. But from what they saw was that with the rates of, I guess you could, not remission, that's the wrong word, but like of, I guess, alleviating the symptoms of depression, they were similar between the group that used only talk therapy and only medication. However, the people who used the talk therapy had longer points, like they were given, I guess, more tools to be able to address these things in the future. So to me, it showed that like both can be effective, and I think it even said that I think combined it was like had the highest effect, which also sort of intuitively makes sense, right? You're doing.
And I am in favor of like an incremental, try the least severe solution first, see how they respond. If they don't,
yeah,
et cetera,
and I think that's just the general
holistic solution too. If you start. We can work with placebo and stuff like that, but as soon as placebo shows that it's not working, then you have to be willing to get into deeper treatments. I think again,
but they don't do that is the problem. They don't do that, and for a variety of reasons.
Cognitive behavioral therapy kind of is, in a sense, suggestive, right? You're trying to give somebody almost like a placebo effect.
Yeah, I think
I wouldn't say that.
Maybe not. Well, it sounds similar to what you were describing earlier about when you're sick and the grapefruit and all these things. It's like it is sort of I'm kind of aware of it, but it is sort of a reframing of the thing. Like it sounds similar in a way, unless I'm
right. Okay. No, I see what you're saying. I guess what I'm thinking is that there is some stuff, because cognitive behavioral therapy can still be logical. But I don't like that we dismiss the illogical stuff as then therefore useless. Like let's say if you're a medication, like even let's say you're taking an actual SSRI, okay? Just hypothetically, right? You're taking citalopram or something. And let's say we did a study hypothetically and we found that if it is in a red pill, it has a better outcomes than if it's in a blue pill. That's something that probably should be looked into. Like that would be leveraging, even though we know the color red isn't going to change it. But let's say there was an effect where some people respond, they like taking the red pills and it makes them feel better, Like then that should be something that, even though we know it's illogical, is something that is a valuable tool to be leveraged.
Confluence, you can make a great Neo and I will be your Morpheus.
I think I have another example, guys. Just bear with me for a minute. Right. In the AA, right, Alcoholics Anonymous, right, they use religion a lot. They use God a lot, right? Because they say you need a higher power. These people need a higher power to help them get over their alcoholism, right? So would that be a placebo?
Yes. Well,
I would say no.
It could
because
be.
You believe in God or you believe in religion, right?
It could be. It depends if you're claiming that it has psychological impacts or something a bit deeper, like you could heal something deeper. Because I think here, religion does serve notable psychological benefits for people. So that's not a placebo. On the other hand, though, I think the issue I take with that, by the way, this might be a good point to pivot around, is like when you use God to try to solve these problems, I think that's existentially an issue, because all it takes is some evidence that God doesn't exist, and then now you no longer have a grasp on the thing that kept you from drinking, for example.
Yeah. So,
well, they've also for like a more secular type of thing.
You're talking about something that has no evidence for it. You can't find evidence against it, right?
Evidence against it working?
No, evidence against God existing, because there's no evidence for it.
Well, again,
you're saying if they stop believing, but if they stop whatever the alternative is, they're going to have the same problem.
The more things that we can explain without God, the fewer things that can be possibly explained by it, such as creationism, evolution, and theory of mind.
Does that really matter?
Kind of, because again, so.
But I think it matters. But
I don't mean does it matter in terms of that, but what I mean is like does it really matter that more things can be explained without it, given people don't really seem to notice or care when it is that way?
Marilyn said that she did actually help all those alcoholics. It's not a placebo.
So I think the issue again becomes, was this easier to believe in people who don't understand like principles of science and stuff? And yeah, I think a lot of these things worked better before we knew things like thermodynamics and classical mechanics. And now that that's becoming more common knowledge, the amount of people it can help are coming fewer and further between. And this is just like a personal kind of like ethical thing. I think it's grouping people together that are very highly suggestible, and that makes me worried about like cults and stuff. But religion has always kind of scared me with that. I might just be paranoid.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that religion by itself is necessarily good. I'm just saying that people aren't going to stop believing in something like God because they find evidence against it. There's not any evidence for it, so finding evidence against it, like there were definitely days where that was true. People thought that like God lets you breathe or whatever the situation was, but now, like you said, we explain most things, so people don't really depend on God to explain those things to begin with.
Well, as we run out of things that can be explained by God, we also eliminate the ways through which God can act. Because otherwise, we would
Sure, but
see,
do you think like
those
what do you
things.
think would convince an alcoholic that God doesn't exist?
Taking a science class, maybe hypothetically.
But couldn't you
So
argue?
gay.
There's
So
a lot of
gay.
scientists
Yeah,
who believe in
couldn't you
God.
argue that science
So
is just
gay.
the way
But
an
I mean,
explanation of
I'm
how
gonna
God
take a
did it?
philosophy class to find out how fluid dynamics work. Fuck off.
But I mean, I understand what you're saying. My point is that it doesn't seem to make any difference. There's plenty of people who believe in God and are scientists. There's plenty of people who believe in God and have PhDs in like
You're just
high-end
asking what
science
could.
degrees.
I'm sure it's like the
Well,
answer can be wildly different.
I guess my point is if your faith in God is what allowed you to get over, let's say alcoholism, do you think there's much that's gonna push you off of that in
Yes.
terms of evidence?
The people who are predisposed to take up alcoholism in response to things like stress are also the ones who are more likely to relapse.
Sure, but not if they have a reason not to.
But if they no longer have God, then they no longer have a reason.
Well, any reason can disappear, right?
What Alex is saying is that how are
This
they
is like
going
the
to
least likely
lose
to be
the
overridden.
belief in God? Like, what's going to make them lose the belief in God? You said science, but isn't science can be explained? That's how God did it.
No,
It's just an explanation of how God did it is science.
it really doesn't, because again, then we should see some sort of force or anomaly that can only be explained by the presence of a supernatural being.
Well, that's not true at all.
Yeah, I think it is.
Maybe
would that
God
be
isn't involved to that.
No,
degree.
I mean, hold on.
That's what I always think.
If you're talking about an all-powerful being that created the universe to begin with, then the creation that exists would fit within the rules that he made for it, right? So you shouldn't see anything different than what you would expect to see given the math or whatever results you want to look at.
I totally disagree, because I think, again, in order to act on this planet, you would have to see things that would at least show an anomaly between the records that
Act on this planet. What do
in
you
the
mean,
record.
act on
You're
this
talking
planet?
about what kind of actions are you talking
For example,
Yeah.
like weather, right?
about? No one's saying that God causes weather.
Well, he made everything,
another
but
thing.
the way he made it is scientifically explainable.
Right, that's
Right.
another
So he
possibility.
didn't just make weather. He didn't just go, there shall be weather. Right? He made a planet. It turns, made atmosphere. and
We're
pressure.
aware of that. We're speaking on the level of would if God suddenly created a storm somewhere, we would expect to be able to see that
Oh
a
no!
storm
I
formed for
mean,
no
not
reason.
everybody believes that.
Right?
Like, not everybody believes that. Some
Most-
people may believe that, but not
Most
everybody
people
believes
don't
that.
believe that unless they're like
Right.
fundamentalists
Right.
or highly uneducated.
Well, no,
Like,
it
God's
comes
not gonna just make a
actually,
storm.
it's been a long-standing question of philosophy. Like, what's the point of believing in a God that can't possibly act on this universe in any conceivable way?
He created it. He made
you
it. It functions
well,
because he
can
wanted
act.
to.
So creation of the universe is something we're not there for. So there is always going to be a slight possibility that you're right. But I think a lot of cosmology and astrophysics has eliminated the need for a God to explain it in the first place.
No, but I'm not talking about need. But there doesn't need to be anything. There doesn't need to be a God.
Right. So, but if it can explain itself entirely on its own,
right?
You're asking why wouldn't God leave a marker to show that he did something?
No. Why wouldn't we see something that can only be explained by such?
Because of your point of view.
We don't.
That's why. Because of your point of view. If you
should
look
be
at
able
it,
to disprove any other explanation that's material and physical, right?
Well, God is everything.
Well,
if you have that point of view, then it isn't very complicated at all.
There's only so many things that we can even accurately or adequately measure. We can't go back in time, like you said at the beginning. Everything runs on rules and laws of physics that can be equatable in some way with mathematics.
Right, but
all that tells us that the universe runs on that basis. It doesn't mean that.
Say if our theories about the universe being heat and all basically quantum matter, no atoms forms yet existed, then somewhere else in the universe we should also see some sort of cosmic background radiation that shows that was at some point there. And guess what? We do see it.
We do see. Yes,
sure.
we do see it. That's how God did it.
We also know that we're pretty limited in our ability to observe the rest of the universe, right?
So far, at the moment.
Well, no, I mean, just the light traveling a certain distance of time means we only see things back.
How about this for an example? I don't believe in Jesus because I believe in God, right? My belief in God doesn't allow me to believe in a Jesus.
Hey, I gotta drop off for a bit. I'll be back.
Nice chatting.
You too.
Good chatting with you, Alex. I'm probably going to head to bed soon too. It's fucking 3 a.m. here. My image of God, right, Mel, is the creator of all the universes. No, is greater than the universe, is greater than the multiverse, is greater than anything we can conceive of. I don't think we know what God can. We're not able to know what God is.
Sure, right? But can your God act on this universe?
He is the universe. I don't think there's a place or a thing that God is not. He is. Tell me where God is not. A place where he is not, or a thing that he is not.
Anywhere that I interact with anything with purely deterministic results.
The workings of the universe, the whole universe are
anything where Mel is, I would say, if you think about it.
I agree with that.
The workings of our universe down to the quantum level, the macro and the micro, is God, is a small, teeny little weeny part of God. And it happens that way because that's how God made it.
In baseball, God is all like I'm also God. So technically,
yes,
the belief
you are
that
also
I am
God
is valid. The statement
I love this convo, but am I allowed to donate to myself to move us on to the new prompt? Will YouTube let me do that?
Literally your fucking show. So no, just do it. Jesus Christ!
You have to donate. You have to donate, dude.
Because we've only been through one prompt, and we only been through one prompt.
Hey, there's other nights to live.
YouTube for my panel dominance.
So, do you not believe that you are part of God?
No.
So there's no God in you.
I mean, it's fun to believe that. I actually have schizotypal personality disorder, so there was a time that I did believe that. But if I'm being serious, I am myself. I'm an internal.
Wait, was the thing you just said not serious?
What thing not serious?
The schizotypal.
No, I do actually have that. My mom is schizoaffective, and it's typical that in the offspring of people with schizoaffective, you tend to see a lesser form, and that would be schizotypal. And I've shown.
Let's approach it from a different angle. Okay, so God is not in you. So where is he? Where is God? He's on.
But
no, where is he right now? Where is God? Where is God? You don't know, or he's in some place.
Well, I asked if God was everywhere because my confusion is: does that mean you don't believe in any sort of biblical or monotheistic?
Oh no, God, no! I can't stand human religion.
Okay, that's cool.
The ideas of it. It makes people crazy. They believe
you're automatically.
They believe that God put His Son on a planet. Like they believe in men with wings that fly around the place and demons with horns. God, though.
I used to believe a lot of what you believed as well, but I I think I also believe that there's no point in believing in a God that can't possibly act on this universe, and B,
but you're not getting it though. He's not acting. He is the action. He's everything. Everything. The air you breathe is God breathing. Is the air? He is everything.
So do you agree that if God does an action, that there will still be
all the actions are God doing something?
I have a question.
You're not getting it.
I'm asking you a question. So you might just do you agree that if God does something, does an action on this planet, there will be an equal and opposite reaction still?
No, you're not getting it. All the actions are God acting. All of them. You breathing, you listening, us talking, Con having a panel. That's all God doing it.
I think you've come up with a circular definition that becomes meaningless in itself.
No, it's not. It's not. It's just I don't think you can.
Brief housekeeping rage page. You just click the link is at the top, and it's pinned in a pinned comment. It's also in the description. Yeah.
As I asked you, where is God? Where is he? Where is God then? Where does God reside then?
Pray to a deity.
Wait,
everywhere except Mel. Everywhere in the universe except Mel.
Where does God reside? Where is God?
Well, here, let me ask this in a slightly inverted way.
It's just answer.
I already answered you, dude.
What did you say?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you the same question in a slightly inverted way, right? He's
everywhere.
Doesn't what you've set up make it valid for me to worship the shit in my toilet as a god?
I don't think you should worship yourself. I think it's kind of vain to worship
the
yourself.
shit in my toilet.
The shit's not him. If you think
I don't think worship is a. I think it's a silly thing like religion.
Now I'm joking, but I'm asking you, like, how, like if that's just as valid as worshiping something.
I don't believe in worship. I don't believe in worship.
What is the point of believing in this?
I think worshiping is silly. I don't listen to me. I don't believe in worship.
Where
is God? Where does God reside? Sorry,
but then what is the point in believing in a God at all if you can't do anything with it?
Well, it's two anti-theists talking to each other. Okay, that's what's happening here.
What's the point in believing? What's the point in believing in a Lamborghini Diablo? I will never have one. What's the point in believing in it?
We do have.
It doesn't. It won't ever exist for me. It doesn't affect my life. So how will a Lamborghini Diablo? How does it exist?
Which means
that's what you're saying.
We're moving on. We're moving on.
He asked me a question, and I want to answer it at a good faith.
Okay, fine. 20 seconds for you, Mel. 20 seconds for Futoy, and then next prompt.
I believe in the Lamborghini Diablo, or worship it, whatever you want to call it, because it's something that I could physically possibly have, even if it's unlikely. And I don't believe in God because it's something that will never interact with my life.
So you're not theist. You're actually atheist. You're full on atheist then. I do actually believe in God, and I think everything is God. I think there is only God.
That's beautiful. It's like art, but that's about it.
In your opinion. And hey, we all have one.
We all do. Okay, adding people. Marilyn, can you type something in chat? I'm authenticating you, but something is going a little awry, so just type something in chat. Young Christian is passing the authentication test.
Oh, nice.
Hey, Young Christian.
Pretty sure this is Maryland, but it is Maryland. Okay, good. I don't know what was going on there.
Hey, Godette.
I'm glad Christian's here.
Changed it back over.
Oh, your mic is terrible. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now it's good, but before it was really bad.
Oh my goodness. Why?
It's okay now. Just get closer or something.
Can you hear me? I don't have my headphones on.
No, I can't hear you.
You're Christian's lying to you, I think.
I think I've been a bit facetious, and I just want to come clean about one thing. And I do have an underlying belief that kind of bridges together the placebo effect with the Futoy's belief. And I do believe that everything we do is essentially, it's not magical, but it is a ritual. And it's a ritual that begs what we want in the future. That doesn't mean law of attraction, but what it does mean is, yes, if you do violence, you're probably going to find more violence. It means that it is law of attraction, but it's more along the lines of we do this collectively, right? The more we live in a society, that does violence, the more people in that society are going to wake up and have violence. That's
Well,
how I
like
see it.
happier people tend to live longer, right? Because of cortisol.
Well, not just cortisol, but yeah, it's a big player for sure.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
it's
lot
a
of
big play.
reasons. That's true. That's true. Okay, we all came to some kind of agreement. Maybe, possibly, new topic now. New topic. Okay, so remember we're talking about spiritual beings is the thing. Let me hit you with this. Okay, I guess I don't know. I always try to make it. Okay, yeah, no, there is an atheist stance in this for the atheists on the panels. Is it possible and useful to ever interact with these spiritual beings, or if they exist in your mind? Same question. So if you're an atheist, right, you could think you could maybe have, let's say you hear voices, or let's say you have chosen willfully to even trick yourself with some type of tulpa adjacent figure or some imaginary friend or whatever. Then it's like, is that helpful to engage with? Or if you're a Christian or a spiritualist or anything like that, or a theist, do you think if these spirits exist that one ought to engage, right? Biblically, whatever way you want to take it. We go clockwise, we go snake-wise, we do it all, starting with you, Mel.
Well, the only thing is, you can put me to the end if you want, but can I go last just because I've done so much talking?
I mean, I have to check with my boss on that one. That's
No.
I guess, but I have to physically, because I'm a little bit low-key autistic, I will have to physically move you to the back. Otherwise, it's not clockwise, it's not snake-wise, and that like kind of triggers me a little bit. So, Marilyn.
Oh my God. I think that we are God. So like we have the power and authority with our thoughts and our minds to only have thoughts God has in his head. Because we don't belong to Satan. We don't belong to the enemy. We don't belong to something that's not real and dead, or whatever the case may be, something that's opposite from God. We are life. So I really don't think that we should go into any psychosis or schizophrenia. And
Wait, let me brief clarification, but like if you do, Marilyn, I don't know if you do, if you think like angels or entities or ghosts or all that stuff, if you think those things exist, do you think we should interact with those in any way?
but like I feel like if you're seeing them physically and they're talking to you, I mean maybe, but like if you're hearing stuff in your head, you probably, need to do something else. Yeah.
Okay, I'm have questions, but I'm limiting my crosstalk. Okay, Futoi.
Yeah, it's interesting Marilyn said that actually, because I was thinking about a conversation from the other night, right, with Indian Jesus, and remember we're talking about if God commanded you to kill your son, would you do it? Now this is the weird part about acting on it. Like, and as Marilyn was saying, is it a psychosis? Or because if you say yes, right, and you're hearing voices in your head from whatever psychosis or whatever, right, schizophrenia or whatever, and you're basically saying you're going to act on it. So if your voices tell you to kill somebody, you're going to go, and you are convinced it's God, you're going to go ahead and kill somebody, right? So I could understand a lot of people who say they're Christians were a bit like, well, no, if God told me to kill my son, no, I don't think I'm going to do it, or we're standoffish on the idea, right? But you have to think, though, would God come down and tell you to kill your son? He did in the Bible. You see, this is religion again for you.
Remember, you only get 30 seconds, and you haven't really answered the question yet, Futoi. I'm just saying, 30 seconds. So,
should you act on it?
Land the plane.
Should you act on it if you hear voices? Probably
should you interact?
Not.
Should you interact with them? That's kind of the thing. Is it useful to interact? So it doesn't mean you have to listen to them, But if you have a voice in your head, even like I said, it could even be an imaginary friend that you've concocted. You know, it could be anything. It
I know,
doesn't
but
be
if we keep it
harmful.
on topic, just say God when you pray, right? You're interacting with God.
No, we're not talking about God. We're explicitly in all of this. We are not talking about God.
You are
the
the Holy Spirit,
panel,
the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit.
No.
That's what we're talking about.
That's why we clarified that at the beginning. Spirits, not spirit. Spirits, entities, angels, demons. That type of, we're not talking about God. I mean, it'll probably get brought into God.
Idea.
That's fine, but in all of these prompts, none of them are God related. Yeah.
All right. So spirits, and demons, and things like that. Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Okay. Oy vey, soda.
This is tough for me. I'd probably go with the official church doctrine and say yes, but I've never had any experience with it, so I'd probably say it's possible.
Okay. Young Christian.
It's possible, but no, I wouldn't say it's useful or good.
Okay. Mel?
Yeah, I think Futoy gave a good example of why I think it can also cause more harm than good overall. But just from a baseline, there's no more value to it than interacting with like fictional cartoon characters in your mind because you feel like that they represent certain values or something.
But is that not to crosstalk a little bit, but just a clarification? Would you not say that's kind of do you mean is that still useful? Like I guess I'm thinking about the placebo thing.
But they may as well be fictional.
Right, but even if they're fictional, does that matter? If they're useful, then would you interact with them?
I think if they have a positive influence, it can be like I think they can have a positive influence. They can also have a much stronger negative influence.
Okay, valid. Okay, and I guess Confluence. What do I think about this? I would say it depends. It depends heavily, I think, on the entity that you're trying to talk with. I think that would be my stance. I think there's like some bad levels, maybe in general, but I think ultimately it probably depends on what you're talking to, and why you're talking to that thing or why you're trying to interact with it. So like some random spirit hits me up, I'm going to be a little sussed. I want to put it through I'm probably going to get it to cam up in the back. Maybe give me one of these, just to like check it out.
Put up a banner, ask at the time.
Yeah, exactly. There'll be a couple tests, but yeah. And with if it's in the mind, then I think, I think it depends on, again, the usefulness of that as well. I think, again, it's like, it's similar in some ways to the placebo where it's like, maybe it could be something that could be leveraged, but I think you have to be cautious to see if it's being leveraged in a good way.
Would you do a Ouija board, Con?
No, I would not do a Ouija board. No.
So do you believe those actually work?
Not for, and that's so a couple things. I think like the idiomotor effect, which is like the physicalist interpretation of a Ouija board, right? I think that's true, just to get that out of the gate. And so I understand that, but I think it is possible that some type of like spirit could be interfacing, because this is how I think spirits work. I think they interface with your consciousness in some ways. Even if they're psychological, I think there could be something that we might call a spirit interacting with your consciousness that is causing then you to move the planchette in a certain way that could give information.
So like channeling.
Channeling, yeah.
So why wouldn't you do it then? It's harmless.
Well, no, I don't. Well, no, I don't. What I just said does not mean it's harmless. I think that stuff can be very harmful.
You're basically saying it's not demons or spirits moving it, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it could be. It could very well be spirits or demons interfacing with your consciousness to move a planchette. It could also be the case that there is some subconscious factor moving the Ouija board as well. That's possible as well. I don't know if either of those things are helpful. The thing that makes me the possibility of it being some untoward, I think, spiritual force, because I do believe in spirits. That's what would make me be like super sussed about it, because it's like if I was like fully confident it was my own mind, then I wouldn't have a problem with it. Like as a weird example, like if you guys have ever heard of a pendulum before, anyone know what that is? Like in the context we're talking about, where it's like you can hold a pendulum and it'll you can like ask it questions. People use it to like try to figure out like a baby's like sex and stuff, and you know, it's like that's something for me. It's like I'm very confident that that's just my mind and it is the idiomotor effect. And in that way, I think it can be a useful way to kind of tap into your own subconscious. So I don't see a danger there. Ouija boards, I feel like because they're kind of like expressly designed as like a channeling tool, then I feel like you're possibly opening yourself up to like God knows what entity. And I take that shit seriously. So I think it's like it's not a thing I'd fuck with personally.
Yeah, me neither. Well,
what were you talking about? God and sacrificing babies with Lutch?
What? Where was this? Can you give more context?
When you had your 30 seconds?
Sacrificing babies?
Yeah, or your kid or something to God.
Oh, it was. Do you remember when Indian Jesus was on the last panel? Right. Oh, I mean, maybe you weren't here. Right. So there was a scenario. If God came down and told you got to sacrifice your eldest kid, would you do it? That was the question. And it was like that guy in the Bible. I can't remember his name.
Abraham,
yeah. So it was that sort of scenario. So if you're a true believer, would you sacrifice your son or no? So it's like how convicted are you in your belief, right?
Like full on sacrifice.
Full on sacrifice. The same as the story
or being told to.
The same story is in the Bible.
Yeah, Abraham didn't
he was stopped.
His child.
He was stopped. He was going to do it.
By God.
The guy was going to do it, right?
Yeah. That's why I'm asking, like, all the way or just being told
same
to.
Scenario. God gave a message to you. I think 2 angels told him, but just say God, and you're sure it's God, came down to you and said, listen, I want you to sacrifice your oldest son. Are you going to do it or not do it at that point?
So he's telling me to?
He's telling you to.
Then yeah, because I trust in the character of God.
You see, that's what I said. I said, yeah, if God wants me to do something, I'm going to do it because I believe in God, right?
I trust God's
but
character.
You see, two things, Christian. One, God's not going to ever do that, right? Okay, he did in the Bible story, but remember, we don't have to take everything so literally. And two, you could be hearing voices. So basically what you're admitting to is if you hear voices in your head telling, and you think it's God, you're convinced it's God, and it's telling you to commit murder, you're going to do it, right? That's the danger of that story.
Simplifying it to that. Right, that's just your assumption.
But generally, people were like, "Oh, I'm not." One guy was, what's his name? Eddie, is it? Was like, "No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't sacrifice my son," which is fair enough, right? Which is you could say to God, "Hey, God, I'm sorry, but I just couldn't do it."
If that voice, you're told to test every spirit. So if that voice told me to do it, and I assumed it to be God, and at no point is that voice going to stop me, then I don't believe it's God.
Sorry, say it again.
Am I quiet?
No, I just didn't get what you said.
So if a voice tells me to sacrifice my child, right?
And you're sure it's God.
Oh, I'm sure it's God, then I'm not going to be sacrificing my child.
So you're saying, so you're lifting up your knife. At what point are you going to go and well, at what point are you going to say, well, he's not stopping me, so it's not God? How far from your kid is the knife, right? Before you go, oh, okay, he didn't stop me. That's not God. I'm just schizophrenic.
What I'm curious about, full Confluence, but
well, my intention is to do it, and I go to do it. At no point does God tell me to stop, then I'm going to catch myself.
I see your heart. I see you want to obey God. I do see it. But right, you got to look at the situation. God's not going to tell you. God's not going to test you. God's not going to test you like that. God is not going to test you like that, and never has. It's a story in the Bible, right? Maybe it was just to give an example of something.
You're just
listen. God's not going to tell you to kill somebody, dude.
Confluence, can you bring up the preference?
It's not going to happen, Christian. It's not true.
I absolutely can. Ask and you will.
So funny. Think about it, Christian. Think about it. It's just a story in the Bible. They used it to put out a message. That's
Again, it's not. That's just your assumption as you approach Scripture.
Come on,
So-
God's going to tell you to kill your son just to prove a point? Come on.
Do you understand the point?
How do we get back to the
God.
binding of Isaac? And not the game, but like the real one.
Oh,
Isn't this relying?
That's what it's called, and then the game stole it. But that's what
That's
the
what we're talking
actual
about
thing is
the game.
called. No, that's a problem. But it literally was called. But that's where the game got the name from.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think part of the discrepancy, though, might be that one of you believes in a more benevolent God than the other.
No, the thing is religion. Religion is the problem. You don't need religion. You don't need it.
Well, Christian, correct me if I'm wrong. That's why you said you believe in the character of God.
yeah.
Yeah.
When God says he doesn't desire and he actually hates child sacrifice, I trust.
Then
in the
why did
character
he
of
do
God.
that to that guy in the Bible?
You
Why
have
did
to
he do
understand why did he do it? To test
why?
Abraham's faith,
Why?
to see if he trusts in God.
Why? We're human. We're built to be imperfect and make mistakes and
Are you
sin.
also
We're built that way.
are you opting out of the part where God stops him?
No, I think I don't want to offend you at all or religious people, but I just think it's a crock of shit. I
You're not
really do.
offending me.
If you have to make the argument, offend us.
It's a crock of shit.
Yeah,
Why would
just
God be
just make your
involved in that
argument.
way? What, he's going to test one guy?
So I'm actually seeing a
Hey,
connection
you
here.
are going to test you. Kill your kid. Come on.
I'm seeing a connection here between what Confluence was talking about and Christian. My question for Confluence was going, and I'm going to start with the question. I'm going to finish what I'm saying, but you can still answer it if you want. My question was originally going to be, don't you think it's a little bit weird that we're just supposed to know the difference between some sort of message we get through a Ouija board versus one that appears in our head? Yet your whole mechanism is that they kind of goes through our mind. I think overall, the way I understand spirituality versus religion is that you can't know that.
Can you break that down further?
Right. So like
technically, in terms of it all being in our mind,
board, you could
I'm
just,
assuming you're referring to God.
If Ouija board was a part of your religion, you could just say God is speaking through me with a Ouija board. And I'm just referring to Confluence's own beliefs.
I can give an answer to that. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I reject that.
Okay, but if I may finish, I just want to point out, I think religion was initially created to create one of the first philosophical problems, which is how do you know the difference between your benevolent God contacting you through one of these mediums, whether it's channeling or divine inspiration or whatever you want to call it, or through a Ouija board, versus how do you delineate something like Satan and something that's a false prophet, essentially. And religion was created as sort of like a set of preordained rituals to delineate those things. Because if you're a part of that church or you do those rituals or whatever, then you know you're getting the messages from the right God, not from the wrong ones.
Okay, so I guess I want to jump in first on this, like, because the way I see it is, I think if history played out differently, and like most people, let's say, see an Ouija board as like a way to contact the divine, right? Then maybe that would change things. Like again, I'm talking with Podesta and Ragepage in the chat about intent. The intent makes all the in at least in my perspective, the intent makes all the difference in the world, in the spiritual dimensions. If we accept that any type of spirituality exists, then intent is everything. And so when you use an Ouija board, your intent is not to contact God, right? If it was, hypothetically, then maybe, like, let's say you had no bad affiliations, that it was contacting like spirits or ghosts, and it was like you were purely using it, then maybe I'm also like a heretical Christian, so that's probably why I'm giving this answer. So I can agree that that's possible, but the way most people are using it is not in that way. If you intend, it's the same way with prayer. It's like, it's not like I'm like trying to even defame an Ouija board specifically. Like if you think about it, it's just like it's a board with like it's made of matter, right? Like what does it do? It's a tool that intent is channeled through. So if we look at like prayer, well, if I pray to God, okay, I'm going to get a different result than if I like pray to Moloch, right? Because my intent is different. My intent is differently focused. Or if I look at like the Goetia, like the grimoire of like demons, and I pray to Paimon, I'm going to get a different effect because now, even though I'm doing the same thing, I'm sitting there, I'm just praying, but my intent is now focused from God to now asking Paimon to do something. That's diametrically opposed. It's like antipodal, right? So to me, like the intent of what you're doing is like the most important thing in how we interact with this kind of stuff.
Or just don't.
Well, okay, so
well,
how do you know?
We ought to pray, but we ought to pray to the right thing, right? That's the whole point. These things are tools, but even if you remove the tools, it's not like just by saying praying that you're like somehow free of danger. Like, who are you praying to? Right?
You also
like I said,
you don't need
why I said, or don't. Just don't do it.
Pray? You don't think you should pray, Futai?
Don't use Ouija boards. Don't pray. Of course not. That's gay.
That's gayest. That's the gayest thing you've ever said, Futai.
That's the
fucking gayest thing you've ever said.
What are you praying for? What is the objective of prayer for you?
To bring myself into communion and alignment with God.
There you go. There you go. You believe God is not in you. You believe you're not with God. You believe you're apart from God. So you need to pray to make yourself feel like you're with God.
Yes, I've explained this before to you, Futoi. This is me speaking heresy right now. But you, Futoi, I thought you agreed with me before. I think that. And again, this is heresy. So this is when I get into woo-woo territory. I always like to try to be clear. Okay. I think that maybe we are all God and then God caused division, right? But now we are in that divided state. So I do think that we are on a journey of theosis to come back to God. But that means right now, I understand, young Christian. Right now, we are in a process of trying to get back. So yes, it does matter in the moment because we're not fully God right now. We're not fully God. We might be like some type of like, God has chosen to forget and to experience creation. Like that's something I'm open to. But in the present moment, that's the whole point of it, is we're not fully connected. Otherwise, there'd be no point to the whole charade that we're doing.
I don't feel that I'm disconnected from God in any way whatsoever. I really don't. I don't have that feeling.
Confluence.
You do have like devil horns on your avatar right now, though, Futoi. So I don't know if I can really trust that. For real.
These ears are actually horns too. But doesn't your definition technically eliminate like the possibility of an omnipresent, omnipotent, and omnipresent, omnipotent, and omnipotent God? No, I already said that.
That's what I believe.
Omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. Yeah,
that's what I believe.
I don't think it does. Like I think I think that God is indwelling all of matter, but I think God is also separate from all of matter. And I don't see any reason to, even if I think God is everywhere, to think that God is like
that eliminates omnipresence.
Equally. No, it doesn't. Mm-hmm. Because it's a degree of potency, right? I don't know if that's the right word, but
that's omnipotence. Omnipresence means it is more.
No, it doesn't. No. We're everything I'm saying is talking about omnipresence. Everything I'm saying right now is talking about omnipresence. Nothing about omnipotence.
The state of being widespread or constantly encountered, the presence of God everywhere at the same time.
Yes, but that doesn't mean there can't be degrees. Like I think there is more of God in me than there is in a rock, let's say. Even though God is, I think, everywhere, God is omnipresent. But that doesn't mean, just because you hold to that, it doesn't mean that God is everywhere in the same way at the same time.
I think the omni part kind of necessitates it.
No, it doesn't. You read the definition, Mel. You read the definition. It doesn't. That's not baked into the definition. You're adding that to, and this is a common, like this has been hashed out throughout church history, and like all Christians actually would agree with what I'm saying right now. Obviously, the presence of God is more in a believer, right? Someone who is Christian. So now I'm back into a more orthodox take than it is in a rock.
Here's the brainwashing part.
If you're like a human, right? If you're a human, you are made in the image of God, and a rock is not. That doesn't mean omnipresence isn't true. That's just like a misunderstanding of like how these terms are used.
It sounds very
cultish to me.
You have to read on the Ark of the Covenant.
Only of you.
I think that's the presence that
Can you remind
Mel
me
is
what that
pointing
is?
to.
It's very cultish.
Ark of the Covenant. Can you remember what that is?
Religion is basically
Yeah,
a cult.
it was. You know, I don't even know how you would describe this. Can you pull up a picture of the Ark of the Covenant?
I can pull up like a drawing of one, and I can't pull up a picture, brother.
No, I think that one black and white picture.
It's essentially where God resided with His people. Only like high priests could go into like can approach the Ark of the Covenant, and it was like once a year.
Yeah, it was in a tabernacle.
Yeah, but there's all sorts of theories on it, like it was. But
that doesn't take away
radioactive
being everywhere and seeing everything and knowing everything.
Nah, I mean,
yeah,
do you have receipts for that? Do you have receipts for that, Christian?
Yeah, the Bible and Scripture. Just open it
like
up.
That's not receipts for me. The Bible, Scripture.
Kind of like if you. Know
I mean, if you don't accept my receipt, I can't help you. I don't know.
Well, it's not. It's not a receipt though.
Oh, well, I mean, if you reject the receipt,
I do. I reject the receipt.
Oh, okay. Then why'd you ask for a receipt?
I mean, the receipt has good intentions and has helped a lot of people, but
it does sound like you're saying there's a non-zero amount of objects that we can find God in, and my only question is like, I could also probably measure their suggestibility and find a much higher suggestibility index in these people than on average. So how do we know it's not just that? How do we know finding God in people isn't just finding people who are more likely to believe in things?
But that's fine. If we're moving on, are we clear we're moving on from the omnipresence argument though? Because my answer to that was an issue of degrees, right? And so I think there's degrees of God being present. I think what you're asking is a different question, which is fine, but I just want to make sure that we're moving on to a different thing.
Yeah, but we don't agree, right? We agree that he's omnipresent, but we don't agree in the degrees. I don't feel there's different degrees. There's as much God in me as there is in a rock. Simple.
So, Futo, do you
that's crazy, Futo.
It's not crazy. It's absolutely not crazy.
Actually, with Futoy,
it's crazy.
Actually, Futoy, specifically with you, that could be true.
Futo, do you worship or do you not worship?
Of course I don't. Why would I? That's so vain. Why would I worship myself? I don't worship.
That's crazy. Look, I think low key maybe we're all God, but like I still worship the most divine God, obviously, which is not me. Yeah, but at least I'm less of a heretic than Futoy beside me, right? Like I still worship Christ.
I'm only a heretic.
You like balancing on the edge. You play with both
I'm only a heretic according to your cult's dogma. That's the only reason that makes me a heretic is your cult's dogma.
Well, yeah. Let me
let
me just point something out. Right, like when you have this degrees of omnipotence or omnipresence framework, I think the issue you encounter then is that there's no reason to believe then that there aren't other gods with lesser forms of these degrees of omnipotence that you're talking about. And therefore, there's no reason why you can't be a polytheist. Futoy is the only person with a rational basis for being a monotheistic based on his under.
Oh, God says there is no other God but me.
No, a human wrote that in a book.
Yeah, exactly. But he believes the book is the word of God. Though.
See, how is my view not consistent? I don't think I would not grant you what you said, Mal.
That there aren't lesser gods with.
I agree. I mean, that's what I would. The whole panel is called like spirits, angels, demons, entities, right? It's like I think there can be a different entity that has a degree of power. It's not
worship a demon for sure.
It's not. Well, no, I think there's one supreme God, right? So it's like there could be like lesser things that people call gods, right? That have more power than I do.
Wouldn't the only way to guarantee that your God is supreme, though, is to believe that it is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient?
Right, all powerful.
My God is that, but we're talking in like a weird like Reddit level way, which just like happens with like atheists and. This is no insult on you, Mel, but it's something I've come up, and I think it's
I think you're just frustrated. It's not going your way, but okay.
No. I'm saying something bad about myself. I think it's like it's a skill issue probably on my part that I can't find a way to communicate. Like, because when I say God, I don't mean like this specific entity that's over here. When I say God, I mean like all reality, all of love, all of like it transcends anything else. So if you could talk if you could convince me that maybe Athena exists, that's cool, but that's not what I mean when I say God. I don't mean like a sky daddy. I don't mean any of that nonsense. I mean like something that is like is
whatever that word.
Yeah, it's so beyond. It like subsumes all of reality. That's what I mean when I say God.
When you're talking about omnipresence,
so
what are you
you
talking
can just
about?
subvert every logical.
God is everything. Christian, do you know what?
No,
what
paradox.
I feel. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be right, Christian. It's just what I feel. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just explaining how I see it. That's it. You could be right. I could be wrong. All right? I don't want to take that away from you, but how I see it and how it makes sense to me is this way. Because I don't feel separate from God. I don't feel I have to go to God. I don't feel I have to praise God or pray for something or buy my way into heaven. I don't feel any of those things. Right? And so I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just how I feel. I found it important to say that to you.
Okay, Mel, what do you mean by omnipresence?
I think it's an expectation that something would exist in everything.
Exist in everything?
Yes.
So that's when you say omnipresence, that's what you mean?
Yeah, everything that can be conceived of.
Okay, so if anything doesn't fit within your definition, then it's not omnipresent?
I think we start to run into paradoxes, so that's why my definition requires that it must be everything, especially if you're a monotheist.
So how does that tie into lesser gods?
Well, because again, if you're a monotheist and your God is all powerful, then there should be no way to divvy up that power, and polytheism assumes that power can be divvied up.
Why would God need to divvy up his power?
I'm not saying he did it. I'm just saying that when you think about omnipresence, omnipotence, and omniscience as a whole, it creates a paradigm where something must be unified and indivisible.
Well, I think God's everywhere, but God isn't the rock.
Sorry, God is what?
I said I think God's everywhere, but God isn't the rock.
Well, but hold on, Christian, right? The rock has been here for millions of years, possibly billions of years, right? The rock. We're here for 70, but yet we're more of God than the rock is. Without the rock, we're fucked. We wouldn't exist. Maybe there's more of God in the rock than there is in us.
Again, that's just an assumption you're smuggling in there.
Of course, but aren't you also making assumptions?
Oh, sure. I haven't denied that.
Right, neither have I.
Right.
Okay, I think another way of thinking about this is, to me, it only makes sense to worship something that makes sense. And let me explain. We can't worship a God that we can't tie any words to, that we can't create any words for, any rituals, any songs, or any of the ways that we express these kind of beliefs. So as soon as it becomes completely unrelatable to us, then we don't have anything that we can work with anymore.
You're talking about revelation. Right?
I'm not talking about anything in particular, by the way. So if that rings any bells,
well, I mean, it sounds like you're referencing like revelation from God.
I agree with what Mel is saying, but I just don't. Why do you think that you can't do that?
I don't disagree. You need revelation to know God.
Well, because again, it does. What I'm positing is that God does need to be at least somewhat sensible for it even to make sense to worship. If it's something that can only not make sense in any single way, then we have nothing to worship.
Well, what about God does not make sense to you, though, Mel?
Well, I think some of your descriptions where it's like it's omnipotent, but it's also at levels, but there's also there's an almighty God, but that again would concentrate power to a singular point.
We have to pray to get.
Wait! Hold on. If you're going to say that's illogical, how is it illogical for God to be omnipresent, but to have different degrees that He inhabits? Like those things are not like literally just from a logical point of view. That is totally totally normal, right?
That's
You
not
can
no.
there's oxygen over all of the Earth, but it's not equally distributed.
No,
right?
no.
There's no. It's not illogical to think
What
there could be
percentage?
more oxygen over here than there is over there.
But we don't say
percentage.
Almighty.
What percentage of God is in a rock? Would you say?
No, but that's a
your
non
example.
sequitur, Mal. That's like actually a non sequitur. I'm just pointing out that you're saying that I've presented some illogical statement about God's omnipresence, but also positing that there is degrees of that omnipresence, and you're saying that's somehow illogical. And I'm saying so, and I'm giving an example where that's not the case, right? You could say that air is omnipresent, right?
What I said wrong. I got to cut you off. All I posited there is that Futoi has a better basis for believing in an almighty God, because at least he can describe something that would be omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient.
Well, that's not all you said. I mean, to be clear, you said that
more, but that was my core point.
Okay, so do you disagree with what I said then, or because it sounded like you directly said you disagreed and you thought it was illogical? So
Yeah,
I feel like it's fair if I ask how it's illogical.
I think it's directly contradictory to say you believe in an almighty God, but also you're a polytheist.
Okay, that's like the worst straw man I think I've ever heard.
I think you're putting your own rules on God.
I've said that God is all reality, God is everything, and we're talking on a degrees of scale. So it's like, even as a low, stupid example, if we encountered some alien species that was God-like, in the sense that it could control the earth and it could like mind control us and all this stuff. That is not what I mean by God. So if I found out like Athena, that's why I brought up Athena. If I found out Athena actually exists, that's not what I mean by God, right? That is some like lower G God, but that's not, obviously Athena is not omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, is not defined by love itself, is not defined by logic itself, right? So we're talking on like complete different levels. So if you want to say that's polytheism because I posit that it's possible that there are spiritual entities that exist outside of ourselves that contain different levels of power, that's called a fucking hierarchy. There's nothing illogical about that. If you want to say that, then explain how it's illogical.
So if God is everything, as you stated, that's not straw person you, then wouldn't it make sense to say we're always acting out God's will?
Well, I said if we're talking about omnipresence, right?
So
then God is everywhere.
A rock is not God.
A rock is God light.
God is. I don't know how my analogy of air is not catching Futoi or Umel.
That's air.
No, but,
that's not an omnipresent being.
I know. Futoi, you'd be surprised to learn that an analogy is an analogy because you're not talking directly about the thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an analogy anymore. If you think about it, right?
I know it's an analogy.
So then you have to say, what's the symmetry breaker? The whole point of the analogy is to point to something else.
Let me answer. Right? Air is air. Water is water. Earth is earth. Right? They're separate things. So you can have them in different degrees. God is all of them and everything. So you can't have it in different degrees.
Why is God's presence? Why do you think why is it
definition? It's just
everything. Where is God
really
not? There is no place without God. There is no diluted God.
That's true.
That there's less of God there than there is somewhere else. Where is God not?
That's like saying there's no place where there's not energy. But there's certain places where energy is more concentrated than others.
It's an
analogy. It's an analogy, though, right?
No, but we don't say matter.
It's not illogical, though. You can say you don't like it. If you're going to say it's illogical, I'm going to hit you with logical stuff, and then you have to show how it's illogical.
What you just said is incorrect because nobody claims that matter.
Apples and oranges. That's why.
Nobody says that matter.
That's how analogies work, Futoi.
No, it's not a good analogy, dude.
Then explain if you both think it's illogical, tell me how it's illogical that God's presence can be everywhere, but for some reason that when it comes to degrees, you can't imagine that there could be like more presence in certain areas than others. Why does it have to be evenly distributed? You guys are making that up.
This all stems from a terrible definition of omnipresence.
There is only God.
Horrendous one.
There is only God. So there's not degrees.
What is the root word?
There is only God.
Let's get into
Can't you get that concept? There is only God.
Yeah. Okay. So you're going to an etymological fallacy. That's cool. That's what I expect, Mel. That's what I expect.
It's not inherently an etymological fallacy.
Anyway, guys, listen. It's 4 a.m. here. Why do you keep me up so late, Con? Damn you!
You should be kept up later. You usually hang out longer than this, Futoy. Okay, so I'm feeling.
It's screwed up my stuff that I have to do, my responsibilities and stuff. Anyway, good night, guys. Another brilliant panel, Con. Thank you very much for having me up. I really do mean this, right? I'm so happy that I met you guys. You know, you are all a very positive part in addition to my life.
Have a good one.
Red pilled.
Hey, nice.
God bless.
Good night, buddy.
W. Futoy.
Have we looked up the definition of omnipresence yet?
Yes.
Yeah. Young Christian, if you have a different one, I think Mel gave one, which, actually is probably a little sus, to be honest. Just knowing Mel and her atheistic ways, okay? Crazy.
I want you to make it make sense.
I think not that God's in everything, but can be encountered everywhere.
Sure. Can you elaborate?
I mean, that's what omnipresence would be. You run into God everywhere.
That qualifies everywhere.
But can you elaborate? How would you know
that God's everywhere?
Yeah, like I could say you encounter X everywhere. And then and someone asks, how do you know? And I just say, well, because everything is X. That's just a closed loop. That's not really useful.
So you're asking me, how do I know that I can encounter God everywhere?
Yes.
Because I can speak to God anywhere.
How do you know?
How do I know that I can speak to God anywhere?
Mm-hmm.
Because I speak to God anywhere. I don't understand the question.
Again, it seems like it's just a logical dead end. Like there's nothing for that to make sense. I don't speak to God everywhere, so I guess I don't encounter.
No,
God
it just stems from you rejecting God.
It's just purely subjective.
You reject His existence. So
it's purely subjective though, because I go everywhere all the time and I don't encounter God everywhere.
Well, it's not. You could pull up anyone who believes in God, and they would say like, yeah.
And you certainly can't say that.
That's referencing to Christianity, by the way.
I never make these arguments, but here it seems quite apt actually that you haven't been everywhere, so you can't actually make that claim with certainty.
No, not absolute certainty. But I trust in God's character. Again, I trust that God's not a liar when He says that He's omnipresent.
Mel, how do you know that? How do you know that you haven't encountered God everywhere?
Well, I don't, but I do know what I have encountered, and I can explain it without God.
Let's say there's like an element that's like let's say you didn't know much about chemistry. Let's say you didn't, which I've met people that like think that unironically I've met people that think that air is just oxygen and nothing else. Okay. Let's say you thought that.
No, not the air thing. Stop.
And then we're going back to the air. And then let's say you were like, well, I've never encountered nitrogen in my life. Is it possible that maybe you have, but you just you haven't realized that you've encountered nitrogen? It's possible.
It's possible, but it still serves no purpose in my life.
Right, but it's not. But then you can't. I don't think you can definitively state that you haven't. Subjectively, you don't think you've encountered God. But it's not like you're like, yeah, I don't know. It feels. I don't know if that analogy makes sense or not, but it's maybe God is all around you in the same way nitrogen is all around me right now. But if I like don't know about nitrogen or don't believe in it, then I'm like, oh, I've never even breathed nitrogen ever. But realistically, I have. I breathe nitrogen all the time.
Let me formulate this as a better internal critique. If God is also all powerful, then it doesn't make sense that you can encounter God somewhere as a fraction of that all powerfulness. Does that make sense?
No, I think that's just that's a confusion of omnipotence. I think. I don't think that's not. I think it's not a good way to think or even define omnipotence.
You're just not all powerful if you can be encountered as a fraction of your power.
No, you absolutely no. Wait, how is it? Do you think it's not possible for an omnipotent being to lessen themselves?
Yeah, I think it would mean that there's a domain across which the god does not have power, and therefore they're not all powerful.
But if you're all powerful, can't you make a zone where you can do? Yeah, if you can do anything that's like, let's say, logically consistent. I'll even grant that into it. But then why couldn't you, right? Like, make a section where you choose not to act in this situation. You choose not to do this.
When I see God for like when I'm face to face with God, I'm gonna ask him if he can circle a square. It's gonna be my first question off the dome.
Interesting. I'm not gonna lie, that's an interesting thing to ask.
You get 2 more wishes.
I think you can't have one of these definitions partially exist without degrading one of the other definitions, the omnipotence, omnipresence, stuff like that. And the problem with that is now you've just described a lesser God, one that can't be all powerful.
How? I don't see that. I think the pinnacle of being all powerful is being also able then at certain points to cede some of that power. Right, like that's the true omnipotence, really.
It sounds like all powerful. The way you're defining it, all powerful isn't really all powerful.
The way I'm defining it,
yeah,
I would say the same about you, because I'm the one who's saying like you shouldn't actually be able to lose some of your power if you were all powerful.
Who said?
But so would it be a higher skill to be able to, in certain contexts, limit your power? Isn't that more powerful? Like that seems more limiting to me. If you're like,
I never said skill one.
Physically possibly do this.
No. It's not about having skill.
Remove power and then bring it back whenever you want, whenever you feel like it.
It's about it's kind of about definitions. Like you call something all powerful, but then it can also be non-powerful, but you still describe it as non-powerful. Your definitions just become kind of dog water.
I don't know how it is. Like, okay, I'm gonna hit you with another analogy. Okay, let's say you run a Minecraft server. Okay, and you control it all. You can ban anyone. You can do anything at any time. But you see some chicanery happening. Okay, and you're allowing it. You're allowing it to happen. Does that make you less all powerful? No. If anything, that makes you more all powerful because you can do what you want.
Can you be omnipresent in a Minecraft server?
No, but you keep switching between attributes.
God, it would be better
they reinforce each other and necessitate absolute power.
They don't reinforce. They don't have to reinforce each other. You're saying there's some
absolute power.
I know, but it sounds like I don't think you mean to pivot, but you are pivoting, Mel. You're pivoting because you're saying that to be all powerful, you somehow couldn't limit your power because that would make you less all powerful. But that's not the case.
A better analogy instead of just letting it happen would be that you have the Minecraft server. You can ban anyone at any time. You have all the power on this Minecraft server, and then you play within the server and you don't ban anyone.
Power confined with the convenient subset that also allows you to cope with reality.
No,
right. What does that,
you have the power to ban. You're in there. You're experiencing you're not banning anyone. But
does that limit your power? Like even in the analogy, would you say that guy, that admin is less powerful because he's just choosing to go into the server?
You're automatically describing a situation where you can't be omnipresent, omnipotent, or omniscient.
Okay. Do you see? So you can't just stick with omnipotence because you know what you're saying is completely wrong.
Ownership with the power that we ascribe to God, which is
how about
create or destroy the universe.
How about this? I haven't played Minecraft in years, but how about this? You have 2 monitors. Okay, on one of your monitors, you can see the entire server, and you can teleport at any point, and you see everything. Okay, on one monitor. Okay,
you see everything on one monitor.
Yeah. Like when you see like the server, and you can choose to see anything at any point.
It's a hypothetical, sure.
Okay. Well, yeah, I haven't played Minecraft. I don't actually know how Minecraft
I don't think it's. Yeah,
but,
it's a little more complicated than that, but sure.
Yeah. But you see everything. You can go anywhere. You see everything on one monitor. Okay, right? In the other monitor, you're playing Minecraft, right? And you still have the ability to ban, you still have the ability to do everything, right? So if I'm in one location, right, playing Minecraft, but I could see every other location and what's going on in those locations, does that strip me from everything because I'm choosing to just play Minecraft?
I think you kind of lost me with like it being like a parallel worlds thing. What I would say, by the way, is that
How did that lose? That's such a like an easy analogy though, if you think about it, Mal.
like you
It's
should
so
be able
easy.
to answer that from my perspective if you're actually following what I'm saying too. So
Right,
forgive me for telling you when I lost.
I want to know where you were lost.
I just don't.
Analogy.
I don't know how to answer your question based off of the foundations you give me. You can repeat it if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll repeat it. You have a monitor, okay?
Mhm.
On this, you only have two. I mean, we say 350. It doesn't really matter. The point is, on the other monitors, you can see everything that's going on, everything. Okay, and you can go to any point, anywhere on the server. Okay, and then you have another monitor where you're playing Minecraft. Now, because you own the server, you can ban, you can do whatever you want on this server. Okay, but you're choosing to play. You're choosing to play Minecraft. You're not utilizing the power in any kind of way, right? I mean, you can see what's going on. You're not banning. You're not doing anything. You're just playing Minecraft. Do I still have the capability to see everything, go anywhere, and do whatever I want in this Minecraft server?
Sure, I guess, but here's the issue.
So I'm still all powerful.
But I'm going to point something out that I don't think it's analogous, because by saying you can go somewhere, you're saying you're not already there, which again contradicts omnipresence.
But Mel, hold on for a sec. At least let's go one attribute at a time. And if you think they contradict, that's fine. But in that example, do you agree that's not a lessening of omnipotence? In Christian's example,
No,
it's not a lessening.
The omni eliminates the possibility of partial degrees of these things. Look at omni as a prefix, what that means.
So would I need to like clone myself to watch every single monitor and play on every single monitor so I'm everywhere? Like, would that help the analogy better?
Does it? I'm just curious. Mel, does it? I guess a simple question in young Christian's example, is he lessening his power by entering into the Minecraft world, even though he has ultimate authorities on his second monitor? Is he lessening it?
Since you've reframed it, he is lessening his power, but it doesn't change the fact that omni refers to something meaning all, every, and everywhere. So is
he
not still all powerful? He can ban, he can experience, he can do it all.
The specific analogy is talking about the lessening of power. Obviously, God doesn't equate to a Minecraft server and a human being running it.
I'm sorry for this, is there not a difference between all and some?
That's not semantics, no. But that in the context of Minecraft, right? You would within the constraints of, I guess, how Minecraft works, you would be all powerful in the Minecraft world. You can ban anyway, you can do anything, you can spawn anything, but you could also choose to interact. You can choose to not look at even that second monitor if you wanted to. In fact, that is an expression of power to choose to not look at a specific thing. I feel like your definition of omnipotence is just not correct.
So it's only because you've constrained everything to the point where this doesn't actually inform us about the broader discussion at all. But in the very limited subset of conditions you've provided, you forced my hand to say yes.
No, we were. You can't compare God to a Minecraft server owner. Where the whole point of it is lessening your power, even though you still have the power.
I think you've set up a realm where an almightier God can come along and be more worth worshipping. Is the issue.
Yeah, but Mel, you're trying to cuck the situation. Like the whole point of this, the whole Minecraft point is just to say that choosing to lessen your power in a specific context doesn't make you any less powerful. That's the whole point of this.
You're no longer omnipotent, so Have fun.
So then, in the example, so I guess, yeah, okay. So what you're committing to, if you're not punting outside, which I'm asking you not to do, Mel. I'm asking you not to do it in the context of that server. You're actually lessening your power, even though you can ban anyone, you can spawn anything, you can do anything, you can see all the thing, but you are choosing to just, hey, I want to just make a character and play the game, and I reserve the rights to do whatever I want, but I won't. That's lessening. I'm sorry. Am I not?
That's
am
all
I
we're
not?
talking
I
about.
think you're asking me if I agree or not. Yes, I agree. In the heavily restricted thought experiment you provided, you have created a situation where you go from being all powerful to less powerful. Although I disagree that you maintain the status of all powerful just from doing that.
So then don't say yap, because you don't understand it, Mel. You don't understand. You're not less powerful.
What do you mean you're less? Hold on.
Even in the context, you're not less powerful. Obviously. What the fuck?
Mel, do you think, let's say you're playing with this owner of the server, right?
Okay.
You're saying they're less powerful. Do you think at any point that owner could ban you from the server?
Sure, that's a form of power.
Okay. Do you think at any point that person could spawn in a bunch of diamonds?
Sure, that's still not all power. Like with mods and stuff, sure.
Yes, angry amputee. Yes, I don't know why this is so hard to understand. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
You can only denigrate.
Mel is just Mel. What you're doing, you're trying to punt outside, Mel. You're not conceding basic things that you should absolutely concede. You absolutely, because they're obvious.
So that's funny.
You're not conceding the basic thing we're asking, which is an obvious truth. It's an obvious truth, and no one would deny it. You're trying to punt outside of that and predict where this is going, and that's fine. But like,
maybe this has to be thrown out. But Mel, just because you concede that yes, this is logical, like they would still have all the power, they're just choosing to not use the power. Just because you concede on that, because it is logical, does not mean that we're going, you believe in God, we got you.
I know. Okay. But I'm also saying that doesn't
mean sure you're not dying on this hill because you think that.
No, but I also just don't agree with you that as soon as you lessen your power, that you're still all powerful. That's not necessarily true. I guess it could be true, but it's not necessarily true.
Right.
It is true. It's definitionally true.
You can't lessen your power at all in reality.
But you can.
That's what I said. If that's the ultimate power, is the ability to then lessen your power, right?
Then how would you
otherwise then
be all powerful again? Because you wouldn't have that power anymore.
Do you think a king of like a kingdom who restrains himself is less powerful?
No.
What is happening right now? I feel like
I don't know. I feel like Mel. I feel like Mel is. I don't think Mel is bad faith, but Mel, I think you're being unintentionally bad faith because I think you're subconsciously predicting where this is leading. And you're not like accepting basic points that everyone in every context would accept.
We ain't even arguing for God. We just argue that you can have power and not use it.
Yes, yeah, like that should be like such a. Just say yes. Just like anyone would say yes to that. Anyone.
I just did.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Wait. I don't think you can extend that analogy to mean, okay, I guess God is omnipotent now.
Okay. So I see this. So you are punting outside. So you can't.
That's not punting outside.
You can't stay inside. So you can't stay. I asked you if you could stay inside the hypothetical, and I guess we've proven that. I guess you can't, at least in this moment. Although I have faith that maybe you could.
Hold on. Okay, wait. You said omnipotent, right?
Or omnipresent, or all those things. As soon as God can limit.
Well, omnipotent applies to having unlimited power and able to do anything. That doesn't negate omnipotence.
Sorry, say that again. I either missed something or that didn't make sense.
No, omnipotent, right?
Sure.
Having unlimited power, able to do anything.
Yep.
So if that deity chooses not to do something, right? So in the same sense that the Minecraft owner chooses not to do something does not mean they don't have that power.
I get what you're saying, but this started with a discussion, remember, about how that deity should be able to lessen their own power, to which I replied they would no longer be omnipotent, correct?
No, they still would be. That omnipotence, unlimited power. They can do anything. If they choose not to do something, it doesn't take away the fact that they're omnipotent.
So can they lessen their own power to the point where they can no longer get that power back?
Then they wouldn't be omnipotent, and I don't think anyone on the panel is arguing that
do that.
God can never at any point lose. Even the Minecraft owner at no point loses their power. They own the server.
Right, even within the analogy, that's not
That's because there's higher
not a
powers
thing.
at play. That's because there's higher powers at play, which you also can't have higher powers that are bigger than the omnipotence itself.
What?
It's the alpha omega.
Yeah, you're talking about God.
Yep.
Yeah. Is this real life?
Well, this is why the Minecraft analogy falls apart really quick.
It doesn't. We're talking. You said okay, God. Okay, just God is omnipotent. Let's just right. Okay, cool. All powerful, can do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Minecraft owner owns the server, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Can do anything within that server, right?
Yes, within a limited framework, which gets away from omnipotence. But sure, we'll keep
For
going.
sure. Oh, that's not what I'm targeting right now.
It's an analogy.
The Minecraft owner can do anything within that Minecraft server.
Yes.
But if the Minecraft owner chooses not to do something, they still have the ability to do that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if God, right, chooses not to do something, God still has the power to do that thing.
Okay.
No one's talking about throwing away anything.
Can God make a rock so heavy not even he can lift it?
That's illogical.
That's not what I
Back
asked.
to the Reddit. That's
illogical.
I mean, I've been avoiding this with slightly more cerebral arguments, but like I think you're just mad that you can't answer that.
Can God lift a rock?
I can absolutely, Mel. That's like the lowest tier thing to answer. God obviously cannot do something.
You can't answer.
God is logic, so
that you can't answer it. So I'm just saying.
I'm trying to answer it. If you'll let me. God is logic, so yes, God cannot do something that is illogical. That would go against the nature of God. So no, to ask if God can make a square triangle or if he can make a rock so big that he cannot lift it, no, those are logical contradictions which would go against God's nature. Be like asking if God can like
God is not a god.
No, that's like you have like this is the problem, Mel, and I understand you're not like a Christian and stuff, but like this is something that people have been like have had robust arguments for literally like 2,000 years over.
Yeah.
And this is
atheism. This is status quo nowadays.
What?
Guess what went out after all those discussions? Atheism. That's the status quo nowadays.
That's the status quo. What? In what sense is atheism the stat? You guys are the minority, as you ought to be.
I don't think I've in a long time. I don't think I've heard this rock argument in a really long time. Like a really long time.
Like the dominant.
That's a good pivot from atheism to secularism. I like that. I like that concession. Real time.
Dumbass.
I like that real time concession. Crazy.
Something that's atheistic. You're a dumbass.
Well, am I? Because I mean, if we look up, we could like look up, we could have like some of the YouGov polls and see like what % of people are atheists. We'll see if atheism win out or not. I don't think they do.
See through that bullshit.
Hey, Mel, I have a question.
Okay.
Can you have a married bachelor?
No.
Why not?
Because those are two different states that are independent of each other and must exist in opposition.
Must they?
Yeah.
So you would never argue that, right? That can be a thing.
I mean, if I had to, you
really argue for a married bachelor?
I would never argue it from a point of belief.
Okay, so why do you argue that towards God?
How so?
Him making a rock that he can't pick up.
Well, is a rock?
It's illogical. Same with a married bachelor.
Wait.
But
Is that
you used
a
it.
rock? Wait, I want to figure something out. Is the rock the state that's a contradictory to God?
It's the rock.
Remember, the reason why I said I don't think that that's possible is because there's two states that someone can be. They can be those things. And
Hold on. If he's all powerful, right? If he's all powerful, anything that he makes, he controls, right? So if you control everything, what you're asking, right, is there anything that could be made that God can't control?
But God is
God controls it's a married bachelor. That's what you're arguing. So I asked you, do you believe that there could be married bachelors? And you said no. You would never use that argument.
See, I just use it for God again, because I think again we're pointing out that there is no such thing that logically makes sense as all powerful, because then it would entail that God should be.
You're making an illogical argument. That's why you consider it. That's why you consider it not logical, is because you're making an illogical argument.
Is God capable of anything?
Yes.
Then that anything includes the possibility of making a rock that's too heavy for God to lift.
No, that's not how that works. you're literally, again, I'll say it again. You're arguing.
Yeah, you're right. It's not how it works.
Arguing, can God control everything? Can God make? Can God control everything?
It just sounds like you don't.
Yes. Well, what if God makes something he can't control?
It just sounds like you don't actually think that God is capable of anything. To me,
Mel, I will say
completely
illogical. God is not God. If by anything you include illogical stuff, I would say no. God is not capable of anything. God is capable of anything that doesn't go against his divine characteristics, one of which is logic.
If God can make,
no, I don't think God can make a rock so big that he can't pick it up. Like that's not a hard question.
If God can make a rock that is so heavy, if God can make a rock that is so heavy that he can't pick up, then bachelors can be married and still called bachelors.
I'm going to respond to what he said. Confluence, does that mean God is bound by logic?
God is logic.
Yeah, God is bound by himself. Yes.
So yeah. So God is also bound by love. God is love, right? There's like a lot of things that God is.
Can God decide to contradict himself?
No,
that's illogical. That goes against.
How come we're capable of contradicting ourselves, but God can't?
Because
we can say things that are contradictory.
Yeah. Can we contradict our nature?
There you go, right?
Yeah, Actually, I think Big Soda asked a good question. I don't actually think I can contradict. I can say something that is contradictory. I don't think I can actually contradict my nature. I don't think I can. But I don't. What would that look like? Like, is there an example of that?
No, you were literally asking, is God married?
Wait.
Yes.
Is God capable of doing something that contradicts God?
Can what?
Is God capable of contradicting something, is God capable of saying something that contradicts God?
No, because he is truth.
So no, he's not all powerful.
God doesn't lie.
He can't, or he
Why
doesn't.
does that? He what?
He can't lie, or he doesn't.
I will say I'm being on. I'm less confident on that one, Mel. I'm less confident on that one. I don't like. Could God choose to say something that is
God?
Yeah, I think
you can just stop there. If he says "Thou shalt not lie," that means it's against him. So if God says "Thou shalt not lie" and he doesn't lie, he's not a lying God. Then he chooses not to lie because he is love. He is truth.
But God can lie.
And he's perfect.
And God can contradict himself, is what you're saying.
Can you give an example of where God contradicts himself?
No, I can't, but we're just thinking logically here.
Can God contradict himself? So what
I
you're
would
asking
say,
is, can God have a specific nature and then do something against his nature?
I don't know. I never said specific nature. I said have like a will or intent, and then do something that contradicts that.
So, like for example, if he had I don't know, to build a mountain, like that be his will, and then he doesn't build the mountain, or maybe he builds trees.
Or maybe he says, "Thou shalt not lie," and then lies, right? But could be an example. Is that possible for God?
Thou shalt not lie, and then God lies.
Yeah.
And he goes against his nature, but I'd imagine God could say something that is a lie if we want to run down this rabbit hole.
Okay, well, at least that fits the definition of all powerful more. Now, this brings me back to the whole thing of, can God contradict his own powers by preventing him from having power ever again? Can he, for example, say, I don't want to have power, and then just give up that power entirely?
Right. If he just opts out of the God's beyond space, time, and matter. So I don't even know how you would be all powerful and not have power.
Well, I'm saying the definition of powerful seems like it must include that you also have the ability to fully give up that power and not be able to get it back.
How could you, if you're if you're beyond the creation, how could you? Can you kind of break that down? How would you, if you're beyond creation, how do you make yourself like creation while also opting out of being beyond creation?
Well, let's say I have a ball in my hand, right? And then I think, okay, I could squeeze this ball right now, or I could just get rid of the ball, and then there's no possibility of that, right? So
can you get the ball back?
His own powers and then making them non-existent.
Oh, could you get the ball back?
Sure.
So then you would still have the power to squeeze the ball.
Remember how you were using confined analogies? This is confined to that too.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's why I asked. Can you get the ball back?
But it doesn't. Let's say no, just for the sake of argument here.
Okay. So you have the ability to squeeze the ball. You throw the ball. You can't get the ball back. Can you squeeze the ball?
Yep.
I mean, can you? No. Just like kind of out of like buying another ball or something. If you threw a ball, and you can't get that like another ball or get the ball back in any kind of way, could you still squeeze the ball? No. But that doesn't answer my question on how.
The key thing isn't whether you can squeeze it. The key thing is whether or not God can create a condition where that ball is lost permanently.
Are you asking me if God could wipe out creation?
Not creation, God's own powers.
Yeah, that doesn't. I'm not following with the ball one. Maybe you have another one.
Well, if all of his
I would consider the ball to be creation.
If all of his powers are the ball, can he create a situation where he can get rid of the ball entirely?
Do I lose the capability of squeezing another ball?
Sure.
So I throw the ball away and I can no longer squeeze another ball?
Yeah. That would be the entailment of that.
And the ball is his power.
Yes. And squeezing it would be using said power.
So if I throw the ball, and the moment I throw the ball, I can no longer squeeze or do anything in regards to that.
It's gone forever.
And it sounds like my power was conditional.
Sure. So can God do that?
No, because God's power isn't conditional.
So I think by definition,
how are you all powerful if there's certain things you can't do?
Like what?
Like getting rid of your own powers.
If you got rid of your own powers, you wouldn't be all powerful.
Your power would be, but you would have been prior to it.
Well,
then
God
if you're all
doesn't
power, if
exist
you
in
lose
time.
you can't lose the power if you're all powerful, even if you like opted to not use the power.
It sounds like your definition of all powerful is conditional on not being able to give up those powers.
No, my conditional on being all powerful means you're all powerful, meaning you can do anything. Meaning, if you
Get rid of
decide to
your
not
power.
use the power or move the power aside, you can still get that power back.
You can do everything except for make yourself powerless, it sounds like.
Well,
So
if he made
not
himself
all-powerful.
powerless, he wouldn't be God. He wouldn't be all powerful. If your power is conditional, you're not all powerful. There's a condition in which that you
Paradox.
you
Like
become all,
you're describing a situation where he either can't do anything or the power is conditional.
No, he's saying he wouldn't have the label all powerful.
he wouldn't
he would
have
give
that
away his
label.
power willingly.
Conditional.
Okay, so it seems like it has to be conditional because one of the conditions is that he can't get rid of his own power.
If he could get rid of his own power and never have it again and never get it back, he was never all powerful to begin with.
Right, but then he's also not all powerful because he can't do whatever he wants.
No, it's because he's all powerful that he can throw his power aside and bring it back.
But then he can't throw his power away in such a way that he can't get it back. That's something he can't do, and therefore he can't do anything he wants. His will is not automatically made manifest.
His will is not made automatically manifest. When you speak of God's will, I think we're going to be talking past each other.
Perhaps, and if you want to drop it here, I'm satisfied with what we've discussed so far. But I think you're stuck in logical paradox, even though you seem to agree with Confluence that God is logic and or.
No, I think if you're going to slap a label that something's all powerful, right?
You're the ones who say it.
needs to be all powerful.
You're the ones who say it, to be clear.
You're
You're the one who repeatedly and volitionally misunderstands it, no matter how much stuff is spoken.
What you're asking is something. Can something be all powerful and then not all powerful? Which is why I asked you, can a bachelor be
A lot
married?
of heavy lifting, but they don't actually mean as much as you think they do at the end of the day.
Okay, again, no. Can a bachelor be married? Can you call someone married a bachelor?
No, but again,
Why can't you?
because those are two contradictory states.
So is all powerful and then not all powerful contradictory states?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Prove anything that you're saying.
I guess we do all agree. Crazy. Okay.
Cool.
I guess that was the fucking silver bullet. I guess.
You not
Okay.
put words in my mouth. You haven't convinced me of anything. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm not trying to put anything in your mouth,
Anything that
Mal.
proves
Okay.
to me, if
Yo,
anything,
Mel, I'm willing.
if anything that proves to me that
Mel,
God,
I'm willing to
is
repeat
unable
what I said. I'm willing to repeat
God
what
is
I
unable
said.
to exist in two contradictory.
Wrong.
Again,
I'm
proves
willing.
that God is
willing
unable
to
to do whatever
repeat.
he wants, which again proves to me that he is not powerful.
I'm willing to repeat what I said. Okay, I'm willing to do that. Can a bachelor, someone married, can they be
You know
called a
my
bachelor?
answer. Just go ahead as if you know them.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Can a bachelor? Can you call someone who's married a bachelor? You said no. You say because those are contradictory.
Mhm.
Then I had asked you if you call something all powerful, right? If something's all powerful, is it contradictory to say something's not all powerful? Like, are those two things separate? To be all powerful and not be all powerful.
What did I say?
You said yes. That's contradictory.
Hmm. And then you took a W out of thin air. Kind of
No,
like
what you're asking me is if we say that God is all powerful and then he becomes not all powerful, he can only fit into either one.
yeah. The contradiction here is that you're saying that all powerful means someone who can do anything they want, correct?
Correct. He'd be all powerful.
And yet you're describing a God who cannot permanently get rid of their own powers. So that does
Then
not.
he
But after he gives-
wouldn't be all powerful.
So that does not sound to me like they can do anything they want anymore.
It's just illogical.
Well, yeah, but apparently God can't contradict logic if God wants to. So that's interesting to me.
Well, people can't, or nothing can contradict his nature.
Not even God.
Okay, so
Well,
it's possible for a married person to be called a bachelor.
Again, this is just a semantic argument at this point. You're clearly not going to convince me of anything with this.
I don't
You
even
may
know
want to try it
trying to
again.
convince you of anything. I'm just like you had said that a married person can't be a bachelor.
I think you're confusing the fact that you're convinced by this with insufficient evidence, but it's not sufficient for me.
We could talk about the existence of God. We're talking about two contradictory states.
Yeah. And God, if he's all powerful and wants to do what he wants, should be able to go from one state to the other. It's not that difficult.
And that literally cannot be.
Because the problem with your analogy is that someone can be married or can be a bachelor and therefore has the ability to go between those
That's
states.
okay. If God threw away his power, if you know what, let's say God is no longer all powerful, he threw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Is he all powerful?
No, not anymore. You could say
So
he
he's not
was.
God.
So they're contradictory.
No, you could say he was.
So it would be illogical to say he was all powerful.
Right. Because you're going from a state that is all powerful to not all powerful, which is what I'm pointing out that God should be able to do. So again, I don't know why you think you're going to W from this. This is my belief. I'm convincing you of it more than anything.
No, because it's just logic. It's two different categories. If
Like
you agree that a married person can't be a bachelor, then you agree, and you agreed, then all powerful deity, or if they're all powerful, they can't be not unpowerful. All powerful.
Which is consistent with everything I've been saying and proves my point. So have fun with that.
Okay. Well, what's the next?
Sounds like Maryland talk.
Yeah, that's a good of a point to end on. Is any new prompt, and this doesn't, just because it's a new prompt doesn't mean Testy can't join, because he said he's going to join. So
Podesta.
We're gonna see.
Podesta's comment, Con.
Unless God says
I have Podesta like fully blocked, so I can't see any of this. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I was like, who paid the 100, bro? No, this one, yeah. So they're two different categories. Podesta agrees.
And that's what I'm saying too. So it seems like you agree with me more than anything.
No, it's
You're
just
not
an
saying
insane
that,
statement.
The man shows his face, kind of, in the sense, shows his voice. Shows his voice.
I don't have too much to add except to say that this is one of the reasons that conversations on like metaphysics tend to not frustrate me always, but like you have to invoke certain language that Mel is kind of like, you guys are sort of both pointing towards the same thing, which is like a lot of it does come down to semantics. It depends on how you wish to apply certain words, and like your conceptualization of those things are just that. Like, we're discussing concepts, and when we're discussing something like that, like, have you guys ever? I think it was Heidegger. I always mix up Heidegger and Hegel, but I think this was Heidegger. Have you read his essay on nothing? Or like, he's discussing the concept of nothing. And like it kind of drives to, I feel like, to the heart.
Would it be a blank document?
Well, it's basically I'll see if I can find a PDF, but
that'd be a good troll.
Basically, he's discussing the idea of nothing, and if God can know what nothing is. And so, like, when humans think of nothing, like the concept of nothing, we might think of complete darkness and like the complete lack of cessation or something. But ultimately, it is a concept. Like, we have never experienced nothing. We don't know what nothing is like. And if God is, has always been, is this infinite thing, or is the universe, or is logic or love or truth, or any of these kind of universalized concepts, can God know what nothing is? And there is some sort of inherent contradiction there, because God can't know what nothing is because God has always been, right? So it's, I don't know, it's an interesting concept, but again, I think that's what I would sort of land it on, is that when discussing these things, one of my frustrations is that it's a frustration with discussing God in general, is that the definition exists such that it is a self-defining term. And so it is kind of an unwinnable argument, because there is nothing I can ever retreat further to like ask for like some sort of substantiation in anything like physical, because we're fundamentally discussing like a metaphysical thing, and things that we as humans only have a notion of, like the concept of like infinity. Infinity to us is a word. We don't know what infinity really is. We just sort of understand what it's supposed to be, right? So we're always kind of removed from these things, and it's like you'll never be able
Testy, did you just come in here to fence it?
A little bit, because
Can I be clear on one thing?
Yeah,
Maybe
brother acts like a retard in the chat and comes up and then is like,
I love you, Testy.
oh,
It's okay.
I'll
I
give
love
you
you.
some recent takes on things, and I'll talk
I just
about
love
Heidegger
triggering you.
and
I love
stuff.
triggering
And blah, 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 blah. Well,
Testy
Confluence
came in
loves
here
being
and said, "No one
triggered,
can
so
understand
that's
God,"
valid.
and then left. That's it.
So, Testy, to that, I would say I don't think my side of the argument, at least, I can't speak for theirs, but my side of the argument doesn't rely so much on definitions, so much as pointing out how you can't have the complete range of possibilities available to anything that also has extreme power. That being, if I have the most extreme form of power imaginable, then, can I get rid of that power? And technically the answer is yes. That's the only way to be all powerful. The reason they're avoiding it is because I think they might know deep down that I can argue next. Well, then how do we know God hasn't already done that?
Unlike you, I don't play fucking games like that. I answer questions. I answer questions. You were the one that spent ages in the Minecraft scenario, being unable to just grant obvious things that anyone would grant. My argument is that if you're asking something illogical, I'm going to give I'm not going to give an illogical answer. I just can't answer it. It's kind of like what the Testies stuff about Heidegger is saying. Like, could God know what nothing is? No, definitionally, he couldn't know that. That's not a limitation. That's the square triangle thing. That's a rock so big he can't pick it up. It's the same nonsense. If God is everything and all reality, then God would not know what true nothingness is, because God is everything.
I would actually agree with Testy in saying that we don't actually know what infinity would entail, just as we don't know what nothing would entail. These are two different categories. We fell into categories, and you accepted it, Mel, and then proceeded to reject it.
But shouldn't a God who is all powerful know what infinity is?
And this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not saying God don't know what infinity is.
It's the same thing as using these adjectives essentially in this context, like omnipotent, like omnipresent. Like these again they fall into those same type of separate categories where the word itself means something, but you do sort of have to you do have to narrow your definition, because I think in logical terms, I mean, maybe, and again, maybe this is I'm agnostic, but for the purpose of this conversation, the atheist mind, I do think that if a being is proposed to be all powerful, then it would logically follow that they would then be able to limit their own power because it seems anything else would be in some way a contradiction, because then they are not all powerful, right? But again, we get into a semantic.
Beautiful, Testy, based.
Well, but I feel like that's what Mel has been saying, right? So they should.
No, that has not what Mel's been saying.
Hold on. We got to grant Testy. Testy said he didn't get all the context. We got to grant that to Testy.
Yeah, we don't have to. You got. I've been listening to most of this, so you don't have to.
That's not what Mel's arguing. Mel's arguing that you can be all powerful and not be all powerful all at the same time.
No, I'm not.
Oh, so you disagree with that? So then.
Well, and again, even when we say can God do anything, even the concept of anything, right, is then there is subjectivity in what anything means. So
no, that means that there can be no things that God can't do. It's actually very straightforward. You're maximizing the definition.
But yeah, that's
I would say
works is what I'm like when you use the word everything, right? Again, that is a conceptual thing that we have. We don't know what everything really entails, right? We're thinking every single atom in the universe, or as much as we're capable of comprehending, right? And then God also exists outside of the physical universe, right? According to this, because when we say everything, okay, that would include everything physical and then everything non-physical if we believe in non-physical things. So the definition that you need is so broad that it'll be impossible to ever sort of pin that down, I feel. And then, again, this is baked into what God is.
I would say, outside of categories, I wouldn't even, I guess maybe I missed something. But, even when talking about everything, Testy, we're talking about, just being all-powerful, right? In a scale in which that would be, I guess your argument is that because we don't know what all powerful could really mean, could God do that? But I would say he wouldn't be all powerful if he can become not all powerful.
Right. You could say maybe like maximal power or something, right? But then you're still limiting the kind of scope. Like you sort of have to narrow the definition for us to even discuss this in like human terms, I guess, because it is the broadest.
I don't know if we do.
Yeah, I don't know if we do.
And
either,
I think I don't know if you. I don't know if we would disagree, Testy. But anything, if we're saying God is doing anything, then anything, I think logically is not something that is illogical. So to the tired, gay-ass example that Mel brought up about can God lift a rock, create a rock so big he can't lift it? Well, yeah, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. It's definitionally not a thing.
I think it's fair, yeah. When we're talking about these things,
Yeah,
we're talking within logic, not illogical.
More into like the tag thing, where it's like this. It feels like a presuppositional thing, where you're saying if God is logic, and therefore logic cannot be like contradicted or whatever, then you're sort of like saying, well, like he owns the rule book, so he makes the rules, right? And therefore he can't like act out like he wrote the rules.
Even from a Christian
he didn't write the rules. He is the rules.
Yeah, he
is the rules.
He would be the rules, but it's also like God calls us to reason with him. Like God is logic.
Okay. But let me ask you something. Do you agree with the statement? If I can do all things, that means there is no things I can't do.
That's a fair question.
If you can do all things, you can do all things that are logical.
Yeah, it depends. What? Because a thing is carrying a lot of load there, right? Like a thing is not something like a square circle is not a thing.
It's all right. Anything that you can consider a thing.
If you're slapping yourself
yes.
If you're slapping yourself as God, you can do anything within reason that's logical.
Who determines what reason is?
I think I'd even go ahead of that. Like a thing, when you say anything, again, a square circle is not a thing. It's definitionally not a thing.
I think this would be fair. This would be a fair
I agree with you.
This would be a fair argument if we lived in a world and in a universe, in a reality.
Oh, we have a super chat, a much needed super chat from Al. Once a thing is known, it must be. Nothing once known is something. Well, okay, hold.
Alex is saying words.
I agree. By the way, I'm just going to point out I agree with the first two sentences at least.
I gotta lock in for this one. Once a thing is known, it must be. Nothing once known is something. Okay, wait, let me repeat it again. Once
saying that nothing is
must
something.
be. Nothing once known is something. Okay. Yeah. Something and nothing are never and always. Something and nothing.
Meaning they're in tandem with each other.
Always must include no ways. Thus
nothing is something and something isn't. Like it's they are things.
But what is that? Something and nothing are never and what is that? I'm caught up on that.
We smuggle never. Ignore never. It's always. At least for us.
Yeah, because I'm not sure. Yeah, something and nothing are never and always, but always must include no way. Wait, is this a troll? But always must include no ways. Thus, nothing is something. No, this is a troll. I appreciate the $10. This is a troll. This is a troll. I was trying to like lock in for this, but I should bad intuition on my part.
Something.
I was getting Alex cocked.
Hit the bombs right now, folks, if you want to trip balls to this comment.
No, if you were God. That's what I was saying. If it would this argument would make more sense if we lived in an illogical reality.
I disagree.
Maybe not. Maybe you're right there, Mel. Maybe I would agree with your disagreement there.
So
it wouldn't work. But it would work because it would be illogical.
Do you think that? So this is kind of building blocks, but I'm just going to assert some things, and you guys can like just disagree or jump in or tell me where you would.
Oh, I will. I will.
So
I'll still love you, Testy, always.
I've said this before, so I would say that humans are unique in the sense that we are, I guess, capable of logic. Like, I don't think that logic is something that animals, humans are animals, whatever. But what I'm saying. I think it's a somewhat uniquely thing. So when we're using the term logic here, it is specifically from from a human lens, right? So when we're discussing logic in like the sense that God, like if we say that the universe is logic or logical, for example, I don't necessarily know if that follows, because we would assume like a logical kind of thing I could put forward is say maybe like the most obvious cause and effect. We think we live in a causal universe, right? It's a fairly easily observable thing, and there seems to be a lot of evidence that we can kind of trace future things from prior things and all the rest of it. That would seem like a logical sort of way that the universe works, right?
Right.
But there may be things, and I know that at least for research with like subatomic particles and the weird shit, once you start getting down to like the subatomic levels, things start to behave in unintuitive ways and ways that seem illogical.
So,
and just
can I ask a question to this?
Sure.
Does that mean a Tesla could pop up in my driveway at any point?
Sorry, the Tesla could what?
Could pop up in my driveway at any point?
It could. I mean, theoretically.
It could?
If you're saying you say
it
pop
could.
up,
It
could.
Yeah, theoretically,
it could.
What am I smoking?
No, it couldn't. We know it can't.
Okay,
molecules can pop in and out of existence. Okay, I'm saying that happens.
When you say pop,
it's very unlikely. Okay, it's very unlikely.
When you say pop into your driveway,
super unlikely.
When you say pop into your driveway, what I conceptualized was you wake up one day, you look outside, and then there's a Tesla in your driveway.
We agree there. Yeah, like
then somebody could have dropped off a Tesla in your driveway. I'm not. Whatever.
I was thinking on a different level.
Let me change it then. Hold on, Tessie. Hold on. Let me change it then. I walk out on my porch, right? I walk for whatever reason. I'm out on my porch. And I look out at my driveway, and then I watch as a Tesla materializes right on my driveway.
Yeah, for everything that we know about the physical world, that wouldn't happen.
No, that's no. See, I disagree. It's possible.
No, it's not possible.
It's possible.
You know what?
It is. It's a real thing.
I want you to justify that. Find me anywhere in history where that happened.
But it's so statistically unlikely.
Let me land my plane.
So it's not going to happen. Oh yeah, Tessie, land your plane.
That's the wrong point.
I saw Con said that, and I saw where I apologize.
I just want to get to what I was saying really quickly. I'm sorry. When we're talking about the two different like streams of science, like let's just say like Newtonian physics, and then like now like quantum physics, and like kind of where we're at. Like for all intents and purposes, Newtonian physics sort of describes like good enough for like the physical realm and everything. But when we start getting into the weird shit where we're saying that like, oh well, two surfaces like never technically touch, right? Like the way that the atoms repel each other and all these things, like all of these things seem like they a lot of these things you wouldn't say are logical because they're so unintuitive. And I feel like logic is not, I'm not saying logic is built solely on intuition, but like the logical things that you think would expect to see that we don't see smaller scales that we go. So I'm not saying that there is no logic to it, or that the universe is not governed by logical rules or something. I'm just saying that seems like an unfalsifiable, like it's a claim that's too large for me to just say that the universe operates on logical principles. Like I don't know.
Is 07, is the O lowercase or capitalized, or does it matter?
Lowercase usually.
Lowercase.
But sorry, I need to
always lowercase.
So
let me try to get in before. Let me just quickly.
Don't leave, Tessie.
Right? So at the Newtonian scale, which is usually the scale that we can see things interact with, although light technically interacts at the quantum level, a little bit, not totally, but at the Newtonian scale, things like conservation of energy and conservation of mass applies. That quickly breaks down at a smaller scale. So I think the confusion there about your Tesla question is that you're talking about things manifesting on the Newtonian scale. Things that sort of manifestation only happens on the quantum scale, which is, as far as we're concerned, indetectable. We need very complex equipment to even start to notice these effects for that reason. And so I do agree with Tessie that, like, no, I don't think that the universe is quote unquote logical. I do think that we're in kind of like the Goldilocks zone of physics in terms of stability and, you know, having lives and stuff like that. As far as God is concerned, though, I think the biggest problem that you come up with when you say God is governed by the logical laws that he creates is that you've now described something that's larger than God, that God has created, that's more powerful than God, because God can no longer contradict his own laws. So then God,
No, I can even argue from what you just said, the Goldilocks thing. And that is an argument for God.
okay. Did you want to?
Did you have more to say, or
No.
Oh.
All I was
I mean, that's all I had. That's just a footnote I slid in there.
Yeah,
I don't like the quote unquote logic. There's nothing illogical about what's happening on a quantum level. It's not illogical. We're like smuggling some semantic overload in when we talk about logic right now.
Yeah,
right?
superposition contradicts.
I mean, it's all smuggling for sure, but
Superposition contradicts. Superposition contradicts the law of identity right off the bat, right?
No.
say that again.
Oh my god.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
I never really thought of it in those terms, but I guess it kind of does.
No, that's a
again.
fucking confusion of the planes.
This is why I wouldn't apply logic to, like,
What was the statement?
Superposition contradicts the law of identity.
Superposition contradicts the law of identity.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Can something be two different states at the same time?
At the same time, in the same way? No.
Yeah, along the same axis. No, right? But that's what superposition does to something.
No.
Yes. Oh, whatever, dude.
I mean, no one agrees with you. Like not no one on the panel. No
one who matters is what you're about to say. We'll test
no. I mean, no. I don't know. I don't even know anyone who disagrees with that. Of what I'm saying. Like I don't like no.
Something can be in superposition and not contradict law of identity.
Yes, I don't. Yeah, I don't think logicians or physicists think that those things are in contradiction. I don't.
Can you? Now I know feeling subject to temperature is one thing, but can something be hot and cold at the same time? Or let's say liquid and frozen at the same time. And let's
at the same time in the same way.
Ignoring triple point. Yeah, the same atom. Can that be in two different states, frozen or unfrozen?
In the same time, in the same way? No.
Right. But in the quantum level, there are quarks and stuff like that can be in multiple states that otherwise would be contradictory. Energetic states. And energy cannot be created.
Not in the same way though, right?
Yes, in the same way.
It's not in the same way.
You can no longer discern their position or
your ability to discern, or any measurement ability to discern, doesn't mean it's not in the same way.
No, it's because these things cannot have discrete values for those things. So when you try to find the position of something, you can get a discrete value there, but then you can no longer get a discrete value for its velocity, and vice versa.
Yeah, the fucking Heisenberg uncertainty principle. That doesn't. No one would say. Like literally, no one would say the Heisenberg uncertainty principle contradicts the laws of logic.
So
I'm not off track. You just said that. You just defined. What you just said was the thing I just said. How am I off track?
This is Schrodinger's.
No. What you just said was the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Yes, and I'm alluding to Schrodinger's cat.
I know, but then how am I off track by just naming the thing that you said?
No, I let it get off track. I just admitted that. Okay.
I thought you said I got off track.
No, I said I did. My bad.
Okay, my bad.
But no, this is Schrodinger's cat, which is literally like in the quantum realm. You can't explain these things as something that is not two otherwise contradictory states at the same time.
You know, Schrodinger's cat was like meant to show the absurdity of the theory, though, right?
Well, no, the absurdity of a particular branch of the theory.
Yeah.
Nobody's denying that superposition exists.
Right, but the whole point of that example
was not
of
to
that
make
thought experiment is to show the nonsense of it all.
I'm forgetting the name for it right now, but there's a certain branch of quantum mechanics that believes that you can't have two position, but also believes in superposition. It's a whole thing.
That's Copenhagen's.
Yes, Copenhagen. Yes, and so that's what Schrodinger was pointing out. But Schrodinger is not contradicting the idea of superposition overall.
No, I agree.
And so that very much proves what I was saying is that you have two contradictory states.
It's not
earlier. Did you say you were
though.
happy I was on because you missed me?
Oh yeah, but I didn't want to be the only one on my side. I needed a backup.
Yeah, Con, get it together. Quit being heretical, bro.
Yeah,
Quit leaving Soda lonely.
I know. I'll be out on an
Soda's been
island.
quiet, okay? Soda's been
Well,
quiet.
this
He
is,
feels
this is above
lonely,
my
bro.
wheelhouse, so I only try and talk when I feel I have something adequate to say.
What was Alex's super chat? Did we already look at that?
We did, but briefly, I think Alex is meaning something by it, so I'm going to read it quickly, okay?
He wasn't
The moment
trolling?
nothing is named, distinguished, or referenced, it forfeits its vacancy and becomes a referent, which is to say a something. Okay,
Yeah.
following so far.
We
Following
agree
so
with that.
far. Second, Alex chat. A totality that omits absence is itself incomplete. Totality that omits
No,
absence
Alex, you can't say
is itself
just because we name nothing and it
Totality.
becomes something does not mean that those are inherently polar opposites.
I'm trying to think about this. A totality that omits absence.
So what lies
It's
between
self
He's saying that-
incomplete.
it
It's
sounds
so
like
in
he's
order
saying- he's
for
saying-
always.
he could correct me if I'm wrong, but
they
it
must
sounds like
be
he's saying
always
opposites
formal
can't
element.
contradictory statements within that can't be a thing, but nothing is, for a lack of a better word, nothing, and something is something. Just because we name nothing and that becomes something does not take that truth away.
I think this gets into what fills the space between subatomic particles and so forth that as you get lower down, right? If everything just congealed into one, there would be no distinction. And that's kind of how I see what they're talking about here. Maybe I'm reading into it too much, but that the only reason there is something between everything and nothing is because those things technically must exist, but they may not exist materially.
Okay, put a pin in that for a second because we're gonna follow the Alex train. Okay.
What was the last super chat from Alex? What did it say?
Oh, there is a new super chat.
Oh, okay. What?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We have to follow the train of thought. Okay, we'll get to that. All
right.
I'm scrolled a little far up right now. Okay.
I believe in you, Colin.
In this inclusion, nothing is no longer absent. It is structurally present.
Right, because we define nothing, and that inherently means something.
I feel like I lost the plot on the first sentence of this. A totality that omits absence is itself incomplete. It depends, like if the possibility of absence, yes, but the actuality of absence, then I feel like I would disagree, unless I'm misunderstanding. But we'll move on. Therefore, nothing, insofar as it is required, referenced, or known. Is this? Do you use AI for this, Alex? I feel like this is like a weird. It's like weird.
So far, that's bothering me.
Yeah, insofar
you need
as
to recomment and put the spaces between.
This is kind of. Therefore, nothing, insofar as it is required, referenced, or known, occupies a position, and anything that occupies a position is unavoidably something. Okay, I agree with that. Oh, and then Jamie is left at some point, and young Christian saying goodbye to him. Rip Jamie.
Way behind. Oh, where are you at?
I'm a hot minute behind. Okay. And then hot and cold is a perspective. I think that's unrelated to what Alex was saying before.
I mean,
and now we've arrived at the super chat.
Right.
With Bradley sound effect. Okay, thank you, Alex, for the 20. Now I'm going to have to really think about this. Okay. All power includes all that can be. Okay. Yeah, definitionally true. All that can be. hinging on the word can in my mind.
That following sentence.
Can be. Contradiction is not a thing.
Cap.
What is not a thing cannot be done. Okay, all truism so far, not in a bad way, but in a good way. Thus, asking omnipotence to negate itself or to make what cannot be is asking nothing to be something.
Oh, I should have read the rest of it.
Yeah, I think I
Alex, I love you.
It's
Yeah,
asking something to become nothing.
Alex, I love you. I take everything negative
can
that were
fall
perceived
into
as negative. I take all that back.
The
I
list
love
of
you.
anything that being able to do anything.
10 Hail Marys, okay? Young
Okay.
Christian. In fact, I sentence it to you to 3 disavow.
Disavow. Disavow.
You know what? I take it, bro. Alex is based right there.
That's how we pay for our sins on this channel, okay?
I'll go pray afterwards too.
So is God also unable to come up to conceptualize nothing?
Okay, are we getting? Say that again.
Is God also
Turn you up.
unable to conceptualize nothing without making it into something?
You're asking, can God conceptualize something without making it into something? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, because it sounds like Alex's main problem is that you can't conceptualize nothing without making it into something. So I'm asking you two, because you seem to agree with mostly what he's saying, can God find a way to conceptualize nothing without making it into something?
No, I don't. Again, for my definition of God, where I think God is existence itself and is everything, then I think, I think God would know what we might conceive of nothing, but can God conceive of true nothingness? I think I'd bite that bullet and say no, because God is definitionally all reality.
Could you repeat the question?
Now you've described something God can't do, which means God can't do anything.
I've described a bunch. God can't make a square circle. God cannot make a rock so big he cannot lift it up. All the Reddit tier arguments that you're using, Mel, with no disrespect meant toward you, but I can name a shit ton of stuff God cannot do because they're contradictory with his nature, right? And imagining for God to stop being reality, I don't think God can stop being all reality. God definitionally is all reality, right? So I don't think God can become nothing.
Mel's making Raven crash out.
But also, you've described something that can't be omnipresent. Can't be omnipresent. Well,
no, I'm not. It's just you misunderstand. This is what happens, and I don't even blame you, Mel. I'm not trying to even condescend at all. I'm actually not. But I
would. I feel like Mel should do.
I think if you're like, and maybe this is like a way we use words. Maybe Testie's right, where it's like, because like the way I know these words seems like fundamentally different than the way you use these words. So maybe there's like some semantic issue, because when you say like, well, God is not omnipotent because there is something I can imagine he cannot do, I'm like, that's like so like. It's I don't know, like that's so like 10th century ago. Like we're going like that's been like argued and established, and like there's so much to read on that, and it's like it's such a no-brainer like for if you've like looked into this. And but I understand if you're not religious, why would you look into this? So I get that these seem like compelling arguments to make about like the God and the rock and all that stuff, and Simpsons parodied it. God like a burrito so hot he cannot eat it. It's all nonsense, right?
You're using this is exactly the problem, is that yes, you are using two different like definitions of, say, omnipotence.
I can hear you. I'm just getting us in.
So there's one where God can he has the ability to do like all logically possible things, right? This is like I think is it Aquinas or whatever that would be like within that realm or whatever. And then there would be the other definition, which would be the ability to do anything, even beyond logical constraint. So you are both definitions can apply. But I kind of said it up top, and Confluence sort of touched on it just there in his rebuttal, is that it is baked in.
To build on that point, you'd have to identify which God you're talking about. Versus talking past each other with different definitions, you would have to define the God who exactly you're talking about.
When you're describing something that's supposed to be the peak power, the alpha omega, right? Then you can't say, well, guess what's more powerful than this God?
Right, but these definitions ignore reality, the world we live in. They ignore a lot of aspects. A lot of aspects.
For yourself?
I think, and what we're sort of describing is that I would say that our understanding of reality is extremely limited, and I understand that for religious people that feeds into their own argument. But when we are discussing these concepts, this is why they're so difficult, because they are difficult to pin down. Because they are just like conceptual things. Like when we're talking about everything, something, nothing, like those can be applied in so many different ways. And so there is, when you hear omnipotent, there is a definition that exists that it should therefore also include beyond logical constraints. And just because we don't understand them as logical does not mean that they aren't. But I think at least I don't want to speak for Mel, but it sounds like we're a little bit more willing to say that that we don't have, like, your I guess presupposition is that the universe does sort of have this logical, like it must. It is almost like a tag thing, right?
I mean, that's the only way we can do science. So there has to be uniform. There has to be consistency.
Everything must follow like this logical sort of form. There can be no contradictions that exist within that. And I guess that's the assertion where I don't know how you would be able to substantiate that.
Okay, look.
Everything is uniform.
Everything is not uniform.
It's sort of best guess, right? And I think
uniform in the sense that everything has a direction.
Well, I think again, it's not like definitionally a contradiction, but I think when you look at classical physics, like Newtonian physics versus like since relativity, those two, it's an apparent contradiction. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is. But like when we're talking about like constants, like universal constants.
What do you mean by that, Testy?
So like
something is a contradiction, or apparently a contradiction, but it's not a contradiction.
Yeah, so Newtonian physics kind of like I'm not a science guy, which is why I kind of sat out like a lot of the previous conversation, because I'm sure I'm going to get some terms wrong and stuff. But it's my understanding Newtonian physics is more sort of like it's useful for like day-to-day applications. Like you can calculate the trajectory of a rock, right? And you can force it. It's like extremely useful for design.
I forget who that person up is, but we can hear some cross.
So that we can hear you.
My bad. I'm fine.
No, you're good.
Do you mind if I jump in to explain the difference?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you could probably do a better job. Go ahead.
So the main difference between the Newtonian scale and things like the quantum, or even like
why are you talking to the third person, bro?
Astrophysics is that they tend to you can think about it in terms of forces and mass and all of the things that are normally conserved in Newtonian physics. Time is another thing that's conserved, and you also don't see the space-time curvature that you would see from general relativity. Now, the key thing about that is generally we're talking about the scales. Like the key thing is scale, right? So that means scale in terms of mass, in terms of space, length, volumes, temperatures, all those things. It's all relatively within a certain set, right? The size of things. Once things get really small, the forces that apply on the level we're familiar with start applying either differently or becoming different forces altogether. This becomes partially true in astrophysics, but not totally, as far as we can tell. And so the key thing is how forces interact with things and how the size of like a particle of mass might interact with said forces or even feel them at all. Same goes with like quantum. On the quantum level, we don't notice the effects of superposition because it can't generate large scale forces like that.
Okay, we're gonna put a pin in that, okay? Because Confluence do be itching, okay? Look, when I take a pee, sometimes I have epiphanies, if you will, and you must. And this is what's coming out, okay? It's because we're talking about, well, which God, and it hit me. And I didn't make this up. I didn't coin this term, but this is a question. We're back to a prompt. It's going to be clockwise and snakewise. No, it's related. Wait, I lost my prompt. Oh no, there it is. Okay, I found my prompt. It's a bit of a skill issue. Okay. So this is I'm not the first one to say this. I'm not going to be the last. But the God of philosophy is not the God of the Bible, because I feel like this has come up a few times. So I feel like this is jejune in a way.
You're going to have to build on that, Colin.
Well, that's the wrong word there. It's the opposite of jejune. Well, I hope it's not jejune. Okay, so when we talk philosophically, I'm trying to collect myself. When we talk philosophically, right? Then we're talking about like logic and all this stuff and all these like these higher motifs, if you will. And but then when you look at actually the Bible and the scripture, it arguably, this is not me saying it. Okay, this is some philosopher. I don't know who said this, but some philosopher said this. That the God of the Bible is kind of a bit ornery at times. He's a bit possibly contradictory. And so that when philosophers talk about like what God is, it is somehow it's not the same as how the Bible presents God. That's all I'll say for now. We'll go clockwise and snakewise, as we always do. So, Oive Soda, you first.
I guess I'm answering no. Is the question at the bottom?
Yeah.
The God of philosophy is not the God of the Bible. And also, if I can ninja edit, which I can, but I won't. But also, say more. Say more. If you're just no one word answers, say more.
Can I get a definition from you, real quick? What do you mean by God of philosophy?
Like, and that when we're like how philosophers talk about God, I guess with like that God, because like the Bible doesn't say God is logic, right? I think God is logic. I think God is also math. I think God is a lot of things. I think God is reality itself. But then when you look at the Bible, right, God seems a bit capricious in some cases, and so people have made the argument that when we talk philosophically about God, we're not actually, there's some dichotomy between what we read in the Bible and what we actually have in a philosophical understanding, if that makes sense. So Big Soda.
This is super chat.
I would say they're
a name change, testy name change, concept fallacy in the gay way with a PH. Okay, fallacy.
Let's use this in moderation, folks. Like we get it. It's phallus and fallacy are similar. Cool.
Well, I'm sorry. Maybe this is like a routine thing for you, Mel. But to me, this is like a hot pun, okay?
I mean, it's fine. You can change my name. I'll change the next time he's on.
What is your shirt, Con?
Probably some
the Ghost of You don't know the Ghost of Kiev? Are you fucking kidding me, young Christian?
No.
Ghost of Kiev?
Familiar.
The Ghost of
He
Kiev.
does look familiar.
Yeah, you've seen him before. He's the Ghost of Kiev. The guy that was like killed all those Russians in that airplane.
I get.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You talking about the troll?
I thought more people would recognize him. To be fair,
I thought so too.
I get it. I get the meme.
I knew you would. I knew you would, Testy. That's why Testy's my bro. Even though I hate Testy when he's in the chat. But I love Testy when he's on the panel, okay? The duality of man, if you think about it, okay?
Weird. I actually feel the same way about him.
That's how all of us. I mean, you check Testy's Twitter. I've said this before. Man, it's fucking. It's some schizo posting.
Yeah.
No, name change, high value. Wait. No, name change, high p value. Wait, who's high p value?
Mel.
That's Mel. 2, p value. Is there like a Mad Lib in there? p value. Does anyone get it? Anyone get it? Am I retarded?
Is it like saying huge but with a Y?
Huge, but
Huge p value.
By the way, show the name I
Trump says
chose.
huge.
Fuck it button can veto that and tell me to write it like they said it, but I think I gave it a little bit of artistic flair.
Oh, am I supposed to change my name myself?
Huge PP value. Is that what we're going for? Fuck it button.
Huge.
Is that acceptable?
Yeah, they can
What was
they
mine?
can veto that.
Concept fallacy. All right, okay, get your money's worth.
The P is huge. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, I get it. Huge.
I thought you were going to change my name. That's why
I think I have had big dick energy on the.
Can I change other people's names?
I agree.
Is that a thing I can do? Oh my god, if I can change other people's names, that opens up so many. Oh my god, I can. What?
Fuck,
How did I never notice this?
This
Power
I'm talking about.
so badly. He's about to
Brings
get
up a
by this power.
Don't do it.
Oh
to
my
me, Colin.
god,
Don't
yeah,
do it to
absolute
me.
power brings absolute corruption. But no, I could just like click testy and he doesn't have to do it because there was a dono for him to change the concept fallacy, and I could just fucking let me do this. Oh, it's already changed the concept fallacy. Fuck, you beat me to it. Fuck.
Yeah, there's no.
I almost called you a slur. Let me test it out on someone else. Some random person.
Just a point.
Random person.
Just a
Don't
bit
do it
of a
to me,
logistical
Colin.
point.
Don't do it.
Just a bit of a logistical downer. But
He's gotten even younger. The zygotic Christian.
I don't know how you enable to have the subtitle names underneath these names, but that's always nice to have. So that way I can still put my original name up there in case this is someone's first time seeing me.
I know. Yeah, I should. Yeah, I can enable that because actually, okay. So a bit of inside baseball, perhaps. But Indian Jesus told me, and I do agree with this, but I don't know how to like really enforce it, or like it feels kind of gay too. But he's like, you should make people say like not be able to change your name because it like produces continuity with like viewers that are watching, which I do agree with that.
This is
So maybe that would be a good solution to have the two things.
You changed my name to something weird.
I'm gonna disable your ability to change your own name, young Christian. Can I do? Oh, it doesn't let me do that. Fuck.
You might
It does let me ban from studio for all eternity, though. So
if I recall correctly, there's two settings that you can deal with. The settings for this stream specifically while the stream's running, but then the ones outside of this stream for the whole broadcast, right? So I think that those settings that you're talking about happen in the broadcast side of things. Broadcast menu, StreamYard general menu. I don't know what to call it.
not that I know of. What you see is what you get from what I know of, unfortunately. I mean, if there's a way.
There isn't
then,
like a dashboard or control panel you can use before you stream?
No.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
I can do the thing you said about I can have like your title and then your subtitle. And maybe I can try to get, because I don't want to, I like when people can change their names, but I do agree with what IJ said about like having that continuity. Because I know that concept fallacy is to Sticker Johnson, but like if someone just joined, right, they don't know that's him and it gets confusing. So I'll probably enable that next time. We're going clockwise, snakewise, but we have a don't know from Fuck It Button. Fox, whoa. Fuck It Button agrees with Mel?
Oh no, Button's talking about when Mel
The name change.
Yeah, the name change. Yeah.
Oh, the huge
Mel, we
PP
agreed
value.
on something.
I think actually Fuck It kind of co-signed everything that Mel has said. That's what I'm taking from that. Okay.
Yeah, that's how you read it.
Wow,
That's how I'm reading that. Okay. Yeah, Fox
Okay,
understood
all
the
right,
test
okay.
even after complaining. Still a W.
We gonna hit this topic.
Yeah. Okay,
Can
wait.
you
Did
repeat? Actually, I got a little bit lost. And just another super chat.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we got another super chat. We can always take a time for a bit of a
2, 4, 6.
boom. The $10.
People on here.
All names back to normal. $2 doesn't get you night long changes. I mean, the man has requested it, so I mean, it is what it is. All names will be reverted forcefully. I run an authoritarian server here. Okay,
I mean,
so I don't get to be science boy anymore. Let me check quickly. Oh, well, okay. Well, I have to revert this guy's name. This guy's name right here. This is not his name.
Yes, it is. Do not fix what I've done. It's perfect.
Mel's gonna bite you.
Okay.
Don't do it.
Okay, I'm just working through. Okay, just making sure everyone has their proper thing. And yeah, I think we're good there. I think we're good. I think we're good there. I think we're good
I'll
there.
live with it. It's all right. I'll live with it. I hate it here.
That is your actual name if you think about it, young Christian. If you think about it.
My name to that.
I actually don't.
Soon Raven is going to start calling you young Christian. That's going to happen one day.
Do we got to call Raven young Raven?
I already call her young Raven already. I've already done that multiple times.
Time out. Big Soda's not my name. My name is Diet Soda.
Yeah.
It said return names to normal. When I came in, I had that.
Is that normal though? I mean,
normal for you is the
what is normal?
Yeah, define normal specifically. Young Christian is like, I don't know, he's like
happy
14, 15 or something like that.
They seem happy. Alex
I'm actually 12.
happy with the results.
No, I'm 24. Rage.
Just a little
Colin,
baby.
not Colin. Soda, did you say you were 30?
Yeah.
That's not real.
07, 14, 1995.
That's higher
I
than
didn't think
all.
I was really. I thought me and Big Soda were like the same age, but apparently I'm older than
not
Big Soda.
41.
When's your birthday?
I am not 41 either. Okay, to be
what?
very clear.
Soda, when's your birthday?
July 14th, 1995.
1995. We about to run that. Oh wait, I gotta specify my question. Hold on. No, you can't access my microphone, you freak. Hold on. You said July 14th, 1995. Yeah. How old am
Oh, you gonna ask AI?
Well, I'm drunk right now. What do you? and July 14th, 1995. I put 96, but that's all right.
It's going to change a little bit of the answer.
Yeah, well, you're 30. Oh my, you're 30, bro.
I don't know. Be careful. AI is sometimes delusional, so
if they
take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, we'll have to work something out there on this. Okay.
When's your birthday?
Well, I'm not gonna tell you that.
Are you scared?
1989.
Absolutely. No. No. Somewhere between 90 and 92.
Okay. When's your birthday?
Confluence. If I created an AI debater, could I bring that debater on the panel?
Sure. I mean, probably not always. Depends how it goes. But I'm neuro coded. If you guys know who neuro is, mentioned this in the past.
I've made a ChatGPT about evolution. No, that's a lie. About the Great Flood.
Did you win?
I think I made it angry.
Man, you're going to be the first target of Rocco's basilisk, brother. You better watch out. Watch your six.
They don't have the neurochemistry to get angry, so that was impossible.
It was like it would write out like a whole 10-page essay, and then I wouldn't read it. I would just reply with cap, and then it was like, I think when you know how it pops up the what it's doing in the subtitles. it'll be like searching this or whatever. It had said making the post less emotional and more factual. I think I was making it mad.
Or because people who say cap tend to be really emotional.
No, I just typed cap. It was
That's
like
cap. That
like,
is fucking.
Yeah.
It was like
I
3 a.m. and I didn't read it. I just said cap. I don't even know if you disagreed with me or not. I just said cap.
I think the logical conclusion of your argument that cap means is emotional statement is saying that all black people are emotional because they use that.
That's only half of me.
No,
So that
it's
means
not.
half of me was emotional, not the rest.
Actually, cap.
I think it's a good argument. I don't know.
You would think that.
Yeah. I also think that contradictions
What's the prompt
exist.
again? Oh yeah, it's at the bottom. I bet.
Yeah, okay. Soda, go with the prompt.
Have you said this yet? The God of philosophy is not the God of the Bible.
Okay.
Clockwise,
I responded already.
snake-wise. Did
There's
he
a lot of
have you
crosstalk going
responded?
on right now. Okay, I would probably make the argument that the God of philosophy has aspects of the God of the Bible, or it does it does a service to add interpretation of what they believe is, I guess, the God of the Bible. But I would say that these two things are different, even though they may describe the same qualities.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Christian.
Say more.
I think that God can be found in philosophy, but I think it's man that starts to like lose their way when they're talking about philosophy. So I was mentioning to you, Con, like several streams ago about like how you can just get too deep in the weeds, you know? It can kind of start becoming nonsense.
Disavow.
Well, you agreed with me last time, so yeah. Matter of fact, I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna find that. No, I'm gonna find it. You better delete all your streams, right? I'm gonna find it.
Already deleted. I'm ahead of you.
No, I think you can find God when talking about philosophy, but there is a point where man starts to carry it away.
So I think I disagree with the prompt because if you look at various philosophers throughout history, a lot of them actually started very religious. Testy already mentioned Aquinas. Secondly, it's because both of those things can be plausibly seen as an attempt to find our purpose in life. And the last reason would be because I think you can have philosophies about religion and religions that also have philosophies, so they're not mutually exclusive.
Okay.
Testy?
Yeah, so
Testy back.
I sort of have two different things, and I'll hang on. Okay, so
I believe in you.
yeah, so I'll just like this is where my intuition has taken me in my journey. I've never really shared this online because it's going to be deeply unsatisfying. So I am one of those people who I can not conceptualize sort of something from nothing, and I can sort of what I can assert or what I think just based on intuition is that something must have put the stuff out into the universe, even if like cause and effect is real and everything has just been a chain reaction from then. I believe in there must be some quote unquote creator. And I use the word creator because God, I think, has religious implications. And I also think that it could have been an accident. This creator might not even be aware that we exist. That's sort of as far as I can even like postulate, but I think that I can entertain like that. I don't believe in like a loving God or any sort of these types of concepts or these adjectives that are attributed to them. And then on a more like practical level, not like a cosmological level, this is a bit of a meme, but I think I can defend it, or I have defended it pretty well. I think God is the sum total of our ignorance, in the sense that the way that we treat God in our daily lives, or is that if you don't have a sufficient explanation for something, it may as well be God. And the things that we don't know, we can therefore attribute to God, because it's kind of there's no distinction. It doesn't make a difference whether or not you attribute it to God or not. So I think everything that we don't know could be considered God, because we have not found a sufficient explanation for it yet. Yeah.
Okay, goated. Confluence, what's your take on this? Well, my take. Let me think about it. I think I should have been more prepped for my own prompt. I do. I don't think the God of philosophy is the God of the Bible. I think there's a way to see it that way, but especially if you're no crosstalk.
I know it's not allowed. I don't understand what you mean. Just build upon it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Give your I will allow it. I will deign myself to allow the brief crosstalk in this one case.
That means you're not the host of this panel. Anyways. What do you mean by what do you mean by God of philosophy?
You should have asked that when I brought up the prompt. If you think about it, young Christian. Okay,
finish your thought.
Hey, this
the God of philosophy, right? It's stuff that that God is logic, right? For example, right, and that if you think of even like Plato and well, even just Plato, and and you think about what he meant by God, it's very different actually than the God of the Bible, right? The God of the Bible, as I said before, in the OT at least, is capricious. He does change his mind at times, right? And so we take the God of philosophy, and I think we kind of explain how those two things are in line, and I think they can be in line, but I think just a plain reading of the scripture is not the same as when you read like most philosophers and how they define God. I don't think it is. Even if you look at someone like Aquinas is probably, I think he's like, there's something that we all do. I think we all do this stuff where we take some verses and we try to make sense of them in some ways. But if we were doing this with a different scripture, I think we would behave differently. So, I mean, even a brief, I might be going over the 30 seconds, but Jose the other day, when he's talking about the brackish waters, he was being low-key retarded. I mean, if you're watching Jose, I'm sorry, but kind of low-key true. But I think when we look at the Muslim scriptures, right, we don't evaluate them the same way that we do our own, because you could do that with like so many OT passages that like would be in contradiction and are not technically true. A good example is in I think it's Numbers. I'm not really sure though. Maybe Leviticus. I don't know. One of those like early books where it talks about like measuring out something for the temple, and it gives, if you take the numbers, it gives a circumference, it gives a diameter, and if you divide them, you get a value of pi of 3. And I feel like if that was in the Quran, we'd all be saying, well, that can't possibly be true. But because the Bible, we're like, well, no, they're kind of like rounding and they're not using decimals, and you can't take it that way. But when we look at like other texts, we do. And so I think we kind of carry a bit of water to make the God of the Bible match up with the God of philosophy. But if we were just objective beings, I don't know if they actually match up fully. Okay, I was yapping a little bit. I was yapping a little bit. Now, okay?
30 seconds.
It was a little bit, if you think about it. But if you don't think about it, it was exactly within 30 seconds.
I would check your premise.
Which premise?
All of it.
Shit on.
Say more.
Confluence. Does the Bible have philosophy in it?
Yeah.
Then how can we make the separation?
Because when I say the God of philosophy, well, I don't know how we can't. When again, like if you read someone like Plato and see how he defines God. What?
If the Bible has philosophy in it, then it sounds like the God of philosophy is also in the Bible.
Well, that's one.
Yeah, but I'm hoping that you guys would kind of grok what I mean. Like this is, again, I didn't come up with this. I didn't come up with this idea. This is not a Confluence original. I wish I could take credit for this. This is something a lot of people have pointed out, that when we, in general, in a macro sense, when the way philosophers talk about God and his immutable characteristics, and then you compare it with stuff, especially the OT, it doesn't exactly really make sense. Like, right? Like,
yeah,
if you
like,
take
like what I would say, which I actually looked up, I didn't know there was a word for it. I guess it would be deism, which is basically like, again, if you want to believe in like a first cause argument, where I kind of strip away everything from the conception of what I would consider to be God, in like that it's this like empathetic, loving type of thing. And I think philosophers do this a lot, where that there's a lot more of a cold separation versus this like loving being. And I think that I don't know, I think all religions have their conceptions of what God is, and that's all we're really talking. We're talking about like the different definitions of God, basically, right?
So I think what the Bible and philosophy has most in common is actually they rely heavily on parables. If you think about it, some philosophers might call them thought experiments, but it works both ways. And honestly, the more I think about this, the more I don't see like the strongest separation, aside from philosophers are just slightly more willing to engage in rationality and letting logic dictate their thinking.
I don't know. See, I don't know if I'm explaining this right, because I'm confused how I think Testy gets what I'm saying, but somehow it seems like Emmett definitely doesn't, and the rest of the chat definitely doesn't. But like, if you know the Old Testament, again, you have a capricious God who is interacting in a very like boots on the ground way. And if you've ever read any philosophy that talks ever about God, right, that's not what they're talking about. They're never talking about that. So that's kind of the dichotomy I'm kind of pointing toward. So like, yeah, the Bible contains philosophy, but like you have a more like almost instanced view of God in the Bible, and then philosophy is always taking these macro concepts, right?
So are you describing something that needs to be mutually exclusive?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying they don't have to be, but there is something about like the Old Testament God specifically that feels kind of like a deity that you'd find in other texts, right? Like non-biblical texts, where it feels like God gets jealous. For example, you're never going to hear like I don't know, like Nietzsche when he's talking about God being jealous, or Kant. You're never going to hear Kant be like, oh yeah, okay. When God gets jealous, it gets like angry. Like though, for if you're studying philosophy, it feels weird to talk about these very like anthropomorphized versions of God, right? So
Yes,
they're not like in direct contradiction, but it just feels like they're different.
Or even God intervening to begin with, or performing miracles, right? Like a lot of those things are also stripped down in more basic definitions. Like when we're talking about the functionality of God, probably the most universalized attribute I would say is something that's like eternal, is probably like, if I had to simplify it or distill it into one sentence, right? Like that's probably fits, I would imagine, in most definitions. It's like something that is probably something eternal, I guess, would be like an attribute that would probably be necessary for any sort of concept. Like I don't think you'd be able to kill God, so to speak. I don't think that exists in any definition of God.
So I did chat GPT if you know many philosophers have talked about God's jealousy. It said yes, it didn't provide any examples, so take it with a grain of salt, with also it being AI. I did want to I don't know how much of a derailment this is, but to me, if you can say that these things are distinctly separate, then I'll agree. But is there a big difference between theologians and philosophers? I feel like the way that they study that material is relatively the same.
No, I as someone who studied both, like on an academic level, they're entirely different, I would say.
How so?
I mean, theology isn't even. Yeah, they don't have the same goals. They don't even use the same principles. Like if you're studying theology, you're already starting at a point of, well, I mean maybe it depends on where you're taking theology, but assuming it's like Christian and Bible based, yeah, then you're already starting with like a bunch of axioms and you're trying to understand what could come out of this specific worldview, right? Which is not what philosophy tends to do, right?
Wait.
And so yeah, it becomes very more practical, very more like the Bible based, very more like Christian coded.
Can I just interject here? Because you said that it looks at these axioms and it asks what can come about them. I feel like that's also what the trolley problem does, right? If you have an axiom, you apply it to the trolley problem and you ask what would come out of that.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, kind of. I mean, the trolley problem is like the dumbest form of philosophy, I guess, is like my immediate thought.
Philosophy. I'm just saying, or theology. But what I am saying is that I could see very quick and immediate parallels between these things.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm not saying there's no overlap, but I'm saying they are entirely different focus, because philosophy is like usually trying to prove or argue something. Maybe this is a good way to say it. And theology is trying to like understand something. Philosophy is rarely trying to understand as opposed to positing arguments and, you know,
trying to understand. Like, see,
I mean, they say that. They say that.
I think you're making distinctions without a difference, and I'm not convinced that just because they have different lore or the Bible.
I mean, in some ways, I will admit I'm struggling to like define it, but if you read like theological textbooks and then you read like philosophy textbooks, they are night and day. They're not even like there's like overlap in some ways.
Can y'all walk me into what y'all are talking about?
How to explain that?
The difference between theology and philosophy.
Yeah.
I would say that theology has a different starting point because there's already a little bit of, I guess, a certain amount that's already bought into. Although, I guess, because I am a perpetual fence sitter, to kind of back up Mel a little bit, and I know that I think this has been discussed before on here, but the concept of a natural philosopher, right? Like, which was sort of pre-scientist science. It's like people who were broadly religious and observed like the natural world, natural order, and those were viewed through sort of a theological lens, I guess, to explain, right? And then it sort of branched off and became its own thing. But for a long time, philosophers and I guess truth seekers were kind of one and the same, but they were mostly religious because that's all that existed.
Hello, Uncle Juan.
Yeah, like Confluence, introduce the new guest. Like for fuck's sakes, dude.
Look, I'm thinking about how to, because they're so like if you've read these books, they're so different. If you listen to these lectures, they're so different. And I don't know if I agree with Emmett, and Emmett's here now, so we can explain, obviously, but I don't think it's just a personhood, because I've read philosophers that accept a personal deity, but it's not. It feels like it's not the same goal. Like the goal of philosophy, at least it doesn't maybe have to be, but it seems largely about justifying and explaining, whereas like theology is about like elucidating and like coming to correct like Christian doctrine and stuff. It's like it hits entirely differently, but it's hard for me to put into words exactly. But if you even grab an intro to philosophy book and an intro to theology book, you will know what I mean. I mean, so I maybe I lack the words, but yeah, it's like it's that you will understand they're not the same thing. So I agree. It's a failure on me to kind of differentiate exactly what it is, because it's not a personal God thing, because there is some philosophers that.
Well, yeah, think of Aristotle.
Yeah, what do you mean by personal God?
Like a God that like interacts, that is like that it interacts with his creation, that is like a mind. There are philosophers that agree with that,
or that intervenes.
Even reading like what's his name? Platinga, I think his name is Alvin Platinga. I can't remember how to say his name, but he's like, when he does philosophy, and he's a Christian, so he believes in a personal God. It's very different then
I don't
then
know
when
about that. What kind of Christian is he? Because there's a lot of people that say they're Christian and they.
Emmett's very quiet
they
for me,
say
by the way.
very a
Sorry
lot
to
of shit.
interrupt, but
I think that's actually better.
Emmett, do you think there's not Christian philosophers?
I think there is a distinction between people that say they're Christian and people that are Christian.
He's as Christian as young Christian is, I would say. So I guess that depends on how you think about that.
I see.
He's not Orthodox to my knowledge. I think he's a Protestant.
I get it now.
Yeah, so if you want to dismiss that, just on face,
Sounds
take
like
the L, then you can.
I will need to know what you mean by personal. I think you're conflating. Or maybe I am conflating because when I hear personal God, when I hear personal
God that has a mind that interacts with his creation in a mind to mind kind of way.
So mind
That's
to
what
mind.
I mean.
Is it mind to mind the way that it interacts?
Yeah, like a God that is in some sense a mind that is personally interacting with his creation. And Alvin Plantinga definitely does, but when he writes about philosophy, it sounds very different. Even William Lane Craig, who has a PhD in both philosophy and theology, when he's writing about theology, it hits different than when he's writing about philosophy. Like it's just like it's a different. And again, I don't know. I agree. I'm not exactly sure how to quantify it, but they're like entirely different categories.
No, if it's a feeling of you, then it's completely justified. But
it's also kind of like, trust me, bro. Like, I can't take this knowledge you've given me and then understand what the difference between these things are.
Well, no, but you can. It will just take a bit of effort. You just have to read. You can even read like 4 pages of like Wayne Grudem's systematic theology. Well, this is the thing. This will take anyone.
I can't read your feelings. I can't read your feelings. I'm gonna try though.
Do you have an actual thing?
Do you have a diary
an actual
that
thing
I can read?
You can do?
I want to read about your feelings all of the sudden.
I'm giving you an actual thing you can do, Emmett. If you're too retarded or you don't want to, that's fine. That's
I am
okay.
too retarded.
Okay,
the last time I tried to read about feelings,
for those
like you, but yeah, fine.
Okay, I'm actually gonna turn Emmett down a little bit. I think Testinger Johnson might have been correct on that, but.
Just waiting for something you could jump on, right? So you can just bitch.
Quite literally. Okay.
Because I'm saying this isn't. It wouldn't take any of you a long amount of time. I'm saying I agree fully.
Read your feelings might take a long time, dude.
Okay, now I'm gonna turn you. Every time you say something retarded, I'm gonna turn it a little bit more. Okay.
Can we throw up the image video?
Bias.
Can we throw up the image video? Can we throw up the image video?
But
Emmett, right?
I think you were being a little unfair there.
I was being unfair when he's talking about my diaries when I'm trying to like explain what I mean, and he's like, "I'll read your diaries like 6 times." I'm being unfair, really.
If you would have given me more space, I would have slightly defended you, saying, "Okay, I think he's more saying to read the material."
Yeah, talk to your priest, Confluence. But just to like recenter this,
your priest.
I think the easiest. Like
Emmett, I was turning it down by like 1 volume at a time. Okay, settle down, Emmett.
Yeah, it's
like it's a fucking meme.
But so think of like I go back to the way like the way the Greeks sort of defined God, like the conception from like Aristotle and Plato, are like such a wildly different. I guess even the way that the ancient world sort of treated like gods in general, right?
How much to kick or mute Testy until the end of the show?
I was gonna say this is a new thing we have. You can type in this and menu.
I don't mind popping off, man.
No. I need my money. Okay, Testy will stay for the next 10 hours unless someone pays $100 to test to kick Testy.
I feel like I'm worth 50. If you get 50, you should kick me for sure.
Okay, fine. Testy has negotiated himself down. 50.
Since we've negotiated, can I negotiate maybe a new avenue through this? Let's say that there is a difference between the God of philosophy and God of the Bible. So what?
Well, I think it's important in the sense.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to answer necessarily for Confluence, but this is one of my frustrations is that, and I've brought this up to Confluence a million times. I was even complaining about it in chat when we talk about like the truth and like this loving God and this merciful God and all of these like adjectives that are often like ascribed to the Christian God, right? And then there is like a version of God that you can strip a lot of those things away, or you look at like a different religion and God is like a completely different conception. Or there's even still some religions that have like multiple gods, right? I have always been of the thought that if there was a logical explanation for one God, then you should be able to repeat that process and therefore justify the existence of infinite gods, essentially, which maybe is a bit of a hot take. But I feel that if in a world where you can conceptualize of one God, like what stops there?
No, I wouldn't say all gods, Testy.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe I'm overstating it a little bit for dramatic effect. But if one God exists, what is to say that two gods can't exist, right? And just to, I'll put it contextually because I think the two biggest I'm ranting before I get kicked off. I think the two biggest shifts that I see in kind of human history. The first one is not relevant to the discussion, but it's basically the mind suffers more than the body. So kind of going away from like tortures and stuff, and then therefore putting people in prison and their mind suffering. But that aside, I think the other big shift is going from polytheistic religions to monotheistic, and we're firmly in like a monotheistic sort of thing that is the norm. But if you look at the ancient world, those were all polytheistic, right? And I think that shift is like almost to me that's an extremely dramatic shift, and I'm sure scholars and stuff have looked into this, but I've never heard a good explanation as to like why that shift necessarily happened. Like why did humanity go from worshiping multiple gods to a singular god, right? So I don't know. Food for thought. I'm basically throwing everything out.
How do you mean?
A lot of early religions. Can I just point something out? The Epic of Gilgamesh and the Mesopotamians, they were actually quite monotheistic in the ways that they were kind of like, they weren't totally that way, but they were starting to head that way. And as narratives about there being humanity, like humans themselves, right? And something that represents humanity versus everything that doesn't represent humanity, we tended towards monotheism.
How are you reading the Epic of Gilgamesh and thinking that it's trending toward monotheism?
Didn't Gilgamesh drown in like a flood? Or am I wrong? Or at the bottom of a river?
So it's because the myth of Gilgamesh and Ubaba kind of talked about dichotomous forces, right? One's good, one's evil. And I think you're referring to Umbaba's wife or something, the drowning in the river part.
Wait, but how does I don't understand how this gets you to
in that like
or anything with Mesopotamia.
Isn't it like he
dichotomous good evil
bottom of
thinking
the
how
ocean
you
or
get
something?
monotheism?
It's probably off topic, but doesn't he like swim to the bottom of the ocean or something, or a river to fetch something?
Well, that might be one explanation, but to my knowledge, this trend.
And Testy, you're worth $0. That's fucking buttons renegotiation.
Wow, he's like, how much to kick this fucking idiot or mute him, and then you won't even put money in
and then $0.
He just loves listening to me talk because he hates me so much, but he's not leaving. He's sticking around. He loves.
Yeah,
loves
we asked you to measure how annoyed you were by Testy fucking button, and you said the measurement is 0, so therefore you're not annoyed at all.
That's
we should find a topic that talks about the Christian God.
We can, but like I guess I'm trying to sort of feed what Confluence was getting at, where it's like, is that kind of what we're discussing, like the different conceptions of God and how God has been defined, or we can recenter that into like the Christian sense.
Yeah, well, the way I'm seeing this is like, yeah, when you look at like if I was to take myself out of a Christian mindset, then the God of the Old Testament does feel similar to other kind of like war type gods,
Right.
And the way we talk about God in philosophy and stuff and in church history, right? It seems like we are sanitizing that God.
How do we get that?
Well, like just like
God of the Old
like-
Testament feels like another one of the war gods.
Yeah, it's
How do
more
we
like
get
I'm
that?
gonna fuck shit up kind of god.
If you want,
yeah, like
we
well,
get
I
that?
guess like if you read okay, young Christian, what I'm saying is like if you read any philosopher, they're not going to be like talking about like God is the type of God that's going to like go and like be with a specific
Talk
people
about the
group
Old
and kill
Testament God.
these
Talk about the
specific.
Old Testament. Where do you get
That's
the
what I
war
said.
God thing? You said philosophers.
No, I'm contrasting the two. I'm contrasting the Old Testament God with the God of philosophers. So I'm saying you're not going to catch like Kant talking about like, hey, I think God logically must slaughter the Amalekites because he really loves the Israeli people. That's not like it's the Old Testament is hyper specific to like space and time and these specific interactions, which is just very different than when we talk about the God of philosophy.
No, you had said that the God of the Old Testament is like the war gods.
Yeah, God. Yeah, the God. Yeah, Yahweh is low-key kind of a war god, right? I mean, he commanded genocides, or right, justifiable or not.
Sacrifices. Yeah.
I mean, wait. I mean, do you not agree? Slaughtering all the amount is that not?
Yeah, but also found in there, it also gives regulations on what to do with survivors. So
No, we're not talking about the same
does.
passage. It said in the one I'm talking about, the Amalekite thing, it says kill all the infants, the children, the women, leave none alive, kill all the animals. And then Saul didn't kill all of them, and then he was punished and rebuked for it. That's why Samuel was mad. And in fact, the young Christian, if you look at the Amplified Bible, those bitches were fucking dancing. They were dancing after they killed those Amalekites.
Can I point to another moment in history real quick that was quite pivotal to getting the Catholic and Christian God as we know it today, and that was paganism. If you're an empire and you derive some of your power from religion, and paganism represents decentralized religion, people worshiping how they feel right, having different gods, stuff like that. Not necessarily poly or monotheistic, but most pagans were. Then the best way to kind of remove them from the equation, essentially, is to say all pagans are blasphemous. There's only one true God, and they're not doing it right because there's only one way to do it.
That's interesting. Yeah, I've never heard that, but that like as an intuitive argument that makes sense.
I'm not saying that's like the source of Catholicism.
No, I understand.
I'm not well versed on that, but I'm saying like what made it powerful. That's why it's just so ubiquitous today. It's because Rome was one of the first great empires.
Yeah, and as a system of control, it makes more sense. But I mean, in the context of like, I guess like the Middle Ages and things like that, where everything sort of centered around the Catholic Church for a long time, but. Yeah, no, that's interesting. I've never put as much specific thought into that, but it's a good, it's interesting angle.
Again, I'm not great with history, so don't quote me on that.
Hey, it's all good. We all have our. As I said, I'm not like a super big science person, so when science stuff comes up, I'm just kind of like, I'm just firing from the hip here.
I can't spell.
My brain is actually, I think I've hit my limit because I'm not used to debating religious stuff. And so I have been doing it and more thinking than I normally do on these kind of things.
Yeah, and there's a lot of pitfalls I find, or maybe not pitfalls, but there's a lot of things where, like philosophy discussions in general, or like these types of discussions, because I'm always trying to be aware of the words that I'm using because thankfully there's a bit of space here to like, it's not super debate bro-y all the time, but it's like you do need a little bit of space sometimes to just sort of to clarify like what you're trying to say, because anytime you say something there's probably like 3 different ways it can be taken. And like it's some of the stuff gets a bit tricky. I don't know, if I start getting exhausted I just hop out usually. If I'm just like
I'm basically saying I'm about to get there.
No, I hear you.
Hey, Mel, if Christianity was true, would you become a Christian?
You mean like provably true?
Yeah, if it was just true, would you become a Christian?
Yeah, I guess if you could prove that there was a God, then I would become that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of like a Pascal's wager thing, right? It's like, hey, do you want to go to
No,
hell?
that just eliminates Pascal's wager. That just supersedes it because Pascal's wager is only true if you can't prove it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, I mean, if Christianity was true, if God was the truth and the light and all that, then I feel like I'd kind of have to. I don't really have a choice.
I disagree with Pascal's wager because I think you do put a lot of energy and time and stuff into religion, and it can define your reality. So you lose a bit of agency and control, which if there is a gift that we're given in this life, it's actually the gift of free will. And I'm not even saying it was given to us, but just it's great having free will.
It was given to us.
Free will is
I don't think it was, but
it was.
Actually,
we were under bondage before that.
Huh?
Are you saying we were under bondage before we got free will?
What do you mean?
Well, what's the state before having free will that we would call ourselves as being in, I guess, in the Garden of Eden? Because didn't we get free will when we were cast from the Garden of Eden?
No, we always had free will.
Okay.
If we didn't have free will, how did
I remember hearing, but
how did Eve choose to eat of the tree?
Because the snake deceived her. But I don't think that. I think the whole point was that, you know what? That was supposed to be a punishment. So I guess
what was supposed to be a punishment?
Yeah. But you can go wherever they
Sevens
want.
rage. I just saw this now. Sevens.
They couldn't like go wherever they wanted, though. I think that's how I always understood it.
Adam and Eve?
Yeah.
They could go wherever they wanted. There's no restriction.
I
But
think
couldn't they like not feel pain and all that stuff? Weren't they like?
Yeah, something like that, right? Everything was pretty cool. It was pretty chill, and also there was no shame. Right? They could walk around naked.
I think the biblical Hebrew says omni-goated, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, if you look back at it, the original language used there, it's omni-goated.
Is it really?
Yeah.
No.
For real.
That's a great username. Omni-goated. Let's go.
I kind of agree with I don't know if this is what Testy was saying, but I low-key kind of hate philosophy. I low-key kind of do.
Sounds like you like it.
Well, you took philosophy, right? Every philosophy major I've ever met is like chronically depressed because I'm like, and like I've gone down philosophy rabbit holes before, and I'm like, dude, there's something about it where it's like, if you spend a lot of your time thinking, and you like, I think it's useful, but like, it's almost like Alice in Wonderland, like literally down the rabbit hole. It's like you can easily get lost down there.
Whims of man,
and it's useful, but it's also incredibly frustrating. Like it's hard to be content not knowing answers, and for some people that's the joy of it, is that the question is more important than the answer, but you have to kind of accept that going in, and that's a tough proposition for a lot of people.
So full disclosure, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I've said this before, but I had a teacher one time that told me that philosophy is only good to just like train the mind. Like that's how you should see it.
Sure.
And it stuck with me, and I think it's true. I don't think anyone comes to really almost any truth from philosophy. And I like talking philosophy. I like talking about it.
Though, like you could say that the Bible is a way to train people to have good ethics.
Sure, but I would say like, yeah, but the quality of the thing is kind of different. Like I would rather have better ethics than better mental perspicacity, I guess.
Mel, like what part of the Bible gives you good ethics?
Let me think of a specific example.
Yeah.
Isn't that where do unto others as you would do unto yourself comes from, or am I thinking of something?
I don't think
true.
I don't think it's explicitly in the Bible, is it?
That is it. Yeah, that is. Jesus doesn't say that.
Oh, okay.
It says love your neighbor as you love yourself.
JC.
So I think the problem for me, in full disclosure, I haven't written philosophy, but with philosophy is that it's not a search for gratitude, right? So I think it's, first of all, to say it fails in that domain is kind of like okay, that's okay, because I think a lot too, and I haven't taken a philosophy course, just to reiterate that one more time, but at the same time, I would say I think very philosophically a lot, and I just find eternal gratitude in the notion that like everything that's happening in this world, especially in nature, is really quite beautiful. And it takes a fair amount of cognition and stuff like that to appreciate that beauty. And and this could have all happened, all this nature and stuff, without anyone being here to witness it and be like, wow, this is actually incredible. And just so the ability for us to do that is, I think, in its own right, just like an eternal, not like it's an atheistic gift, because you don't need a god to appreciate that.
Yeah, and I 100% agree, but I think I'm not going to speak for you guys can answer or give your thoughts, but like
that's why we're top and bottom. Okay,
I feel like
we probably don't agree on that.
Well, because it's not like good enough for Christians, or when I've told people something similar, they're like, they don't believe me, and I'm just like, I'm like, I think the world is a beautiful, like, amazing place, and somehow I also don't need this like divine aspect to it to like still be in awe of how lucky I am to be alive and like grateful and all these other things, and that meshes perfectly fine in my own head. But when I tell people that, like Christians, or I guess more generally religious people, they seem to be very skeptical of that notion of like, how can you have value without?
Yeah, well, I do think you can look around you and be like, wow, this is an incredible place that we find ourselves in. But I think a lot of the rejection just comes from what you replace the how with. How we find ourselves in.
I'm hinging on that word grateful, Testy. Like you're grateful to
would imply
right, like if it was all happenstance, why would I be grateful to like luck and random chance? Like fuck that.
May I describe it one more time? May I describe it one more time?
Sure.
Confluence, do you agree that like flowers are beautiful?
Yes.
Pussy.
Do you think it would be kind of like
I would say that it possibly could be.
Yeah, I wouldn't be grateful that flowers are beautiful.
No, but yeah, we're getting there. So what I'm saying is,
I'm grateful that flowers are beautiful.
I'm not.
It would be a shame if nobody was around to appreciate the beauty of flowers.
Why would it be a shame?
No,
I'm using that term somewhat colloquially.
Yeah, like imagine you're by yourself and you're on a mountainside and you're seeing the most beautiful sunset over a valley, and you're like, man, I wish like somebody you enjoy their company. Like, I wish so and so could see this, right? Like, you could take a picture with.
I think that way a lot when I think about.
Right, but that's kind of. So it's like
you never witnessed God. So
phase.
But
like, yeah, I really wish Khan was here to watch his sunset with me.
Expanding out Mel's example.
In a normal way.
But yeah,
I wish young Christian could appreciate this beautiful flower with me. Okay.
Whether or not it's God's beauty or just like a natural beauty, which is what I believe it is. Don't you think that it's better that we are here to be able to experience that than if?
Why is that better?
Well, let me explain. Or sorry, because I this is the I don't think it's a paradox necessarily, but there are only like two states of being, if you want to put it that way. There's existence and non-existence, and just the fact that I exist, like I could say like being alive is a gift, and then you would ask, well, a gift from who? Like, gifts have to be given, blah blah. And I could just say, like, it is in and of itself. It's like it's its own thing because I exist, and because
if I was gambling, I wouldn't call my winnings as a gift.
Well, it's not a gamble.
You're not saying everything's good.
I would like, I'm so lucky.
like Testy, when are you just because I hate when people do this to me when say I feel something, and you're like, oh, you feel this, and I should have said I think this. So I don't want to do this to you, but when you say gift and grateful, do you mean that in an actual way, or is that just like
I mean it in the sense like it's almost
a language kind of way?
I don't know if it's quite like a truism, but it's almost like I am alive just for whatever, like by happenstance or because my parents, fucked at the right time. So it's like the fact that I am here and that I'm able to experience existence is the gift. Like it just is. So it's like I
do have a question. At any point, if your parents have to smash at the right time for you to be, or could it be at any point?
Yeah, because it's like how many people how many other sperm did you compete with?
And you'd be a different person if they had a baby at a different time.
Well, how could you just wouldn't be here, right?
I would be a different
person,
different sperm, a different egg. Like
so you are all the sperm.
Well, you like I mean, if you want to get more technical, like obviously, like if you all the sperms are different, all the eggs are different. Like there are genetic variables that not like the specific combination.
All the sperm. You're all the sperm.
Oh, well, he's one of the sperm.
Yeah, you're a single one, right?
There to be different sperm that he could be. That's not all of them.
Yeah,
that was my question.
Point. How
could you be a different person if you're just one of the sperm?
Well, this is kind of what I'm saying. So I understand it might seem a little bit like circular, but it's like once I am here, once I exist, I have nothing to compare it to because I exist. So I can't say that like I would prefer not. I mean, some people say they prefer it if they would never exist or never were born. I understand that, but like I think for the average person, they would rather be alive than not alive. And so just by the mere fact that I exist, I feel like I am able to then experience all of these amazing things that exist within the world. And I don't need more like explanation than that. But I guess I'm saying I can't really substantiate what you're asking, because when I think that I like being alive, I like experiencing living. And I don't really have a counter example of that. So I can't really be like a gift from who. It's like just the fact that I'm able to experience things seems like an amazing.
But I guess that's what I'm asking.
You take the gift without acknowledging the gift giver.
Well, right. When you say gift, do you just mean you're happy?
I guess so. Like when you say the gift giver, I could just say that's like my parents, right? Like
no, thanks for gratitude.
But it's not your parents though, really, right? Like it's not to be vulgar, but like if your dad like thrusted one more time before he coomed. Real talk, not being a DJ. But if your dad thrusted one more time, right, and then coomed, then that would probably change like the sperm patterns, and then you wouldn't exist, right? So like
differently.
So it's just but what? No, he wouldn't exist at all.
Depends how you define existence.
Do the
something would
actually
exist.
change which sperm is selected?
Something would
absolutely it does. Yeah,
prove it up right now. Prove it right now.
Well, no, it's just on its face true. It's on its face true. It's not even true.
Like if his stamina was just a little bit longer.
No, true. Because there's like millions of sperm, right? So like the chances of like one go, so like a single thrust absolutely would change everything.
Yeah. That's how it works. So before we get too off the rails, though, I think it's more about value, right? There's a lot of things in nature that happen, and the beauty of them, the complexity, the grand scheme, and being able to appreciate it all adds value to it. And when you don't value something that is valuable, I think we can agree that's a bit of a shame. Like you're essentially missing out on something that
why would someone who doesn't appreciate it be missing out?
Because it has value.
Here's a premise.
Who gives it value?
You have to accept the premise that existence is better than non-existence.
Why do I have to accept that premise?
So we sort of have to. I feel like you sort of have to accept that premise.
Why?
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying you can explain it.
Why does it have value?
Because again, if you can appreciate something, then you would describe it as something that has value, correct?
Well, just because you appreciate it doesn't mean I appreciate it.
But if either of us can, then we would say it has value, correct?
No.
Really?
Just because you appreciate something and consider it to have value,
you don't
and
value
I don't,
things that you
it would just be value against not having value. So it's in fact that.
But according to your logic, that would mean the statement "you don't value things you appreciate" would be true.
Yeah, I feel like you're trying to go pretzel. You don't need to here, Chris.
Brandon, good to see you.
It's not even a pretzel. It's one of those things where just because one person values something,
I'm not saying everyone has to value it. Wait, I'm not saying everyone has to value it.
Then that wouldn't necessarily mean it objectively has value.
I'm not even saying no. I'm saying the value is purely subjective. It's the fact that it has the potential to be appreciated.
Yeah, like
why would you go and appreciate it? Why do you value the thing?
Well, wait. I can flip the same example that you guys gave in the other direction. Like if you're, daddy's thrust the extra, whatever it is, like the odds of you existing here are like the odds that any of us are here are like a statistical miracle for like. I understand I'm using some religious language,
but it's not for me. Not for me, Testy. No, absolutely not.
So you were always going to be born, no matter what.
Yeah,
the instance that I call Confluence, no, but some instantiation of what is me, yes.
See, to me that feels almost like it's devaluing it, because it's like I don't know. For me, it's more
that raises it.
I think that like life is just like an extraordinary. I mean, this might piss you off. It's essentially an accident that any of us are here. Well, I'm not saying whether your parents intended to conceive or not, but I mean like in more of like, again, a statistical chance that we are all coalesced here having this conversation.
It is, but then why? How is it a gift? How are you like gracious for that? It's an accident.
You could say the same thing about God too, by the way.
Testy doesn't not inherently have more value.
How?
Testy does not have inherently more value if you were placed here.
Hi, can you hear me? Is my mic working? So I need to concede one thing real quick here, and it's that there is a bit of presuppositionalism, and is that I believe that yes, the fact that we're here, and even the fact that I am Melanie Cosmic Fox right now, and not somebody else, is a statistical unlikelihood. So that is something you do have to consider before you might be able to see things from my point of view.
Right. Would it be would if you were placed here, if you were crafted and placed here versus randomly placed here, does that raise the value?
Not necessarily.
Why?
That's crazy.
I think the fact that this is so rare and this is so unlikely makes it incredible in its own right.
So you think randomness is more valuable than
something between random and deterministic.
I said improbable. It's like,
but if you Mel, if you won the lottery, or if like some person you knew gave you like $10 million, you're going to feel a different way, right? One, are you gracious? Is it a gift from the lottery? No, you won a random fucking lottery. But if someone specifically chose to give you $10 million, well, now that's like, there's like something to be grateful for.
That's
right?
Just being able to direct my gratitude in two different places. Though.
Yeah, like
what's the gratitude toward like toward amoral randomness that doesn't give a fuck about you?
Yeah,
what's the gratitude there? What's the object of gratitude?
The money. You would be grateful for $10 million.
The value of the situation that you've gained.
I know, but one is person based, one is just like object based. One is like you're in both cases you're happy about having money. In one case, there's nothing to be grateful toward because it's randomness, and then the other sense, someone gave you that money.
I feel.
Which experience is better? One where you're experiencing everything you're experiencing now, and this is hypothetical, so don't read too deep into it, or one where you're just floating in nothingness, in black space. You have no feelings. You have thoughts, but no feelings. Which experience would, although subjective, almost everyone agree would be better, do you think?
Yeah, the former would definitely make me happier.
So we can value experience. We can value qualia, right?
Of course, yeah.
And I think that's what I'm saying. I'm saying qualia has implicit value, and our ability to appreciate it, our ability to feel and articulate that appreciation is a gift in and of itself.
See, you lost me at the word gift, and Testy lost me at the word gratitude.
Yeah, it's not a gift.
So it's
it's
happenstance.
Yeah, so I did kind of correct because I understand the loaded type. So sure, it's not a gift. I would call it like a statistical improbability, which might sound cold to you guys, but it's like, yeah, if we're since I understand, a little bit. If we're on this like panel, I understand we want to be specific with our language. That would be like more of a way. It feels like a gift because I'm grateful to be alive and experience things. But in reality, yes, I can recognize more objectively that it's what I'm really saying is that it's just of like, you know, all of the generations.
We appreciate that we won the cosmic lottery.
Yes, thank you. There you go. And to like answer your question, Confluence, maybe
you'll like the gift of life, but don't want to acknowledge the gift giver. That's all.
That's what I hear too. I don't know.
Let's get into intelligent design because we don't. Because the reason we don't is because you believe in intelligent design and we don't, right? So you have to convince us of that before we'll see things from your perspective.
Why do we have to convince you of that?
I just think y'all shouldn't be talking about.
I'm still caught on that. It's still random on their view too. I don't know what the difference is.
That's kind of what I was getting at. It's like you could flip it and say you're also here randomly, but you would say
I am not here randomly. What the fuck?
Okay, why are you here?
I'm an instantiation of the Lord Divine,
fearfully and wonderfully made.
And did God make the choice to choose to create you? And could He have chosen not to?
Yeah.
Okay, and what explains the choice that He chose to make you rather than not?
You're asking why God chose to make us?
What explains His choice? Yeah.
I mean, how are we to know that?
Understand God's will.
Wait,
you can understand. No. You can understand God's will, but why He made the choice to specifically make me, I don't know. I mean, I would have to live the rest of my life.
Do you think there is an explanation, or do you think there is no explanation for His choice?
I think there's an explanation.
Okay, you do?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
Hold on. So you think because I can't articulate the explanation, there is no explanation?
That's not
okay.
What I'm asking.
That's what I'm saying, is I can't articulate it, but there is an explanation.
I'm also not able to articulate my explanation. Yeah, that's insufficient for you guys.
No, what it sounds like you're saying is you really like the gift, you just don't want to acknowledge the gift giver. That's just from my perspective.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with Christian on that. You guys are just denying God.
We both have no explanation for why we're
like
here.
I'm not trying to convince y'all of a God. I'm just saying, like, when y'all are speaking like that, that's just what it sounds like to me.
Well, I did correct myself, so I don't really know. Like,
I know. I'm saying, like, even if you did that, that's still how I'm perceiving it.
Like, it's just
that's my worldview.
Grateful. Like, if I say I'm grateful to be alive, because then you would ask, well, who are you grateful to, right? And I think what Mel said, which when it's like it's a means into of itself, or it's like it is. It's, I don't know. It is what it is, kind of thing.
It's a gift in and of itself.
Yes, yes. Thank you. And like I was thinking, like the example with Confluence is like if you would feel better if you won $1,000 playing blackjack than if somebody gave you $1,000. So like I feel like even the lottery type of analogy, it's like you feel better if you won money than you would if somebody gave you money. And when you're saying being grateful, it's like yes, you could be grateful to a person, but you're not like you're thankful for the thing that you're getting ultimately. It's not necessarily like so. I feel like it works in either scenario, but I don't know. That was more of an aside, but yeah.
So you're just grateful that you rolled the dice correctly.
No, that the dice was rolled correctly.
I didn't roll the dice. Yeah.
That the dice rolled in such a way that we can be here. And I want to point out, we both can admit that we can't give an explanation for our purpose for being here, or some other entity's purpose for having us here. We're just the ones that have an explanation that more aligns with that realization than yours does.
How so?
Well, because if we don't actually have a purpose for being here, then it would make sense that we can't articulate our purpose for being here.
I didn't say while being here that I don't have a purpose. I said I don't know the explanation as
I
to
know.
why God
I'm just saying,
specifically
though,
chose
that
me.
we're the ones who are more likely to be right, that we actually just don't have a purpose, and that's why we can't articulate it.
Right. You don't know what your purpose is because you're just here by chance. I'm not denying that I don't have a purpose.
I'm saying that you can derive a purpose from the fact that we're here by chance. Nature's bounty is something we're here to appreciate and preserve. It's that simple.
I mean, if that's what you want your purpose to be.
Well,
I mean,
I don't see how you derive that purpose from just being here randomly.
Is the only reason we're here. We might as well appreciate it, and that means we'll probably try to preserve it too. It's not that hard to figure out.
I don't think everyone shares that view, especially the ones that share.
Everyone shares it. I never said everyone has it.
Yeah.
Right. And so what I'm saying is you derive that purpose just on like that's just subjective.
Well, no. Again,
it is. You appreciate nature, ergo you want to preserve it. Like that's just the purpose you gave yourself.
I'm down. It's objectively true that I'm here because of natural processes. It's also objectively true that there's also not going to be more people who can have the same thing that I appreciate unless that natural process goes on. Therefore, everything necessarily follows, and it's not necessarily subjective, but rather logical.
I wouldn't even say it's logical. You're just you're smuggling that in.
I said it must necessarily follow, and that is using logic to determine that.
Why would it necessarily follow?
Because all babies that are born from natural processes. Therefore, nature is something we must preserve.
Why?
Because without it, we won't have more people. And usually, if you appreciate something, you might call
why. Why is that important?
Usually, if you appreciate something, you enjoy seeing other people appreciate it too. That's called eusociality. And also empathy, but and so it again, in my worldview, it necessarily would follow that you would preserve the thing that you appreciate.
I'd agree that if you value something, that you would want to preserve it, but not everyone values the same thing.
I'm not saying
you're saying it logically follows. It doesn't logically follow.
Why does everyone
not in the sense of wanting to preserve nature? That does not logically follow from that.
Well, if I come from nature and I appreciate it, then I will want to preserve it. Where does that not follow?
Right, sure. You personally, right?
Just because I believe in nature doesn't make
and
it
you want to
subjective.
preserve it, that doesn't.
Wait, you understand? You understand
that.
that just because I believe something personally does not make it subjective, right?
What?
I can also demonstrate this to be true.
That's what I'm asking for. You said it logically follows.
Yes.
You said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that because we come from nature, ergo we should preserve nature.
Okay, let's break this down to a bunch of true-false questions, and I'll ask you: do we come from nature?
You're gonna ask a Christian?
Do we come from nature? Yes or no?
Do we come from nature?
Yeah.
No, I think we come from God.
So I'm made of God.
No, God made you.
Yes, I would say yes to that.
I guess if you want to
maybe
argue
a bit
the
virulent coded,
sure.
but I think kind of.
I disavow that aspect.
If you think about it, though,
I know you're trying to pull. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just wondering where God actually plays a part in me going from sperm to egg.
You're fearfully and wonderfully made in the womb. I'm not denying that there isn't a like sperm and egg. I'm not denying that.
Wait, are you saying God?
Okay, well, let's do thought experiments then. Would it make sense that somebody who does believe that we come from nature and who appreciates their life would appreciate nature?
No.
Why not?
Why? If you value your life, why do you have to instinctively value nature?
So if let's say I like chocolate, right? Are you following?
I'm waiting, yeah.
Do you think that you think it would follow that I want to keep the means that got me the chocolates, that way I can have more chocolate?
I don't know if that. I don't even think that follows across a lot of spectrums. Like I like getting like cheap clothes, but I might not like the sweatshops that make them. And if it was like, if I had a button to hit either one, maybe I would end the sweatshops, right?
I asked if you want to have the means to keep getting the thing that you like, that you appreciate.
Okay, I want to know, I need you to address it, why just because if someone believes they come from nature and they value their life, why they would instinctively want to protect nature.
Because they wouldn't have that life without nature.
From them valuing their life.
Well, again, usually if you appreciate something, you probably appreciate where it came from. That doesn't mean every step of the way, but some component of it, sure. But
so if I value my life in the sense of I like to be prosperous in my life, do I necessarily need to protect nature in that aspect?
I don't think you necessarily need to. I think it necessarily follows that people would do that.
How?
The same thing I was talking about with the food. We like chocolate, so we set up the means to make more chocolate.
Yeah, like it seems like it's an intuitive thing in the sense that like think of atheists who have children, and then they're like, I want to make the world a better place because of my children. Like you wouldn't really. I mean, maybe you would. I don't know. But would you kind of say like why do they value that? Like who gives a fuck? Because
no, I would ask why is the means in which, like, I'm not saying an atheist can't value their children or want to make a better world for their children. What I'm saying is that it doesn't logically follow that one person who thinks that, oh, this would be the better world for my child would follow with another person who says, no, this will be the better world for my child. So you could have one that values nature, right? Wants to preserve nature in any kind of way. And the other one could be like, I'm just going to make my family the most dominant family out here, or tribe, or whatever you want to insert there.
Right. People can't do that. Nothing I said entails that they can't do that. I said people in general, this is inductive arguments here. People in general would preserve the things they like because, as you pointed out, the means are the key thing here. We can't have those things without the means to begin with.
Right. This argument stemmed from you said that purpose is objective. Purpose is not objective. You said just because I personally think this thing does not make it not objective. It's subjective. Sure, right. Your purpose is subjective. That's where the argument stems.
But I think it objectively makes sense that we would appreciate nature.
It doesn't.
Oh, okay.
Like, what is happening right now?
Nature. Okay. So let's talk about this on a neuroscience level. We can agree that like most of like the reward in the brain is dopamine driven, at least as like a baseline layman's kind of discussion, right?
Sure.
So going off of that, do you think nature gives us dopamine?
Does nature give us dopamine?
Yeah, like you're going foraging, you're hoping to find some berries, and you find some berries. So did you get dopamine from that?
Sure.
Okay, so if we can identify a particular reward mechanism, we can tie the experience of appreciation to usually, some sort of reward that you get from the thing that you're appreciating. Again, just being relatively vague. Then wouldn't it make sense that we would appreciate nature?
No.
Oh, weird.
Like, what do you mean?
Nature gives us dopamine.
I'm not trying to be mean, but like that does not follow.
Here, I'm going to make it even simpler because I guess that was too many steps. Nature gives us dopamine. Dopamine causes appreciation. We appreciate nature. Ouroboros.
Nature gives us dopamine. Ergo, we appreciate nature. So you're saying because we're made from nature that we have the capability of receiving dopamine?
That's
right.
No, I don't think A necessarily follows from B. It could be any chemical. The dopamine part is not the key point. I'm just using facts to kind of demonstrate my point.
You just said nature gives us dopamine.
Yep.
So I'm asking you, is it because we're made from nature? We can have dopamine.
If you want to blur the dopamine, just say reward.
No, I need you to pinpoint what exactly you're saying.
Rewards. Let's swap that out with rewards. Nature gives us rewards. Rewards cause us to feel appreciation. Ergo, we appreciate nature.
You think everyone gets dopamine from picking berries?
Oh, yeah. Brain's very good at doing that consistently.
You think so?
I mean, people can have issues with their dopamine system, so I wouldn't necessarily factor them into this statement, but as a generality and when things are operating normally, yes, definitely. It's the anticipation and the receiving of the reward actually that leads to it.
So because we're made from nature and nature gives us dopamine, however we receive that dopamine, we just appreciate nature because we can receive that dopamine.
Yeah, we tend to appreciate things that give us a sense of reward, of enjoyment.
And you think that follows across every person? Outside of, I guess, someone who's
generality. Yes, you can assume that to be true as a generality, yes.
How?
Behavioral. This is how it works. Like we don't just use operant conditioning, but that's the reward side of operant conditioning. And that's that's a core feature of every living organism and its behavior.
You think everyone who receives whatever it is, I mean, we can even use nature. You think so? Just so I understand, you are saying in a general sense, because we're made from nature, we have this capability of receiving dopamine, that we should appreciate nature because we can receive dopamine.
Yeah, I think that's the most logical cycle.
And you think that applies to? You can generalize that.
Yep.
I mean, I guess if you want to live in that world, I don't know how that follows.
Well, okay. Why should people appreciate God?
And to be fair, it doesn't follow, but I think Melanie is trying to give an inductive case. So
yes, inductive. That's the key thing.
It's probability based.
Sure, I'm not denying that there can be people who follow that. That's not what I'm denying. I reject the generalized, or saying that it is objective in some kind of way. That's not objective. That's subjective.
Well, no, I think it is objective. I think dopamine as a reward neurotransmitter, how people respond to dopamine with appreciation, and that they tend to target that appreciation towards what they perceive to be the source of that reward.
Yeah, but not everyone targets the source as nature itself.
I never said everyone did. I said most people do.
So it's subjective.
No, that's
most people? You think most people that get like dopamine off their iPhone are like, I really appreciate nature?
That's not subjective. That's our instinct. Instincts are not subjective.
What are you talking about?
How we handle an instinct is subjective, but
I would agree that we all receive dopamine. I would say that's objective. That's fair.
So do you think instincts are a subjective event that happens in the brain? Let's say for all animals, to be clear.
Do I think instincts are subjective?
Let alone, do they even have the capacity to be subjective versus objective? We can address that first.
Yes.
Okay. So can instincts be subjective?
Yes.
How? What's the difference between an objective instinct and a subjective one?
Fight or flight.
Is okay. Is that objective or subjective? And
subjective.
How do we know?
Because some fight, some flight.
That doesn't but there could be internal neurotyping that's still objectively true, right? Like different pathways connecting to different neurons. And
I don't know what you're reaching for in this. You asked me, are there instincts that are subjective? I said yes, fight or flight. You said how? I said some fight, some flight. That's not objective. That's subjective. And then I don't know what you're reaching for. You're talking about neural pathways.
I think you're confusing the ability for somebody to take multiple paths with subjectivity.
Yeah, you're gonna have to expand that.
Well, because the factors that make someone more predisposition to do fight or flight are objective. We've studied these as close to be as non-subjective as possible, so we can understand these things better. We can't necessarily look inside someone's brain and be like, oh yeah, you're going to do fight if you feel threatened. That's not how this works, of course, but it's heavily deterministic.
Are you saying there are things that can consistently make someone flight?
Can consistently make the same person fight or flight, yes.
So it's subjective.
No. I think, again, what's your definition of subjective?
Subjective is personal.
Can you expand on that?
It's personal. Yeah, I think we can even take you saying that there is something that could consistently make someone else flight and another person fight. That's subjective.
I think
objective would be like across the board. This thing right here can make anyone flight consistently.
You're confusing subjectivity with getting different results from a test pool. And so the difference is something that's objective doesn't have properties or characteristics that truly change just because we change the way we think about it or the way we perceive it, versus something that's subjective. The characteristics of it exist in our mind. So if we change our mind about it, then that thing can change. Does that make sense?
No.
Does anyone disagree with me?
I wouldn't use that.
I was testing Brandon unmute at the same time.
That's great. If I'm not doing well, then maybe they can do better and show me how it's done.
I don't know. Well, the thing is, if you're using the language that way, I don't have like a dispute. That's just how you use the language. I mean, how I typically use the terms, and I guess you can separate it in two ways. Like subjective would mean either mind dependent or stance dependent. And there are ways to separate those, but that's how I typically understand those terms, like mind independent versus mind dependent or stance.
That's
yeah.
Probably how I would. Yeah, I guess so. That would make sense.
Yeah, I think I just used a slightly more elaborate way of describing it in terms of having qualia that don't change based on the state of someone's mind. So, and young Christian, you said you disagree. Like, where are you getting your definition from?
Of what?
Subjectivity and objectivity.
Subjectivity is personal objectivity, and it can be as simple as, would it be an object truth that this thing could make someone run? Sure. But it's subjective in how that thing affects each person.
That's just individual differences for an outcome.
Right. This all stemmed from appreciation of nature.
But instinct.
And I said the purpose is subjective.
Christian. Is there something I can call? Should I call you Christian, or just young Christian? Just doesn't feel.
I don't care. Call me Christian. I don't care.
No, it has to be young Christian. It has to be.
I think. I think we're running into an issue here where you're thinking of instinct as something that can be thought out, and like instinct is almost definitionally from a neuroscience standpoint something you can't think out. You almost can't override it with thought unless you train yourself to do so. So I'm speaking broadly here with this, but instinct, I would say it's something that when it's at its strongest does happen regardless of state of mind. It's a fixed action pattern. And
yeah, I'm not rejecting the instincts can't take control.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is just because you can have individual differences, first of all, those differences are highly confined. That limits total subjectivity. And secondly, I think what we're talking about overall is whether or not the qualia of something changes based on that, right? So someone who's in fight or flight, if that fight or flight would be subjective, then all they'd have to think is, well, actually, I don't think I really am in fight or flight. Like, you'd be able to convince them out of it. And in some cases you can. So I'm not saying the evidence totally exonerates me or you on this, but it would seem that the point of instinct is to override our subjective thought. or consciousness.
Okay, maybe okay, let's say there was someone pointing I guess I can't say a pew pew, right, at another person, okay? Would the person that's getting aimed at, instincts will kick into fight or flight, right?
Not always. Fight, flight, or freeze, we'll say.
Oh, sure, that's fine.
Let's just go with it for the sake of argument and say,
okay. I'm trying to narrow this down. Fight or flight. Would that be different between the individual that is being aimed at?
Sorry, what?
Would the reaction, whether it be, I don't know if we're taking out freeze, we can put freeze in, it doesn't. Fight, flight, or freeze.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Depending on the individual who is being aimed at, that would change based off the individual, right?
Correct.
So that's subjective.
I don't think so. So you understand that there's a difference between the brain just doing something, right, versus theory of mind and understanding that we have like an.
Are you saying subjectivity requires agency?
I don't think non-agency, or I don't think agency makes something subjective, but yes, it does require subjectivity. Does that make sense?
So you're saying agency doesn't require subjectivity, but it can have
subjectivity requires agency, but just because you have agency doesn't mean make something subjective.
Sure.
So what I'm saying with the multiple outcomes thing is that actually, if you look at that same instinct, when it's at its strongest, it's overpowering your ability to use your own mind to create a different outcome.
Okay.
Now, it's kind of hard. Like, I'm just going to be honest. This is a hard thing to describe as objective versus subjective to begin with. So I see it as an objective chain of events. To be uber clear is where I'm coming from.
Say that again.
I see the chain of events as objective. Therefore, we can't say that whether or not you had a fight or flight response depends on the observer and their opinions on what that is. It's something that the brain does, and it objectively does.
Sure, I could agree that the brain takes over. Like, instincts can override. I would say that's subjective across individuals.
Do you also agree that whether or not a fight or flight response happened doesn't depend on whether or not somebody was there to subjectively interpret it as happening?
So, like, hold on. Are you saying that? Yeah, you're gonna have to repeat that.
I think she's just saying, like, somebody goes into fight or flight and they're not making that conscious decision for fight or flight. It's just like a disposition. Is that what you're saying?
Like their brain's just overtaking. They're doing it.
Do you agree that all objective events will happen regardless if there's someone there to have a subjective interpretation of them?
Yes.
So what I'm asking is, even if there's no one there to have a subjective experience of being in fight or flight, do you agree that someone's brain can still have fight or flight?
Right. So the person is just unaware that they're in fight or flight.
Yeah.
Sure.
So that's why, to me, it's objective. People can still have a subjective experience around that whole thing, but the brain's going to do it regardless of its own internal state.
But how does this tie into someone appreciating nature the way another person would?
Well, because again, I think that appreciation is objective in the same way, such that like when you go for a walk in nature, it relaxes you. There's a whole bunch of kind of psychotherapeutic benefits, not the most robust data on it. I'll admit we need to do more research into it, but it seems to be something that our brains automatically actually kind of appreciate.
What about the people who find nature like disgusting?
I think that they just need to find ways to interact with it that's right for them. And I don't think most people find nature as a whole disgusting. I think they find elements of interacting with it disgusting, and a lot of the time that's rooted in more ignorance and understanding. This would be where you might be able to convince me that there's a subjective element, because a lot of times, like, when people have negative responses towards these things because they don't know how to handle these different aspects of nature. But I would say that, like, again, our natural reward cycle and our evolutionary history makes at least some of that loop that I talked about, the ability to appreciate nature and wanting to preserve it, an internal function that doesn't depend on our internal state.
Could someone appreciate something over nature?
Definitely.
Okay, so then in that way, they're not appreciating nature, right? It's the same as the same as you would, right?
Well, I think you're talking about a difference between there being a biological imperative and something being objective. I'm not saying that we have to appreciate nature. I'm saying that it's kind of innate to us to do so.
To just appreciate nature.
Yeah. To feel rewarded from its bounty and its beauty.
Yeah, that just circles us back to accepting a gift but not recognizing the gift giver.
But that's only
that would literally
wait. That's only if you presuppose that someone had to make it to begin with. And I just
you're presupposing that no one made it and it's just here.
Well, no, I'm looking at the evidence, and you can see that it can happen without someone having to make it.
How? Walk me through that.
Well, evolution and Big Bang Theory, also very cogent.
No, I don't disagree with the Big Bang Theory.
Well, it's all very sound and cogent, and I don't think you need a god to explain those things.
You know, evolution is just a theory, right?
That's very much provable when you actually test your assumptions.
It's not all provable.
You don't think we can prove stuff like fossil records and like wait, okay, so do you disagree with anything to do with like natural selection?
In the sense like the strong eating the weak.
Just anything we've learned up to this point about natural selection, particularly there are multiple types. There's kin selection as well and stuff like that, sexual selection. Primarily, though, that like fitness is something that leads to higher rates of reproduction. Therefore, the more fit a variation in a species is, the more likely that variation is going to be seen in downstream genetics.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Right. And that would be silly, right? Because we see that artificial selection is a thing. Now, do you think do you take more issue with the macroevolution side of things, where you're kind of like, how do we get from like an algae cell to a chicken?
Yeah.
Well, that's just time.
I mean, that's the Band-Aid, isn't it?
Well, no, it's a whole bunch of small incremental changes rather than any large change. And
yeah, I mean, that's
clear. We didn't go from
that is
algae.
a Band-Aid, though. You can't show it. You can't demonstrate it. It is a Band-Aid.
Oh, yes, we can. First of all, with the fossil record, and secondly, because nobody's claiming that we go from algae as we know it today to chickens as we know it today. We're saying that at some point they had a common ancestor, right?
What would be the common ancestor?
Well, probably a prokaryote, a single-celled organism.
Where does that come from?
Lesser forms of cellular life.
Where does it come from?
Proto-biogeochemical cycles, like there's montmorillite clay and how that can be used as a substrate to help form the precursors to RNA. You have, oh my God, I can't think of terms right now. The Miller-Urey experiment that demonstrated that with electrical discharge in a vacuum, you can create the basis for aminos, but there's also electrospray theory. And then there's one more.
It's always existed.
Well, no, I don't think that's true either. I don't think this planet's always existed. I don't think the solar system's always existed. The galaxy, the chemistry, maybe. No, because again, there was a point where things were just like a quantum soup. So.
Yep. Time's the Band-Aid.
The causality has always existed.
Oh, why did that shut off? Hold on.
But yeah, there's a lot of valid explanations out there for how the precursors to cell biology as we know it today.
Yeah, but you know why time is the Band-Aid, right? Why they say give it enough time. When you start getting to the nitty-gritty of all that, it doesn't connect.
How?
I could, if you have a Discord, I could shoot you some articles and footage.
Sure, and I might respond to you with some videos that address those things if you'd like.
Okay.
My Discord on the side. You seem like a cool guy, so I don't mind having you in my server. And both of you can join as well as if you want.
You got something to say, Brandon?
Out at some point, but he's mellowed out since then.
Con, did you die, bro? Where are you?
Loki.
Yeah, no. If we're all winding down, I'm on the same page. I was actually feeling a bit burnt out earlier, but I like talking about creationism and evolution. Obviously, I'm a strong believer in it, and I do try to learn as much as I can about it, both because I apply that stuff in my real life work and because I like to communicate about science online. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, it was a good talk. I put
my link did not post because I accidentally posted it into. It'd be easier.
Put in a private chat because otherwise, YouTube will delete it.
The wrong tab. It's fine. But yeah, thanks for having me. Very lively discussion tonight. Also a nice counterbalance to everything that happened last night. But last night was super fun.
But what happened last night
was a shit show. It was a fucking shit show.
But it was like I'd rate it in like the top 10 shit shows that I've dealt with in all time. So
was it about sodomy?
Oh my!
It was.
God.
It was the whole thing. It was sodomy all the way down. It was sodomy all the way down.
Who was involved? I'm curious.
And he's pretending to be psych. I don't know, but okay.
Anson and the guy named Stacy. If you have ever been on the panel with Stacy, and then Mel, and then
Anson.
Those are the main contenders of the chaos.
No Furby doppelgangers tonight, unfortunately. That was the only thing I kind of missed this time around. But anyways, have a good night and keep doing this, Confluence, or else I'm going to be pissed.
Well, I hope you guys rejoin. Well, I know young Christian will, and I know Brandon will on occasion at the very least, and I hope you do too, Mel.
Definitely.
Good time to you guys. 07s. God bless. I'm doing a salute right now, but you can't see it because I already disconnected my mic. But imagine me saluting. Okay.
You gonna answer my question on Discord, Con?
I haven't seen it yet, but I will. Inshallah.